I think it should be fine now, right? And hey guys, welcome to the stream. Had a bit of like technical difficulties, but hopefully now you guys can hear me a bit better. And thanks so much guys for joining us on this stream. Super fun to be here. I'm glad now the sound is getting better. But just a quick shout out for any of you who are watching this in the after the live stream. Not to worry, we have giveaways. We will be both like giving away during this official live stream and also like afterwards as well. So I'll explain more as we go along. But anyways, thank you guys so much first of all for being here, joining us in the live stream, the after clip as well, and also helping us get to 30k. We'll be doing a bit of giveaways today just to celebrate the moment, depending on how many live viewers we have. So the more, of course, encourages us to do more giveaways as well. Huge shout out to you guys for joining us and helping us hit 30k. I mean, whether you're subscribed or not, helping us watch is always really, really great. And thanks so much for the membership, German Pillian too. And also previously, I think Daniel Lin, welcome to the members. Thank you guys so much. So tons of stuff to cover. I am just doing my dailies. I'll be covering this like for Honkai Star Rail and doing a bit of Wuthering Waves, but at the same time, I'll answer as many questions as I can. If your question gets answered, of course, I will put it like in a notepad. I'll try to do like some administration on the side to increase the chances of you winning the giveaway as well. So just leave any questions that you have in the chat. I will be happy to answer them as well. 30k seems, yeah, it really seems like a long time. Feels like yesterday that you just watch a guide on how to utilize fields to mid and end game in Honkai Star Rail. Really crazy. For anyone who is like a day one player, you have been here like since day one. Time flies, right? So fast, it's almost a year. Now we are talking about anniversary already. Really, really crazy. In fact, since Honkai Star Rail started, the channel has grown quite a bit since then. But previously, we were just like covering Genshin and a bit of Nikkei and stuff like that. But now we're doing Honkai Star Rail more or less all the time, because we follow the audience basically. Find our videos really helpful. Thank you guys so much. Looking forward to the next milestone. 30k is already big. I don't know what more to ask. I think it's like really fantastic. I never like have a certain target to meet. I think anything is like good. But if I could dream one day, 100k does sound really nice to get that silver play button. Maybe a face reveal at 100k. I don't know, man. But we'll see how that goes. What are the giveaways going to be for? That's not considered answering any questions, but the giveaways are basically just to like celebrate hitting 30k. And for you guys joining us, just a small way of like giving back to you guys. That's my objective. I don't make a lot from YouTube, not that much, but it definitely does help. The members definitely do help fund a lot of the giveaways. So shout out to them if you see them like in the video description. A lot of them are funding what's the giveaways going on. Have you guys seen like the anniversary video already? Let's just like chill a bit, let the questions roll in if you guys have any, and then we will do some questions. And we'll probably like give away every couple of minutes here and there, depending on how it goes. If you've seen the anniversary stream, are you guys like super hyped up for... Are your expectations like super high? Or are you like, let's just have low expectations and anything is a surprise for us? Like Dr. Ratio. Super, super shocker. Let me just think like, how do I put the questions that I'm answering up at the same time so it's like good for the live stream, the people who are watching this video not live. I'm extremely like noob at this this streaming thing, so you have to bear with me and be like a little bit patient. And farming relics is definitely not helping my focus because it's just like so distracting. This is a normal day of my luck here of like farming gear. Always get nothing good. Maybe I'll just like leave a text on the screen. I can add like this source here, I guess. Let's see what it does. Text. Let me just put like a testing text here. Can we see anything? No. Let's see, where is the text? I'm just trying to see how I can put text to appear on the screen. What if I scroll this up? Oh yeah, there is a texting word. Testing. Is that like the top left there? This is so, I'm so bad at this. Okay, but yeah, if with this like text, I guess I can like type manually what I want to say. How do I move that box? Why is it stuck at the top right? Perfect. Okay, can you see this here? Maybe there's a bit of a lag time. But I guess I'll just use this and like copy and paste what question am I gonna like say on screen, so it's easier for us to follow. Let me just hide that real quick. And run another one. Okay, let's start off with first question, shall we? And let me try to go from top to bottom. And I'm so sorry if I like miss your question because there's a bit going on and we can't answer everything. But let's start off with this one from Sly. Okay, let me just copy this. How do I balance and how do I juggle IRL? I'm just like going here, and of course we have a community post that's going on, so I'll definitely like try to feed off that too. Let me just see. I've never done like this administration before, so I might be terrible at it. Why is it so? Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. Maybe if I just like copy and paste it here, shall I? Yeah, this will be better. So it's easy for me to like track as well. So I'll just like comment here in the live chat and then I'll answer the question. So I guess if you're like watching this in the after stream and you're watching how bad I am at this management of my this live stream thing, you can just see from like the comments that's going on the right, it should sync up with whatever is going on live stream. So how do I balance work life versus gaming versus YouTube? And you know, one of the benefits about doing something that you really like, I think it's like super good that you play a game that you really, really like. Like I was doing a bit of like Genshin at the start. That one, one reason I didn't like Genshin is because it's very, very time consuming. So being time consuming, it kind of like eats into other stuff I want to do. Like if I wanted to just chill, if I wanted to just like relax, and for instance, I just wanted to just switch off my brain rather and do this kind of live stream. Honkai Star Rail actually enables that. Like just playing this in the background, I can just like AFK, I can even talk, I can use my brain for other stuff. But if you guys watch us like live for like Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves and whatnot, the brain kind of like concentrates on the game and not so much on other stuff. So for me, I think one thing definitely that helps is playing a game that is very good balance of life to begin with. If I wasn't a content creator, I would definitely still be playing Honkai Star Rail. Because how much time does it take up? 20 minutes? 30 minutes a day? Definitely pretty good. So I guess that's like the juggle tip, or how I juggle is playing a game that doesn't take up way too much time. That's how I guess I balance a bit of work life. So any questions that I like paste there, that will be the one that I count as like questions that is going into the pool. Let me just write it on like a notepad here as well on my own screen so that I can see, so I know who has like a multiplier and stuff. And perhaps we will do like a giveaway in a couple of minutes, maybe in between. I want to do more giveaways when we are out of Honkai Star Rail and doing my other dailies for Wuthering Waves. So I know you guys will probably be more interested in this, like Honkai Star Rail background than other a game in the background. So we'll try to do more later on when we do our Wuthering Waves to keep engagement and stuff. But I have to do these dailies, so might as well. And how are you guys doing? Your Friday, is it night, morning, or evening? Any of you in Asia as well? It's probably like TGIF. Let me see whether the music is good. I think the music could be a little louder, don't you think? Like a little bit louder in the background. Maybe, yeah, something like that. I think that this is much better. Okay, what do I want to do now? I have gotten my stuff. Maybe I should do that Hanu quest. You know, I haven't even done any of these. I actually don't really like do these aptitude showcases because I can't auto battle them. But it's a bit of a waste, don't you think? To give up these resources. Maybe I should do them. Because it's like still free loot. Okay, second question. Let's get into it. Let me just remove this text on this box. Is there a text box? Text box. Is this my first time streaming? No, it's been quite a while. We streamed the whole Zenless Zero, but I'm very, very slow at learning things that are... I'm more of a person that is more introverted, I would say. So I'm not really good with like live streaming and anything like, it's like super, super active. But yeah. I didn't know she does that on field. I actually haven't really played with Sparkle that much on field. I usually play like Honkai Star Rail on auto battle most of the time nowadays. The gacha. Seen some clips of horrendous things going on with Tincture. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm not. That's what I mean by like terrible focus. I can't really multitask. I'm not really a multitasking. That's why I'm like not super into streaming, but I try to do like once every while, every now and then, celebratory streams and stuff like that. Let me. Auto battle is like so much more useful for my lack of multitasking brain. Tincture is like super strong still, especially now with like the arrival of like Sparkle. Now before we get into this one, let me answer a question, another one before I forget, before I go into a multitasking one. Let me just keep scrolling, and don't feel bad about like repeating your questions if I miss any of it. Just like don't spam, but I'll try my best to like answer as many as I can. Let me see where did I stop. I guess I can take this one from Bishop. For how many subs will it convince me to go full time on YouTube? Now I think I seen a lot of creators like, and this is where I want to like share a bit of my own personal opinion. Not to say like whether it's a right way or a wrong way. But after you like reach a certain amount of viewers, it actually gets very tempting to like want to do it full time. But one of the things about gaming is that there's always ups and downs. Especially if you're not like an entertainment kind of content creator. Like I guess you're like MTash or you're Tectone kind of thing. Those like, regardless of whether there's ups and downs in the content, they will have the ability to generate like viewership. So that is like one of the huge things when creators decide whether they want to go full time. So if chances are if a creator wants to go full time, they are confident that regardless whether like Honkai Star Rail is dead completely, they can continuously like gain a lot of viewers. For me personally, I don't think I have the charisma and the energy to keep thinking of, for example, like, oh, this, I'm sure you guys are interested in this PvP system or a lot of other things, great things that they are doing, which I think is like super creative, like PvP from some of the big guys that they do. I think those are really, really fun. For me, I prefer, like, I know my own strengths and weaknesses. I don't think that I'm a very good entertainment kind of person. I prefer like being like more authentic and just like speaking my opinion, my mind on stuff. I don't like to censor too much stuff, which is why I'm always afraid to like be very abrasive and say something wrong. And I don't think I will do it full time, because going full time means that I have to what would I say? Like, kind of have to force out content sometimes. And when you start forcing out content, you kind of, the audience can see it. You guys can feel it also. It's like trying to like scrape the bottom of the barrel, which is pretty crazy. So yeah, I don't think I'll ever do it full time, because I really like the authenticity that being a part-time creator offers me. Because I don't have to worry about, am I going to be broke the next month and stuff like that. But subscribers definitely is very encouraging. It means that I don't mind like taking time off work, and I'm always happy doing more content too. I'm playing so badly with Jingyuan. A fun fact, for any of you, Jingyuan means you're going to hate this comment, but I haven't played Jingyuan since 1.0. Probably not since 1.0. So it's almost been a year since I last touched Jingyuan. I'm only doing it for 20 Stellar Jades right now. Maybe I play with him like a little bit here and there. Maybe like for a couple of gems here and there. But that's about it. Alright, next question. Shall we try to clear more as much as we can, so we can have as many people in the pool as we can get. And don't worry, any of you who are commenting as well, you are already inside the pool, and we'll do like a roll later. I'll try like think how to do it as we go along. But those questions that are answered, I'll multiply your chances of winning by ×3. And any of you who are like watching this in the after stream, you can leave a comment there as well. I will dedicate like some resources to do giveaways from questions that are done after too. So just like ask any questions you feel like you're curious about. Happy to ask. Not too technical, please. I don't really want to use too much brains today. Okay, I just need to find where I stopped. Let me just see. I see some questions about like Jingliu and Acheron, talking about upcoming characters. Unfortunately, I can't talk about it now. Maybe if we did this live stream like tomorrow after the official live stream, it would have been a lot easier, because then we have official information. I really have a lot of things to say. I think there's a lot of things that I really want to say as well about the new characters, but I can't. You know, Hoyoverse is very fast with like cutting down on content that is unofficial. They actually are very proactive in shutting stuff down. So I have to be very careful. And if any of you haven't been to Panacony, I'm not gonna like spoil you in any story. I'm just like going around doing some like dailies, just to like farm some mats up. But of course, as we go around, I'll show the map. So hopefully it's like you guys have already been here. Auto battle rocks, man. Allows me like do so many more stuff. Do I do account reviews and fixes? Maybe in future. Maybe in future, definitely we will do it. Is an account review actually helpful for you guys? The thing is, we actually did a poll, right? Like there's like 70% were like day one players or something. How useful is it actually for the 70% of people watching the channel for an account review? That's why I always like think, because the 70% of people like are watching the account review for like just either looking and see how other people are doing, or maybe it's just like watching a new player going through similar nostalgic struggles as they once did. So that's why I'm like a bit half-half about doing account reviews. And then the people that want an account review usually are, like, if you are day one player, maybe you're like super well geared already. So utility wise, I'm not too sure, but we'll see about that. Favorite upcoming? Yeah, I can take this question. I think I'll put this question into the poll as well. This one is from Taupe. Let me just write it out. Who is my favorite upcoming character in any of the Hoyoverse games? Like Acheron, Alachino. I think my favorite character out of all of them probably is... What's her name? The one with the gun. Genshin Impact. Not coming out yet. I think it's an Electro, something like that. But I think out of all the characters that's upcoming, that is probably my most anticipated character that I'm looking out for. I mean, Raiden Shogun in terms of Acheron is nice, the design is great, but probably not as much. Yeah, that's right. Chlorinde, however, how that is pronounced. So that is probably like my most anticipated character. I have unfortunately uninstalled Genshin Impact on my PC because it's taking up way too much space. The one downside about video making is it just takes up a lot of storage on the computer. Because it's like gigs and gigs of... somehow they like, make their PC games like way bigger. So when I just have like 3-4 games, it's already like 120, 130 GB, which is super crazy. I actually don't have much space on this computer. Only have like, I think, is it 256 on my main drive? I made like a stupid mistake. If any of you like doing computers, maybe you're more familiar with it. I installed my like the operating software on a very small hard drive. So all the default stuff that is like installed goes into my main hard drive, which I use it a lot for like editing and stuff. So I did buy like an external second drive, but it's a bit tedious to because of some technical issues. But yeah, anyway, that's besides the point. Let me just keep reading more. Yeah, we can take this one by Volca as well. Volca is asking, what is the average number of gacha games you say someone can juggle? I think that's a really good question. If you are talking about like free to play, I think you can play as many games. Depends whether you have time also. Let's say you are playing, or how should I explain it? Maybe I'll think about it for another way. Is the game requiring a lot of time? If you're playing like Genshin Impact, I'm pretty sure it takes up a lot of time, especially if like a new map is out. Or you're playing maybe some open world game like Tower of Fantasy, new map, new event. It's going to take up a lot of time. But if you're going to play like idle game, can you say Honkai Star is an idle game? I guess it's like semi-idle game, story/idle-ish game because there's auto battle inside. In that case, if you play like idle games, you can probably play a couple. Like maybe, I would say that 3-4 is possibly possible if you are fast in your dailies. Like for me, my auto battle team, as you can see, like I'm done with it in like 10-15 minutes for the day. And now I'm just like doing extra runs also, just to farm like additional mats. But really, like Honkai Star doesn't take up too much time if you've done like, most of the events. So it depends on the type of game you're playing. What do you guys play most of the time? Are you guys mostly Honkai Star only, or do you have another game? Is this like your side game? I actually wonder, because for me, Honkai Star is like my main game. Some people are like saying, how do you even just play one game most of the time? But yeah, that's what I do. Most of my time is usually spent on Honkai Star and nothing else more.
Time to say bye.
The story here is like super good. I actually do play like another game, but yeah, we can save that for later. Okay, let's see. Some questions here like on Fushen, Aventurine. I can't answer any of those right now. I really want to. Like, I really have a lot to say. Not that I know anything that is unofficial. I don't know anything, of course. I only know official information. But based on design, maybe. But yeah, tomorrow after the live stream, I promise I'll have more things to say all of a sudden. Like, you know, that flash of inspiration as if I knew it for like a couple of months now. Yep, this question's good too. I'm just as I go along, I'm just like reading whatever I can and just putting it in. Mock is asking, do you use any 4 stars as a DPS for your team because you like the character? I don't really use many 4 stars nowadays. Yeah, I think the only character that I use right now is like Mark 7 for a 4 star. I know it's like, yeah, this guy he's just a flex whale, but to be honest, I'm very comfortable with auto battle teams, and there's not much characters that add value outside of the current rosters that I have. So if I were to play like auto battle in the simulated universe, I'm probably playing like this team, and I don't know who to swap out for a 4 star. So I mean, I do like 4 stars. I don't think they are bad. There are many good 4 stars. I'm just saying for my situation, I don't know who to replace from here. I think they are really good. And other teams that I play, like for example, where's my Jingliu team? So I'm just like showing you the teams that I use, but where's my Okay, I think it's not in this one, but it's usually most of the time, before the DOT patch, I will be playing something like this, 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 and my last one would have been like that before like run me and stuff. So I don't really know like who to swap out for a 4-star, but I guess if I were to be playing, maybe I would say I would put in like Pella for like if you're talking about purely for meta. But the only true 4-star that I use right now is March 7, and I actually use her for the simulated universe. Let me get into the simulated universe. Oh wait, this is not simulated. Let me just. They need a quick button to go into the simulated universe. I always keep like forgetting the many buttons to press. They need like a shortcut to get here. This is probably the only one that I still play a 4-star in. Sometimes if I don't play Fucc here, I am running March 7 into the with a remembrance. I think that's like my favorite comp for a 4-star. Other than that, I don't play 4-stars. Maybe Herta recently for the pure fiction. But yeah, honestly, that's about it. If I would be like super honest. We can do this question too. I'm like half reading and half as much as I can. I am very behind on the chat. So Verdant Udupi is asking, what does EOD mean, the full form? What do you guys, before I like answer, what do you guys think it means? I just am very curious. What's your first impression when you see that word? There's a reason behind it. There's a reason why I put it. Well, I'm curious that you guys already knew the whole thing. A lot of you already knew it. But I guess it's if you are not like schooling, working or something, EOD is like a common thing that they always say like end of day. So that's what it stands for. What I wanted for the channel basically is I wanted something to do after work, after school. Something like very chill, something that doesn't take up too much time, doesn't take up too much brain power. And at the same time, it's like very concise. So giving you just the information you need so that you just like do some other stuff. You don't waste up too much time. You can just listen in the background. I'm sure some of you might be last putting in the background now, just chilling as you're watching this too. But yeah, that's what it means. It means end of day, EODGamer. There's no like funny reason. It's just really because I hope to basically create content for people who are not like 100% like gamers in terms of like whole day gaming, kind of hardcore gamers. I don't think I'm that good to play games the entire day and be like super pro where I farm every single material on this map. But yeah, that's my aim, and hopefully the channel has been living up to that name. This is really the most I farm on a daily basis already.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Fami is having 2 phones and plays 5 gachas, including Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. I'm very curious for those people who like play multiple gacha games, like some active and some inactive. How do you guys even manage so much time? Because if like Honkai Star Rail takes 30 minutes and then you play like Genshin Impact, that takes like what, an hour a day? It's like it stacks up so much, it's like crazy. And your brain has to be keeping up with the meta for so many different things. I don't think I can content create for anything more than maybe like 2-3 games at most, because there's just so much to learn, right? Like, what's the complexity of like building characters, who works with who, to keep remembering all of that, like what is the best equipments for each of these characters at any single point of time. It does take up a little bit of brain space. I can't imagine doing that for like 3 or more games. It's absolutely crazy. This one sounds like a fun one. 910 is asking. what is the thing I like most and hate most in Honkai Star Rail? That's a fun one. I think the fun one is definitely the second part, like what I hate most in Honkai Star Rail. I think what I like is like pretty clear. There's not many games today, like, at least in my opinion, like today, if you wanted to find a game that is high quality, good story, and very affordable, this game is like literally for free if you're just playing a story. There's a lot of other games out there that you actually have to pay like $70 for maybe slightly inferior quality. We had this like discussion on like Discord as well of gacha games and stuff like that. But I think Honkai Star Rail is like super good value. One of the highest quality games. Generally, Hoyo's first games have very good value considering that it could be a totally free game. I know based on a poll that we did, like 70% of you guys are pay-to-play players, but still it could have been free, and for a game this quality, totally for free, and you probably would have like, I don't know, how many 4 stars are there in the game? You could get all the 4 stars, that's like 20 characters. They give to you like Doctor Ratio for free, 2 5 stars you kind of get for free, 1 at the very beginning, in case you guys forgot, you did get a 5 star at the very beginning for free, and also at 300 pulls you get another one. So 3 5-star characters and everything else as you hit your PT and stuff. I think it's like super good value. So that is one thing I like most about Honkai Star Rail in terms of the value that I get from playing the game. Not talking about it from a content creator point of view, talking about it from a player point of view. I really stand by Hoyoverse in terms of the quality that they produce. Very respectable. That's why I still play it for a long time. And you can kind of see, right? If you looked at the graph of like the chart that we put up posts on the community tab every now and then, that you guys are very nice to answer. 70% of you guys are actually day 1 players. It shows that how low the drop-off rate is for Honkai Star Rail. And generally, only good games have that kind of a low drop-off rate. Means that a lot of us just play for a very long time. We might not be super active, involved in every single discussion, but we're still here when it matters. And I'm just like farming some mats. I need more of these like level up mats. It's the stupid golems that are really hard to find. I always have to like struggle making my way around finding golems, and I still have to say what I hate about Honkai Star Rail. What do I hate? I think the lack of player interaction. I think that's one thing that we could have in Honkai Star Rail. That's the thing that I most dislike. In Genshin, at least there's like a 4-player co-op kind of thing, so you have like some kind of interaction. Here, I'm really just playing with myself, and like if you're excluding like community and stuff like that, all you're doing is just like playing on your own, which is kind of tedious. But I mean, there is ups and downs. There's pros and cons of like not playing with other people. But yeah, we definitely do want to have a bit more player interaction. I need to farm these guys, these golems. They're so hard to find. But yeah, I think that's the 2 things. Like, hate. I don't like that there's not much multiplayer, but it's like totally understandable. Nicholas Ohm is asking something. How did I get into gacha games? Let me just type this before I...
All will be swept away by the wind.
How did I get into gacha games? Let me just try to think. Oh, sheesh. I actually wasn't a long time gacha player. I did play a bit of like gacha before I went into Genshin Impact. So Genshin was my first biggest gacha, but I've been playing turn-based games for decades. Like, it's really like super long. That's why it's quite intuitive to create content on turn-based games. But gacha games specifically, I started since Genshin in terms of like resource management and all that. Believe me when I say that there's this thing like, imagine a standard banner right now and you have to pull for, maybe there's a banner for Himiko. Back then in Genshin Impact, there was this banner for Keqing, who is like one of the standard characters, something like Welt, Bronya, Himiko and stuff like that. I pulled on that banner because I like that character. And if you know right now, all of you are seasoned gacha players, you never pull on the standard character if it was one of the signature banners, because you can always have a chance of getting it free. But yeah, back then, didn't know the better, didn't watch enough content, and that was way back in 2020, I think, 2020, 21. Just before we started out content creating for YouTube. Very different style back then, of course. But yeah, so I would say Genshin Impact was my first gacha game, but how I got into it is actually because of another game. It's turn-based game kind of style, which is Trials of Cold Steel. If any of you who have heard the Trials series, it's my favorite series of like all time. If any of you who are like googling it or maybe you know about it, it's by Falcom, a Japanese developer. I think it's like super good. Not gacha, it's a pure RPG game, and it's what inspired Honkai Star Rail. So that's why there's a lot of similarities between this game and my favorite game. I'm actually waiting for them to open like a new game, release a new game. Then I'll be playing that for a while and getting distracted from content. So if you see my content slows down in like June or July, that is the reason why. But yeah, because of the anime style of Trials of Cold Steel, got me interested in Genshin Impact, and here we are today. Do you guys actually do like these farm routes? If you notice that I'm absolutely terrible with farm routes because I don't do it at all. I should be moving over to farm Wuthering Waves, but I'm procrastinating because I hate dailies. I'm not a person that likes dailies that much. And I have so much to farm. Maybe I should do that stupid Hanu thing. I've been procrastinating on this for the longest time. I haven't gotten a single reward from this Hanu event. And how many days do I have left? I have like 9 days. Because there's like no rush for me also, because I'm not creating any content on this. So it's just whether I need the Stellar Jades or not. So I guess I'm not spoiling for anyone because I'm probably the slowest doing this. Let's see, let's answer some more questions. Okay, I'll put in Blade because I've answered a couple of questions from Blade, but haven't really included him in the list yet. So Blade is asking, will I be streaming tomorrow? I won't be doing the official live stream. I'll just do like a summary after that. I'm going out to do some exercise during that period of time. Getting fat, so always need to do a bit of balance, like work-life balance, health balance, all very important. So unfortunately, I won't be there for the live stream, but I think most of us like kind of know what's going on for the live stream. I think guessing if you've seen some of the content that's going on. The only thing I'm excited about is Anniversary. I want to know whether they have any surprises. I somehow do think that there might be a skin involved, but who knows. Okay, this one is quite fun. Thanks for the question. Sayor Mamak. I am sorry if I'm butchering your name, but if you were to design your own Honkai Star Rail character, what would it be? Personally, Senor Mamak is designing a swordsman character that swaps attack stances with their skill. That sounds pretty cool. Like you have multiple modes of styles. I think that's really fun. To design a character or design the most broken character, I think that if I were to like pick a path and a unique mechanic that I would say is a Silver Wolf mechanic that is AoE. I think that would be like the most OP, if I would like talk about the most OP character in the game, an AoE Silver Wolf with weakness implanting. I think that is like really, really good. I don't care what path it is, but if the character was maybe, I guess something that has a lot of free characters, it will be the best. I don't really like Imaginary. Imaginary can't play into Break, so I might actually prefer Fire or Physical, because Fire or Physical might have some kind of break damage that you can play, so you can have a character that can do almost anything. So a weakness dropping character definitely is very, very broken in an AoE fashion, in a path that's either Fire or Physical, to offer you both crit, DOT, and into break. Those two paths, in my opinion, I think is like one of the best. So those two are probably like good enough. That's why I guess they didn't make Silver Wolf Fire or Physical. It'll be too versatile to play into those two comps. Because if you think about it, Fire and Physical can almost like play into everything. That was one reason, like before Honkai Star Rail launch, like in 2022, I was already saying like Silver Wolf is one of my top picks going to official launch 1 year before the official release. Weakness breaking is very, very good. And if we have a character that can AoE break any weakness, that might be quite broken. Not that we will ever have. We have Sherry, who's single target. But if we do have a character that can AoE weakness break regardless of element, that might be quite interesting. And I think it's definitely a worthwhile resource to get. The only way you can nerf that is like by making the enemies like that. What's that guy that that guy with the helmet, the Senzo Lawful mob, the one that has like immunity to weakness break, and he summons the fish. I don't even know what that's called anymore. That big robot humanoid thing. I don't even know what it is, but That's the only way you can really nerf a character that can break anything. Is this faster killer? Can I like clear this within like 5 minutes? Or is this like a huge chore? If any of you know how long this takes, just give me a heads up. Because if it takes too long, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Okay, we have another question by Celsius. How about Mobile Legends? Do I still play Mobile Legends? I do play it a lot. If any of you who play and you are in the Asia server, you can just join us on Discord. I actually play quite a bit. Not as good as like not YouTube level kind of good, but decent enough to not embarrass myself, I guess. I think at least. Okay, I don't need. Do I need this? Can I turn this? There's nothing here. Oh, I can close it. Okay, that's... Ah, okay, so I can... Ah. I see. Do I look at leaks? Nope, not at all. I don't cover leaks at all. No idea what you're talking about. Pool priority. Okay, I won't answer pool priority in terms of my account because I pull everything. I'm a content creator. It's not as if like it's a flex, but it's my kind of like my job to pull every single character. If you're asking me, I will assume that you're asking me if I were a free to play, and this is a question by Hi. Let me include it in the list. What is my pool priority if I were a total free to play right now? And let's say I just join, who am I gonna pick up? My gut feel tells me that Acheron is probably a smart choice to start off with. There's always a flavor of the month kind of character, and I think my gut feel tells me, you know, like gut feel, quote unquote, that Acheron probably is the smarter choice right now. Because once you have a pretty decent DPS that's efficient, you don't really need much resources for anything else, and you can save a lot of resources for stuff that you like. The only question comes if you don't like Acheron's design, you hate her guts to the core, then I think it will be a bit painful if you were to force yourself to play a character like that. In that case, you probably need to have a workaround, which is probably Jingliu might be a pretty good option too. That's my honest opinion, without knowing the official stats and what Acheron does at all. Another question by Osa. Guessing I don't use Tincture because of her RNG. Now, before we talk about that, who do y'all think is like the hardest name to pronounce in the whole entire of Honkai Star Rail? Like all of the many names, I think Tincture is like one of the hardest, right? One of the most difficult to pronounce. I mean, there are quite a few, especially I would guess if you don't speak Asian languages or anything, it might be more difficult to curl the words. But if you like speak Korean, Japanese, I think it's a lot easier. I suck at puzzles, man. If I was a content creator for puzzles, I would die. I would probably like kill myself with puzzles. I'm so bad at it. And I don't like get super joy from solving these puzzles. Some people do. Some people like really are super good at these puzzles and love it. Actually, it's not too bad. It's quite fast, right? Actually, not too bad. But no, I don't play Tincture not because she's RNG. I don't really care about that. Consistency does matter, but if you think about it in Honkai Star Rail, you can always just like press like the bottom left, bottom right here, there's a restart button. That kind of like makes up for the consistency issue. Especially now with the Memory of Chaos, you can just like stop at halfway. That's even better. It actually allows you to play a lot more RNG related characters. I don't play her because I just like I had a other quantum DPS which I think is like very, very stacked on my account. That's why I don't like quite whaley quantum character that I have on my account. That's why I don't really play Tincture. Slicing. I need to come back for Arlecchino. I don't know, man. Arlecchino is cool, but I don't think it's a character that I would like. Because right now I have no resources in Genshin Impact. If I were to go back and pull for the character, it's out of my wallet because I haven't done any dailies whatsoever. I probably would spend money for Chlorine, but Arlecchino, I can't even pronounce the name. So maybe not this one. Probably next patch. Another thing I hate about Honkai Star is this damn Hanu event. I really am terrible at this stealth mission. Really terrible at this kind of like stealth missions. Hey Austin, thanks for the membership. Really helped support the channel and giveaways too. And we will. I'm thinking like, how should we do the giveaways on the channel? Should we all the tally and then we like roll some kind of like what do you call that, random number generator or something? Or should I just like collate it all? Shit. That's why I suck at these puzzles. Can't multitask my brain for nuts. No. God damn it. Man, I suck at this. I guess I have to like force myself to hide in like one of the boxes. Behind all of these like boxes. Because it seems like I just can't not draw the aggro. So if I dodge one and I hide. That works. Have you guys collected all these damn birds yet? I've did it for like two full places. And after that, it's kind of stopped after that. Because there's a lot of birds to find. I think, how many is there? Like 50 birds in total? Chinese pronunciation of Q, Z, and X is a bit hard. Yeah, I would think so. I guess QQ is a lot easier than Qingque. How's Luocha? Luocha is okay, right? Not too bad, I guess. Ronmei is quite easy, I think. Ronmei is like pretty easy. We can take this question from Castel Reborn. Let me just write it down. This Castel is asking, do I have plans on becoming a streamer in future? Probably not full time. I think I like holding events kind of thing where we actually like maybe new game that comes up and stuff like that. Those are all really nice. Hey Celsius, thanks for the membership as well for supporting the channel. But yeah, I think I'll probably only stream like big events, not like everyday kind of thing. Huge respect to the creators who do it on daily basis. It's very tiring. Okay, does he turn clockwise or anti-clockwise? Okay, shit. Damn it. Okay, let me try that again. I am horrendous at this. Run! Run, short legs, run! Wait. Why can't I interact with this? Why can't I talk to this? Very nice. If I like lose now, why lose all my progress? Like would the one yanked bird go away? Guess we'll find out. Okay, at least once I yank it out, it's like permanently yanked. Do I speak Melayu? No, but I do understand. It does help when I'm playing MLBB, a bit of Melayu. So I know like stuff like bagus. And however Indonesians like to say what role they want in Mobile Legends. I tend to learn all those just for communication purposes. So if any of you play with me, you can actually see that I understand a little bit when I'm choosing my role like bebas and stuff like that. But Singaporeans, I think in general, do understand quite a lot of Malay. From just our language is just very mixed. And Malaysians, I think Southeast Asians Southeast Asia, this whole region has a lot of words that are shared. Shit. Okay, stop hitting me, damn it. Filipino dialogue is unfortunately it's just the vulgarities. That's the best thing to learn. I used to play with a lot of Filipinos in Dota way back in the day. That's like super fun days. Let me just record that in. So that's by Kato Hikaru. And Celsius is inside. But Celsius, I answered that question already. So I think you already have it in the list. I won't like double add into the list for this rotation. Maybe I should. So if I answer like multiple questions from the same person, I'll just add it in as like a double question answered. And we can do let's do our first round of giveaways in 5 minutes. After I'm done with this, like at least half of this event, I don't want to do the full thing. Maybe just a little bit more, and then let's do a round of giveaways. Try to like, empty the wallet out a bit. Not that it isn't empty already. You know, I'm actually thinking whether I want to pull for Akron for her light cone and go for like multiple islands. I have a feeling, I don't know, like, you know, quote unquote feeling that her E2 is going to be really strong. So if I have to go for E2 plus the light cone, yeah, I think that's really going to be expensive. Because I just went for Run Me not too long ago. That was like totally out of my pocket. And Breeze, thanks for the nice comment. Go to spot when you are looking for some team building and stuff. Appreciate the work. Congrats on 30k. Thank you so much. It's like it's crazy how things change in the years. But it's definitely very fun. One of the best games, definitely. Like it helps that you're playing one of the best games. At least in my opinion. Okay, once I'm done with this, like just one more for me, for today at least. This drains me more than anything. These puzzles, but the gems is damn good. That's why I'm doing it. Some of you guys really like the Hanu stealth game. I think you guys are talented for it. Maybe it's because I suck at hide and seek. Do I agree that Qingque is stronger than Zealer? Depends. Do you have a E6 Zealer? Or do you have a E6 Qingque? Then I think that will be very different. So the character that I was talking about, that why I don't use Qingque is because I already have Zealer. So I don't have any issue with like quantum content in general. But I would say like E0 Zealer versus a E6 Qingque. I think E6 Qingque is a lot more versatile. You can cover like a lot more content with her compared to a character like Zealer. And this question is by... I just saw that. That's by Kato Hikaru. So 2 questions. So I think that if you were like a total free to play and you are thinking of maybe getting Zealer, for now, it's not a Hun meta. A character like Xue is, I think, a lot more versatile. If you don't care about like pushing 36 stars, you don't care about Hun meta returning and stuff like that, these two characters are very, very competitive, especially if you have them at higher Eidolons. I only have like her at E3, but Ting Che definitely is very, very strong. Especially now in the game where you have so much like skill point buffers, if you have like Sparkle and stuff like that. And you even have Runmei now in the game who's like skill point positive. A lot more manageable to play, I think, than before. Ting Che. RNG, yeah, some people complain, but the restart button is an anti-RNG feature in the game, kinda. Theoretically, you can play like 100 times, right? And like get the perfect run. And then you can just progress to the second half and restart the second half all the way as well. Previously, when you restarted, you had to restart from the very beginning. So yeah, that's the change that has now came about. Bishop Pella's name is the hardest to pronounce. Pella has a full name. Pelageia Sergeyevna. Are you serious? Where is that? Are you just like pulling my leg with the... Oh shit, it is. How the heck do you pronounce this? Yeah, this is the hardest name to pronounce in the game. Is it, I guess it's Russian, right? Or Eastern European? Sounds a bit of a mix between around that Russian, the whole area, whatever. Like my geography is not very good, but Eastern Europe, I don't know. Sounds like it, right? Pelageia Sergeyevna. Pelageia, I don't know if it's like Sergi or Serge. I'm embarrassing myself. Hardest name to pronounce for me, definitely is Pella. Pella is like way easier. Her voice actor is actually one of my favorite voice actors in Honkai Star Rail. Because this character was... Oh shit, she actually says it. Wait. Okay, you guys can listen if you have Pella. I'm not going to try like for myself. But her voice actor is one of the voice actresses in Trials of Cold Steel, which is one of my favorite games. Altina characters too. Killed your man Duke Inferno off the screen. No spoilers, man, but I think it's just a joke. So you mean this? They took his body or what to get this material to farm? This is all from the remains of Duke Inferno? Or is it like some new story that came out? I am not following that. What do you think of the lore in like Penacony? I think it took a like level up, right? I don't... No spoilers, no leaks or anything. I haven't seen any of them. I hate story leaks out of all of them. I never like story leaks. I like kid... No, I can't say I like kid leaks. I don't like leaks at all. Leaks are bad. But information about future stuff for character building, I think is the only thing that is reasonable. Okay, let's finish this stupid hunting. The Hanu thing. I had better like gotten like a 10 pull already from all these chores that's being done. I misclicked right there. I can check their vision area by pressing E. Shit, didn't know that. Let's try it out. Do you guys like this event? Some of you do, right? Any of you are like me that like horrible of this event? I like the combat event because it's like, especially those that you can auto battle, because it's like free resources. And the recent one that just came up, I think it's that cooking one where you just handed in a couple of stuff. Love those events. Yeah, only for the free stuff. Like story, I want it to be really good, in-depth, super in-depth. But for these like side stories, yeah, the lore might be good, but I can always rewatch it at a later time. I don't like how it's like you have a set amount of time to clear it. Although I don't know whether it goes into the book and then you can like watch it after that. Does it want me to go back in? So how do I get there? I have to go here and then come out here. And here and here. It's a long way. Oh shit. I hate this because it makes my head giddy. Like, do any of you like feel nauseous? It's just like walking like that. Oh my god. I can't do that. Oh, my head hurts. Alright, how do I get there? So here. So I need to walk onto this wall. Can I use a map? Oh yes I can. Okay. So I need to get here. So I need to go here. And that will take me to this wall here. Frick, I have no idea how to do this. How do I have to get here? Well, this is where we came from, right? I suck at this, man. My head hurts already.
Time to say bye. Boom. The human body is beautiful in its fragility.
Let me get some of the community post questions. Community posts. Let me take. Let me see. We have a comment from this is not a question, but I'll count it in. A shout out to, let me just paste it in the chat here. Firoz. This was from the community post from Bangladesh. Shout out to your country. A massive shout out to Bangladesh for any of you who are there as well. It's crazy how we almost have a almost global audience here on YouTube. I guess that's a huge benefit of YouTube and the internet. Feel so like well connected around the world, you guys. I've never been there, but it's considered Asia, so definitely wanna go there too. Okay, another one from the community post. I'll just like heart those that I have replied in the live stream so that at least I remember. This is by Junkie Mermel. There's that publicly subscribed to you. So if you guys don't know, right, I can actually see like who is subscribed to me or not if you make your subscriptions public. So that's the use of that button. If you guys have ever wondered like what is the use of that button, public C or public subs, is for creators to know whether you're subscribed to them or not. It gives like this like button on the side that people can see, or the creator can see. It comes in like a red button. I can see how long as well. Shout out to Poland and hello from India. Shout out to India as well. So back to the question, what are my hobbies besides video games? I'm a photographer. I think it's like something that I really enjoy is like taking photos. I don't know whether I have I shown you like some ZZZ photos that I shoot. I think I can do that if I share like an image here on screen. Let me just and some of you asking for giveaway. We'll do this after this. Let me just show you some pictures of the hobbies that I like. So I do like landscape photography. Like really super passionate about it. Have a DSLR and stuff like that. Just to take. So I really like that. Let me see if I can find some nice pictures I took in Zenler Zone Zero. That was when I actually like took some. I think there's one here. How do I share this? This is like super cute. Let me just share this on screen. Can I share this like that? Let me 1 second. Where is my? It's so small. Where is my image? I don't know whether you can see this, but so stuff like that. I just like taking like random photos. Like for example, this one is Zenler Zone Zero. Let's see if I can have another one. Can it? I don't know whether it can be seen. Because it still shows me that eyeball in the background. Okay, might not work. Might not work. I can answer this one from Hudson Hawk. This one is saying, do I try to... Let me just post it here. I think there's like a bit of a latency going on with like YouTube. That's one of the reasons why YouTube is like not so great, because of the slight lag that you get. I prefer like Twitch a lot more for YouTube for live streaming, but since this is a YouTube celebration, I thought of like doing it here. Do I try the zero cycle MOC, or is that something I don't care about so much? I don't really care too much about it. I don't think it's a flex to zero cycle MOC. It just shows, it just says that you spend a lot of money in the game. You can't do it. I don't think it's possible to do it as a free to play. Correct me if I'm wrong. It might be pretty challenging. No, I don't really care too much about clearing it. In fact, I think the hardest part is actually clearing content with free to play characters. If a person is like really good, they will want to actually play with like totally free to play characters. I don't think I can even clear with just like 36 stars everything with just 4-star characters. I think it's not easy to do, and that's something that I will definitely respect. So like the cycle of respect is probably zero cycle is much lower than a full 4-star team 36 stars. I think that's the different order, but it's a lot easier to get a zero cycle full clear because you can just spend money, and anything that you can kind of like just spend money on makes it a lot easier. That's my honest like based thoughts. Feel free to like disagree, but I think that anything that you can spend money do is like not something impressive. That's just my own personal opinion, at least. Like one game that I was playing like totally free to play and I was like trying to clear content was Nikkei in the past, where I created guides like shooting all the monsters with just like base units. That was really tough, and I got a taste of how free to play players feel. In a very fortunate situation that I have the ability, I can dump money into games because I'm a working person and I don't mind spending a large portion of my salary on it. But some people can't, and I know I definitely felt the pains of like free to play. So that's why we try to like create content that's catered for as many people as we can. I don't think anyone or you guys will like watch me like whale content, right? Like if I just talk about zero cycles and whaling, it's like crazy. The target audience for that is gonna be a lot smaller. It's not very useful also, other than to flex, I guess. But who knows? Why did I choose Stealth between Killers and Stealth? Blade is on a roll. Blade has like a couple of questions now. I don't know. Do you guys choose Killers? How many of you like chose Killers? Are there any Killers selectors out here? Sheesh, that's a lot of Killers means. You know, from all the content that's going around, like with every single art of like the Trailblazer is all stealth. Like Killers is like so rare to see any like fan art and stuff. So it makes me like think that everyone is a Killers main, you see. I mean, not a Killers main, it's like a stealth main because of all the fan art depictions. That's actually quite a lot of Killers users here. So there's actually quite a lot of I guess it depends. Like in Genshin Impact, I think that Aether is a lot more well done. You can see that they invested a lot more into like Aether and kind of like make him canon. Whereas in Honkai Star Rail, they actually put in a bit more effort for stealth than Killers, in my opinion. So I tend to like to follow the character that has a bit more of the community liking that character as a content creator, you know. So it does have to do with like going with what I predict the majority will go for. Like that's like quite important for a content creator. So it's like more relatable in that sense. So for example, like upcoming Xander Zone Zero, a character like Stel, I mean what's her name, Wise and Bell, the two main characters in Xander Zone Zero. That is where it's neutral. It doesn't really matter who you choose because you can't play them. That's when I think it's gonna be the choice is mine to make. But for me, I chose Stel because definitely the more popular character going into official launch based on like what everyone was like hyping up before that. But it's good to see that there's actually a pretty nice balance. I don't think it's like 50-50% though. I think the majority still support Stel a bit more. And okay, let's do our first giveaway run. Let's do a couple. And so how I'll do this is anything to do with like who wins or whatnot. You have, after I announce like who wins, I'll put it like comments here. And let me just do like a random number generator. If you win, contact me on Discord. You have to, I would like do verification and stuff like that. You reach out to me. I would never like DM you on anywhere to ask you for your personal information or whatnot. So if anyone ever asks you for your password, personal information, that is not me. I don't do that. I'm using an official third-party coder shop to do all the transfers. And all I need is just your UID and your server, and that's about it. So anything else, if it's too sus and it's a person that is like says it's me, I don't ask you for your details. I don't really care about that. So let's do a random number generator on Google, and I am going to key in. So how am I going to do this? I guess if I key like a number from 1 to something, and then I count the number of texts that are in the chat, and we'll go by that order. I think that makes a lot more sense. Let me just see whether I can extract this information. Of course, this is a lot easier to do if it's done offline. Or maybe I should do like this, like the random number generator offline. And right now, what I want you to do is let's play a quick game so we even up the odds a bit. So anyone who has your questions answered, I will do all those additional ones where it requires a bit more random number generation offline. So now I want you to give me a number between 1 and 1000. And then I'll do a random number generator and just like Control F the number that wins. Shall we do that? So the first person that says a particular number, you will take that number. So I'll just like Control F after we do the number generator. So 1 to 1000, we just like do it. And I'll give it some time to roll in. Meanwhile, let me load up the other game so we can let the numbers go in. I think control finding is like a lot easier. Let me just, for you guys. So don't, make sure you are like eyeballing and seeing what other people, just Control F or find the number that you are looking for, so that at least you can see who else took the number and your chances are higher of winning. The odds are higher to win here than winning getting a 5-star character, I think. Since there is 1000 numbers, but 100 live, so your chance is pretty high. Let me just... I am trying to load up Wuthering Waves so that I can... Okay, just a while more. Let me, as I am switching the games, then we will do the giveaway. I see some of you putting number 7. Okay, you can only... Okay, I guess I didn't make it clear, but I will take the first number that you put. So if I like Control F and I find your name, I'll do a second Control F and I'll search whether you have any other numbers. I'll take the first number that you're putting down. This is to prevent like people who are like just like spamming multiple numbers. So I'll check 2 things, your first number, and I'll check whether you got the correct number as well. So I will roll I'll start rolling numbers once we switch the graphic. Let me just wait for my computer to load it up. How do I tell who is the first number? I just do a Control F and it will show me the earliest comments because I'm using it like on a browser. So Control Find, I can just like search the first number that comes up, which is a lot easier than manually like without the Excel or anything to sort it out. Okay, some of you maybe didn't get it. So you choose a number between, I'm just gonna put it down again, 1 in 1000. The first number that appears, that's the number that wins. Like the first person who commented on that number. And you can only say, the first number you say is your lock-in. The reason why the background music is like, I don't know if you can hear, slightly changing. It's because I'm logging in and there's like personal details. But once I'm in, is when the countdown starts. Then we will start doing our random number generator. So this is the part that's going to be like as fair as I can. Afterwards, like whoever I answered questions on, I'll do it offline and I'll put it in the Discord and the pinned comment in this video for the bonus people that questions that I've answered directly. Okay, and now we are in Wuthering Waves. Let me just turn off Honkai Star Rail so my computer doesn't burn to oblivion. And let's do some random number generation. We will do a couple. Let's start off with a few here, and then we will do another giveaway as we go along, like a couple of minutes and stuff, so we don't fry off our wallets. Okay, let me random number generate a number from 1 to 1000. I have here 908. Let me just do a Control Find. Write it down. I'm seeing a Sky 0. Let me just check again if there's anyone else that said a number. I see a comment here, but it seems like it's recent. No one else has said it so far. Yeah, no one has said this number. Okay, let's find another one. Because this was said after I mentioned it. So this one, that doesn't count because I don't see another person who has said that number yet. Okay, let me see. You know, actually I realized that YouTube has this thing that it removes some previous comments. Can I use... Oh, but I have this other one. Okay, thankfully I have 2 engines open at the same time.
I should try to smile more
so I'm able to like find both engines out. I've been searching on my browser, but let me search in one of my tool. You had forgive my administration. This is one of the first times I'm doing a giveaway live. Unfortunately, there's a lot of 909s. There is no 908. Not that I see of anyway. Yeah, okay, let's generate again. I don't see anyone. I like this number a lot. Let me see. Where can I find it? All live chats visible.
I should try to smile more, you say?
Should I reduce the max cap to 1 to 130?
Like this.
Okay. Yeah, because like 1000 is very hard. I'm going to be hitting a lot of numbers that are like nothing, right? And then I'm just going to like waste tons of time. 1 to 200. Should we reroll? Okay. Since we haven't started yet, I guess it's still fair, right? So I'm going to put a equals line here. Anything above this line, let's not do that. Let's start it like real quick, and I'm just going to do it real fast. So any number between 1 to 200.
Beautiful beings are beautiful. Precisely because of their transiency.
Okay, and then I'm going to roll now. Okay, I have my first number, 73. So I see a Zidstar is the first one. I have a second one, which is I have to look for the number first. I don't see the second one, so it's 140. 140 wasn't here when I said it, so it doesn't count. Let me generate again. This is fun. It's like every time I say something, I'm like burning cash, right? Okay, I don't see this number here either. This is 191. No one guessed 191. I have another number on screen, but I am looking for it right now. Do I see something here? Wow, no one is guessing these random. Google is like on fire. Oh, okay, I see it. So we have another one here. We have one from Mr. Murali. So one for Zidstar and one for Murali. 108 by Murali. That was the next number. Okay. Let me just see. Let's do another one. Okay, I have a number here that I am looking at the comments. Okay, the first one gets it. So that is Slyperm. This is a 24. Congratulations to you guys. How many more shall we do? I was actually saying we do like one for every 50 views that we have on channel, but I already did 3. Let's just make it for fun. Let's do up to 5 for this first run, and we'll see how much we can go. I don't mind giving a bit more today. I'm definitely feeling a lot really fun since it's a 30k special. So we have already given away 3. Let's give 2 more for this cycle, and we'll do another one in a little bit. And let me do some chores and dailies first.
I should try to smile.
Let me see. So I have to always like go on to my equal sign because that is the cutoff. So I have another number here, and I'm going to be doing my next number. Okay, I'm trying to find the first number that I see. This number is also not here. I don't see this particular number yet. Scrolling. You know, you really need great eyesight for this, man. In order to be able to like spot the numbers. Because I realized that Control F gets me the one above the equals line, which is
I should try to smile more.
a little bit of an oversight. Let me just Control M, next. Okay, it's this one from a Paperback Weasel 35. Congratulations as well. Okay, last number for this cycle is 23. Let me see. 120. We have a 29, a 24. So I have to check also that these guys, you only put 1 entry. If you put multiple, unfortunately I have to void it. And take the first one. But I have the numbers all beside, so I have to check in a little bit before we need to re-roll. But 20, 23. Do we have a 23? I see one, I see a couple, but who is the first? Who is the first? I think it's... Okay, I think it's Yan Yan. Yan Yan is probably first, if I'm not wrong. Okay, let me just do a quick check whether any of these guys made multiple entries. If it's not their first, unfortunately, might have to give it to someone else. That's never nice. So that's Yan Yan's first one. That's Paperback Weasel's only one. Zidstar's only one as well. Morales okay. Sliperm is the confusing one. Sliperm has a couple? Nope. That seems like his only one also. Alright, so that is for this round. 5 giveaways. I'm just gonna like paste the 5 winners here for now. And we'll do another cycle after I'm done with these dailies here too. So a bit of good balance in terms of timing. Please make sure that you DM me on Discord to claim it. Remember, I will never reach out to you for your personal particular details. As you can see, it's like very transparent. Whoever won is right here. I only need your UID and server, nothing else. Anyone that tells you that they need more is a pure scam. But anyways, that's not the only way you can win today. I plan to give out quite a bit of money today, so hopefully you guys, I definitely want to help you guys get your Acrons, your future characters that you're saving up for. So hopefully. There are many ways to win. You can win it offline. You can like comment after the video, the live stream. There's still chances of doing it. Of course, you can win by asking questions. We'll do another round for the people that ask questions that is answered live. I am collating everything, so I have like the stats down of all the previous people that have answered questions. So I have them like right here, right now that I've answered. So it's all like in my pathetic notepad over here, but I'm recording it all down. So, as I'm doing this, I am just doing the dailies in the background. It's just doing my chores. Why is my sensitivity so shitty? And now that we take a break from that, let's continue with the questions, shall we? Let's continue. How much do the winners get? It's just one monthly. I think it makes more sense to give out a monthly to as many people as I can, rather than giving out like one pack of $100 and then ends up maybe like a few people win it at most. At least more people can benefit from it. What do you think? I think that that's like the most, in terms of utility, and it's the wisest way to spend money also in Honkai Star Rail at least. Okay, aiming less, maybe let's do a bit more of this. You do DM me in Discord, or you can tag me in the Discord. If you can't message me, I'm not too sure why sometimes the messaging doesn't go through, but I can just like tag me or something. So more people that wins, I think, is a lot better than having a few people win like a lot of money. So as we have like more questions rolling in, if you guys have any more questions, this is the best time to ask it. We don't get to do this very often. Like 30k is not exactly easy to accomplish. Probably the next one is going to be like a year away, in like the 2nd anniversary. I hope that we reach there. But what should I farm today? So if any of you are seeing this for the first time, it's just another game that is in beta right now. I'm excited for both games, like this one and Zenless Zone Zero that's coming out. This is like more of an active game, just to give like some context for you guys watching in the background. But I'll get onto the questions a bit. I'll let them roll in a bit. 1 million surely? Maybe someday. Not that ambitious. I'm not really an ambitious person. This is what I mean by games that I can't really multitask. This is one of them. That's why I chose to do it like second. Because my multitasking is not that fantastic. Normally I like to explain like what's going on screen, but if any of you are confused, there's like a lot of videos that we did on the channel in the live stream section. So I'm just like bunging and just doing dailies. But let me know if you guys like want to see anything, want to know what's going on screen and stuff. Let's answer the first question. Every time we finish one run, let's answer one. So the chances of you winning the questions giveaway is very high because the pool of people that I answer questions from is very small. Like, I can't answer like 5,000 questions. And you all have like a very high multiplier. So the chance of you winning is very, very high amongst the people that ask questions. So try to ask more questions. I think that's a huge tip for you guys. Chances of winning that is probably more than a 5-star character that you get. Definitely, but a lot. Okay, first question. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, I didn't know they kicked me out as I'm reading. Some questions on Wuthering Waves. Should I take those? Maybe I'll take them in a bit. Let's answer some more generic questions first, because not everyone in this chat probably is super involved with Wuthering Waves. More here for Honkai Star Rail so far. But let me, as I'm scrolling down, we'll revisit some of the Wuthering Waves questions. Let's see, any generic questions can be anything. Like there's no restriction on what questions to ask. It's anything that I think is like catchy and I feel like I'm a very mood-based person. So anything that is like I feel like answer right now at this moment, I probably will take it. I like this one. Okay, this is by Eraser Rain. Which Star Rail world will I choose to live in? I think that's a fun one. How many worlds do we have? We have like 5 worlds so far. Panacony is like a dream world, right? You don't really have much good choices between all of them. Balabox seems like the safest choice because it's like just a winter planet with a bit of maybe Panacony. Panacony does seem quite fun because you can do anything you want. You can fly, it's a dream state. Maybe I would say Panacony. I do enjoy the vibes so far. How about you guys? Is there a preference for anyone you want? I don't think Xianzhou Luofu is like super nice for me. Hey, there's a cat. Didn't know there's that. Oh, it's like his animation. Cool. So yeah, probably Panacony for me. How about you guys? Is there a particular one that you like? Xianzhou Luofu like not too much for me because it's like on a spaceship after all. You get like it's like being on the Navy for too long. You might get flight sick. Whatever you call that. First gacha, we talked about that already. That was actually Genshin Impact. Let's take a question from Daniel. Daniel is asking, yeah, that's the thing I mean. When I copy the text on YouTube, we have like a title over there. It makes it very obvious when you have like you are subscribed to the channel or you're a member, because there's this like logo that I can see right beside your name. So turning on like the whoever you let your what's the word, your subscriptions public to, that is very, very useful, especially if you're like commenting on videos and stuff. It like helps the creator see how long you've been subscribed to the channel for too. Otherwise it's like just blanked out. So for Daniel Lin, he's asking, where do you live? I live in Singapore. Exact location, of course, for privacy reasons, we can't say that. But Singapore is a Southeast Asian country. For any of you global audience that don't know, we are just like at the tip of the Malaysia. So if you go like Google Maps and stuff, it's a very, very tiny island we have here, but it's very, very densely populated and very similar to Hong Kong and Switzerland in terms of kind of style of things. But it's very, very hot here. We do not have winter. There is, yeah, the climate is warm, but we do have air conditioning, so that helps out a little bit. How about you guys? Where are you guys from? I'm very curious. How wide of a demographic do we have right now watching the stream? Is it mostly from Asia? But I see the stats, like we do have a bit of from Americas, from Europe as well, from Canada, Australia, from Singapore. We have Canada, Philippines, Sweden, Malaysia, Pinoy Pride, Philippines, Indonesia, UK, India, Sweden, Philippines. That's quite a number of Filipinos. Sweden, we have Australia, Poland, middle of the Indian Ocean. What is in the middle of the Indian Ocean? India, there's also quite a lot of India. Texas, USA. We have Africa, Ghana. That's pretty cool. I mean, I wouldn't know if you guys are making up things, right? But I assume that everyone is very proud of their country. We have India, we have Brazil, we have North Korea, which I definitely think is a joke. That's what I mean by people just randomly. But I'm sure you're proud of your countries. Germany, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines. It's really, really like a global audience here. We have Greece. Crazy. Nice part about the internet, right? Places that I probably would never afford to visit in my entire life. We get to meet people from those countries as well. We have South Africa. I've seen a lot of photographers going to South Africa and going on those savannah kind of trips. Those are like really nice. I definitely want to do that someday. Okay, let me fight another one before we get our next question. I'm just doing dailies here. This is like pretty much like your resin runs and whatnot, just to give like some context. So it's not a blur. I definitely am not as good as I am at turn-based games than these kind of QTE real-time action games. So I hope your expectations are not too high from what's going on in the behind the scenes. Old man with slow hands here. Feels a little bit like Ayaka kind of playstyle with Kujo Sarah design. That's why I like this character on Phil. Let me just collect my loot. That's what I mean, like these kind of games, very hard to multitask. Your brain is like too focused on the combat. You know, after playing a gacha game for a while, it becomes just instinctive to click all these like claim all buttons. Like sometimes you don't even know exactly what you're getting, but you just like click all the red stuff and just claim as much as you can. It's like kind of like instinctive after a while. Okay, let's do our next question here. Let me see. Okay. We have another question from Kavi Sharma. How many questions do you spend money on in Honkai Star Rail? So the question on that is most questions most characters I do have to spend a bit of money. There has been hardly a time where I'm like super lucky and like don't get any like don't even have to lose the 50-50 and stuff like that. My luck is absolutely trash, so I lose almost every single 50-50. So most characters in the game I have to spend money on, but I guess the real question is like beyond what I need, because I am a content creator, so I need to get the base character. Like I just need like one of every single unit. The question is like, it's like very unnatural for me to be talking about Honkai Star Rail characters on this engine, but I'll use this as an example. Who will I go for like more Eidolons, like multiple copies of the same character and stuff? Probably would be for characters like Ranmei, I spend money on. I spend money on like Zealer. I spend money on anyone that I get the light cone for. So I talked about it on the channel, like which characters are good for light cones, which characters don't really mind. That is another example. So characters that I spend money for Eidolons is Ranmei and Zealer. Both are out of my pocket for no real reason other than I think they are very good investments. So that is my answer to. But generally, I spend money on every single character. On a monthly basis, I actually spend almost like $1,000+ on games in total, just because Honkai Star is very expensive. In order for me to guarantee the character that's on the banner, it's at least $300, because $100 in my currency is 100+ is about 50 pools. Because you buy the biggest pack, it's like 80, so you need at least 3 packs of those, and that's like $300 per character. So if I wanted to go for like Eidolons and stuff, think of it like $300 plus another $300 in the same banner. They're very, very expensive with my luck. Some of you, you're like, huh, we don't get it. 10 pools, we get like 5 stars. What are you talking about? I don't have that kind of luck. I'm funding the gacha game. I don't mind taking a bit of Wuthering Wave questions now. Let's some of this. Do I have the whip character in this game? The whip character. Let me just see all the different characters. Is there a particular one? So these are the characters I have in the game. None of them I think are holding a whip. This is the MC. I don't think it's holding. This is a sword. I think she uses a gun. This is like, I guess this one's sword-ish. This guy is like something else. Or do you mean like the banner character that's going on right now? This girl, right? I think I can try her out if I'm not wrong. I don't have her because my luck is trash. If I can't like sell my soul for the game, I will never get anything, because I never get characters from RNG. But I'm pretty sure there's like event that I can try out the character, like the testing mode. What the shit is that button? Maybe. Navigating a new screen is never easy. Okay, I have no idea. What do I get? Do I have any pools? Did I get anything? Those are summons, right? What the heck is those? Okay, I didn't get summons. You see, like if I could choose, I would just like buy all these to get the characters and test them out. But this is a non-purchase thing. I can't purchase on this account, and it makes no sense also. So let me just try to get a pool. My gacha addiction is getting the better of me. How do I get more pools? Frick, I only have 1 pool. That's how little I've been farming in this game. Maybe someday, hopium. But this is the character I think they were talking about. Can I see at least view the character? With this eye? Nope. This? Yes, maybe this. I guess this is the whip girl that they are talking about. She's like a 5-star. Apparently like super anticipated. One of the characters. But yeah, let's take another question while we have this character in the background. a few people asking this question. I see Blade and Sorina asking this, but I'll give it to Sorina since Blade has a couple of questions now. So yeah, let me put this right here. This is by Sorina. Where would I want to visit? So many different parts. I guess is the places that I definitely haven't visited yet. I haven't been to Americas, so Canada, USA, definitely on the list of places to adventure. I've been to quite a bit of places in Europe when I was in my younger days in university and stuff. Haven't been to Scandinavia, so I saw some Sweden on the list. So Sweden, Norway, Iceland also. I haven't been to all of those places. Definitely want to visit someday. Southeast Asia is a place that I wish I traveled a little bit more. I've been to Indonesia, I've been to Malaysia, because Thailand, Vietnam, because we are Southeast Asians. I haven't been to Philippines, unfortunately, because it's a little bit further away. The budget is a bit tighter as well. But I would love to visit Philippines someday if I could go. Beautiful islands. I like the beaches, and I'm a photographer, so all those like water with some beach, really, really pretty. So lots of places. But I am going back to Japan. If you guys are following the channel, I was in Japan last year. And love it so much. I'm going back there this year as well. This time to the northern part of Japan, to Hokkaido. So I'm going to be taking another break in October. I don't really take breaks on the channel, if you guys have realized. I tried to take a break this time, but I didn't work out. Content just filled in too quickly. And there we go. No opportunity to take a rest. But yeah, I think the next one is Japan that I like to go. I also, because it's like depending on where the exchange rate is very favorable. The thing is like Japan is so cheap right now, right? I mean, no offense to the Japanese or anything, but it's just the currency is so weak that it's a lot more affordable to visit Japan for most countries across the world, as long as your currency didn't depreciate against the yen. Okay, now let me just do some unga bunga here, and then we'll answer another question. Sheesh. There's like perfect dodges and stuff, which I'm trying to do. You can see like certain motions sometimes. After this, I'll like change some characters so we see more like play styles. But I like these characters. These are fun. Not really meta in this game. I just like playing whatever is unga bunga. Okay, let's take another question. It's a nice break in between like combat whenever we can get the chance. Once I'm out of energy, we'll probably do another like big giveaway or like one full cycle again. And hey guys, welcome to the stream for any of you are joining in. Hey Saber, welcome. Felt as well. A lot of some of these guys are very often in the live stream where we did our Zenler Zone Zero content as well. So a lot of familiar names as well. I'm trying to like, I see some good ones, but let me just try to figure out which one I should take. Something that is like in the moment. Good for the vibe. Let's take some like Wuthering Waves content a little bit. I see one that's pretty good. Let's do one by Dizzy. Is there anything special you like about Wowa? Wowa is Wuthering Waves. It's just the short form of Wuthering Waves. I think what I really like is this ecosystem over here. For those of you who don't know, like haven't like watched the live streams, I'll just like summarize it basically. These are like relics, so they have like 4p set bonus, 5p set bonus, blah blah blah. It's the same as most gacha games that you have. You have 5 slots, so you can either run a 2-2 flex or a full 5. The beautiful thing about this game that is different, and I think it's quite fun, think of it like an open world game. In order to get your relics, you either have to farm a domain, or you can go out and like kill random mobs to get them. So for example, just now you saw like the, okay, maybe you didn't see it, but let me just bunga something and it might be easier to see. Let's go back to this one here. Some of the monsters I can actually capture. And that's like you farm relics by going into open world and like farming. So that, in my opinion, is like one of the things I like most about this game. Because I felt one of the downsides of Genshin Impact is like after you explored the map for a while, I didn't really like feel a need to go back and revisit places that I've already been. Unless it was like for an event or I'm mining rocks. I used to mine rocks like every single day back in COVID. Freaking had like, was it like 7,000-8,000 of the dark blue rocks, like super hardcore or something. Where are the monsters when I need them? I guess those are monsters. Okay, none of them turned into summonables, but usually they can be. This game is not helping. Can one of you just become a crystal so I can showcase what I like about you? Some mobs here. This looks like they are really strong though. I don't think I'm supposed to be fighting these guys. Usually red means like danger, right? What level are they? Holy shit. Okay, I'm not supposed to be fighting them. Or am I? Let's try. Oh, they hit hard. Okay, so great. This is what I mean. So this is like a relic that you can get. Some of these are harder bosses after you kill mobs or you kill like these. There's one of the hard like rare mobs in the overworld which we happen to chance across. They drop these things which are basically relics. So if I like absorb this, you can see I actually get this new piece here. This is a 5-star from a rare monster. Nice that the game actually made me encounter one of them, so it's easier to showcase them. But then you can go and swap out your gear. So you can like, I can put this doggo here. They have different main stats. So every time I go out and farm the overworld, there's a chance for me to get like different main stats. So some have attack, some of them have ice, some of them have like crit damage and whatnot. The main stat is like random when you get these guys. So not only are their rarities random at like this current level that I'm at, rarities random for me right now. The main stat is random. And on top of that, as I upgrade them, for example, I upgrade this doggo here, I have substats to roll as well. In this game, unfortunately, I have to use like these tuner materials. I'm just kind of keep it like super brief, but there are different substats that you can roll, very similar to Honkai Star Rail. But the overall idea of going out into overworld to fighting monsters and getting more of these like mobs as relics, I think it puts a lot more meaning into farming relics than just like, oh, I'm just clearing my energy, 40 energy for today, boom, done, just rolling. It becomes like very monotonous after a while. You just go out there and bang your head on the wall. And these monsters also have different effects. So like let me just show you the mobs effects. So for example, this girl here, I have the healing flower. I can summon this thing that basically like heals, and it's the choice I can choose. So this guy has like this monster that sometimes you see pop up. This is also a summonable. The relic can be a summonable. That's why I think a lot of games can consider going in this direction. It makes the open world a bit more useful after you're done with the initial opening and whatnot. I think other gacha games can learn from this. That's my opinion of like one of the things that is special about Wuthering Waves that I really like. Cause don't you guys think like after a while like farming gear becomes a bit of a chore? Or I don't know whether it's just me. Like for me, like farming gear is like quite pointless at times. After a while. A couple of you guys are visiting Japan. Like, I'm very slow on catching out the list because I'm trying to like scroll with my distraction state. I don't have like a very nice, you know, those horizontal or those like A4 size portrait monitors that some of the streamers have, the pro streamers. I don't have that, so it's very small for me. Maybe I should get one of those specialized ones if I plan to stream a lot more often. Maybe in the future when Zenless Zone Zero or Wuthering Waves come out, I might do, maybe streaming I'll do more for these kind of action games. But Honkai Star Rail I don't think is like a streamable game most of the time. Because after you're done with like dailies, what do you do? And I'm not a person that likes to force stuff. I prefer like, it's more like natural, like just go with the flow, right? What the heck is this? I'm supposed to be burning energy. So let me find some energy to burn. Let's fight a world boss. I haven't fought a world boss yet. Then we'll take another question after that. I'm very used for the Honkai Star Rail buttons. So where's my world boss? Weekly boss. Let's fight this one. Team character level is too low. Okay, let's use a bit of different characters. I am wanting to change up this cast. So these are names of the characters that I was playing with. If any of you want to like Google or anything, maybe you like the character's design. I know it's very frustrating whenever you see something that you like and you don't know the name. I always hate that. So these are the names: Sanhua, Yuanwu, and Verena. I wouldn't say like I know the meta in this game at all. I'm just bunga-bunging totally, so very brutally honest at that. So that's one. Let's put in another healer. No, that's not the healer. That's the MC. And this lady. Unfortunately, I don't have many male characters on this account. I don't think there's like too many male characters in this game yet. Maybe it's just my RNG, I don't know. Could be either way. Do I have any other... Okay, let's try to fight. I don't know whether the boss is too hard for me or not. But let's try to unga-bunga something and then we'll take another question. Whoops. Was a bit far for that. Yikes. So much focus going on. These kind of Unga Bunga games. Do you guys like such action-packed games? I think you have to be like in the mood to play these kind of games. Like if you have a bad day of work or like school or something, I think these games will feel very fun. Because you can like beat stuff up. Violence is not a solution. Honkai Star Rail is like whatever your mood is always like playable. These ones like, let's say you have a super tiring day, I don't think this will be very enjoyable. Or will it? I don't know. Yikes. This is the last phase, so we're almost done. As long as I don't die or something. Thankfully, I saw into my healer, who's like the tankiest out of them. Can I finish it here? Nice. And that's like a weekly boss. A bit more chunkier, but definitely a lot of fun. If you like these kind of like Unga Bunga, definitely does feel very, very fun to play. Okay, how much energy do I have left? We're almost done burning. 85 left. But anyways, let's take another question. But as we take that question, let me go to a nice place so I can like stand in the background or something to show you the scenery a bit. I like this game, so I hope more of you also like it. I might not be covering a EODGamer here. Might be on like a maybe similar to ZZZ channel, I guess, because it's two of a similar kind of games. But I definitely will be playing this game. Not on EODGamer probably, maybe on EODZZZ. But let me see. Okay, let's take our next question. Let's take a couple, right? One is like too little. Let's do like 2 or 3. Okay, let's take a question for some YouTube things. We have a question by... Okay, I'm going to struggle pronouncing this name, so let me know if I get it right. I guess W is like V, right? So Victor Stripezoo? Stripezoo? I have no idea how to pronounce it, but I'm guessing W is like Victor. Because I have no idea. But anyways, do you use any AI tools when creating your videos? No, I don't. I actually don't use any AI tools at all, which is... I guess the only thing I do is like the volume that is being checked. So sometimes I hear a lot of people saying that the mic clips, I think it's the software that I'm using is not too very good. I definitely do want to improve the software, but I haven't learned it yet. So sometimes I think the auto clipping function for the software that I'm using is like not that great. But no, I don't use any AI tools on this EOD gaming channel at all. I did venture a little bit in like trying the AI art stuff out, but I feel after a while it's like the ethics side of it apart. Like you put all that aside, I don't really like the art design of AI. Like it's very too animated. Like you can tell like a difference between like these anime style and an AI anime art. I don't know. At least I could tell the difference, especially in the eyes. Like the one that you can tell the easiest is like the eyes and the hands. Like it feels very unnatural to me. But maybe someday it gets even better. But yeah. Funny how in 2024 everything is like AI here, AI there already, right? 10 years ago, what is AI? The only AI was like the iRobot movie and like Iron Man and stuff like that, I guess. Okay, this is a fun question to ask. This is a nice question to talk about. So this is by Sorina Maku as well. That's a second one. Do you think the lack of male characters is a minus in gacha games? That's a very interesting question. You have, on the one hand, games like Nikkei, Goddess of Victory, and the many of that genre. And then you have other gacha games who try to like be split down the middle, like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves. And then you have other games like Honkai Star Rail has this other game, like, what do you call that? There's this like all male game, right? Target audience aside, of course, I have a tendency more to prefer female characters than male characters. But I do like a character like Blade a lot in Honkai Star Rail. Very, very cool. I've always like said Blade was a good character because I also really love him. I play him all the time. But yeah, I do think that is a minus in gacha games if there are not enough male characters. Because then you will start to target only one spectrum of people. And if you think about it, right, the people that follow female characters gacha games, I don't mean to be generalizing, but my personal opinion about the people who play gacha games for female characters is we are very fickle. Like when a new character comes out, we just switch, and when you see a new character that you like, you just like change over and stuff. We are very, very fickle-minded for people who will just go for appearance in female characters. And on top of that, fickle as in like different games, once a new game comes out, we just switch here and there. But generally speaking, like I think that if you have a diversity of characters, the fickle-mindedness is like less. Like people that like female characters only might see a male character that looks cool and actually play that character for a longer period of time. Because if a new husbando comes out and that's not your tendency, or maybe you don't have a preference for them, looks cool, you actually like stay longer, and it helps out with that fickle-minded thought process. At least that's like one of the things I think about. At the same time, you have a wider audience. For a content creator, I think it's much better to target a game that has both sides of the spectrum, rather than just like focusing on waifu simulator and stuff like that. That's my own personal bias. Of course, I tend to like try to play as many mix as I can, but generally most of the time in Honkai Star Rail, my favorite teams are mostly female characters. I think the only male characters I play right now is probably like Luota, probably like Blade, probably Luota and Blade are still the only characters I play on a regular basis because of how fluid they are. What do you guys think? Would you play a game that has only male characters, or would you play like a game that only has characters of your opposite tendency? Let's say like you are a person who likes male characters. Would you play a game to that? So yeah, I think that's the bigger question, because it is a pretty interesting question to think about. Let's take a couple more. Very fun questions. We have one from Sky Zero. Do you think Honkai Star Rail will work with a co-op system? Yes, I think Honkai Star Rail can work with a co-op system. In fact, I think that Honkai Star Rail can have PvP, but not in the PvP concept that we think about. Like if you take like, for example, your 4 characters and like bash against another 4 characters, I don't think it's very fun, because in the end, the one who has more money or the one who has more hardcore gear, even if you're not talking about Eidolons, if you are a player who spends money in the game, you resin refresh, you get a lot better gear, that is also an advantage. So you can't just like cap off the relics. You can't like cap off like the Eidolons, like say everyone go in with E0, S1 and stuff like that. That's not very fair because your whales will still have better gear. So I don't mean PvP, but co-op maybe as in like something like how Genshin Impact did it, where they created another game, like their card game thingy, right? That they were playing for a while, that's outside their main frame. I think it's very important for a co-op system for player-made content. If you have player-made content, it takes off the strain off of developers. Because imagine, to keep creating like land like this, content like this, all these is someone's time that's going into like building all this, which costs us a lot of money. And we get bored of this stuff so quickly, right? One patch you already bought because you have seen everything already. Everything looks exactly the same. You want new content. So player-made content is like a way that developers can shift their resources onto the player to let them create their own content. So yeah, that is at least my opinion of co-op, especially the player-made content helping the developers out from that angle of things. A lot of us are really like, community is not a problem. Honkai Star Rail and like Genshin Impact is one of the better communities out of many. It's better as in like larger. I don't mean to be insensitive. Larger communities, because sometimes after you're done with your dailies, there's nothing to do. So going to the community forum and Reddit and like YouTube and stuff like that is good ways of carrying on your enthusiasm to the game. So that's something that I think Honkai Star Rail does very well. Is it because of the lack of co-op? I don't really know. Because co-op in Genshin Impact doesn't seem to remove away that plus. Okay, let's fight something else. Something else that's fun. Let's fight the other weekly boss. And then we are almost out of energy. Hopefully you hit level 30 as well. Then I can show you the co-op in this game. I haven't seen the co-op, but I do need to figure out at least a little bit. This is the other one. Let me just finish this real quick and we can go back to some questions. And just like honest, like random poll, because some of you guys are probably not interested in this game at all, and you're just like staying here for the celebratory or the giveaways. How many of you would actually be interested in this game or like not interested? Like just be very honest. It doesn't affect like giveaway chances at all. I just want to know, like if we were to play this game, would you be interested in either one, like us covering it, or is it something that you probably are not interested in? And just like for my knowledge, to know how much effort to like put in. And just a quick disclaimer, of course I won't be reducing the effort I make in like Honkai Star Rail content or whatsoever. In fact, it might be like a totally separate channel altogether. Just like from my general knowledge. Shit, I didn't know I can climb up here and hit this. I didn't know it can break either. I think boss mechanics like that are quite fun. Reminds me of like Horizon Zero Dawn. I mean like body parts that are weak, and Monster Hunter also, right? Do any of you play those games? Like Horizon Zero Dawn? Or like Monster Hunter? Maybe Monster Hunter. Weak body parts are like super fun. It makes it like a lot more interactive. Oh, I didn't see the turtle do this before. Or have I not been observing? Where's he go? Roars and disappears or what? They need a better disappearing animation. Maybe like shattering into pieces would have been fun. Okay, let's get on with some questions. Let me see, what do you guys think? Will you play these kind of games? Some of you think it's like too intense for a casual player. True, it is quite intense. Some of you plan to try it. No grinding. Horizon Forbidden West, or coming to PC. I actually bought like Horizon Forbidden West on the PS, but unfortunately I prefer it on the PC a lot more. It's like way easier to aim with a mouse. At least that's what I think. Felt is interested. Enjoy 100% every chest exploration. Sly looking similar to other games. Nothing mind-blowing to suck you in. Mingoose not interested. Like the turn-based, true. Like it's very different from Honkai Star Rail for sure. It's more action-packed. Honkai only for Daniel. Zidstar wants to see the young male character in the lineup. Sure, we can do that. I guess it's in. I do have him. I guess it's this one here. I have no idea how to play him. He's Ling Yang, but I'm sure I can make do. In a bit. Let me find some questions first. 910 thinks the game has potential. Looks interesting, but can't play it now. Pretty busy, don't worry. I don't think this is really released anytime soon. Victor is only interested in Honkai Star Rail and Genshin. DZ loves to see a new game showcase. This is a game that like you will see a lot of people doing showcases of like their action-packed skill. I'm really excited to see like the Japanese people playing it. They are really, really crazy. Koreans or Japanese, like they take the extreme limits. The Chinese also, some of the mainland China people, they are really, really good at like dodging, perfect dodging everything. Like those kind of really sick Elden Ring clears. I've already seen like a couple on Twitter for Wuthering Waves by like some Japanese people, like ridiculously high skilled. I could never. Okay, there's this question, but I'm not going to put it in the post. Why are there no male children in Hoyoverse games? I guess it's just very sensitive. It's a very sensitive topic overall. Sampo is like a child, right? Kinda. Gacha games need diversity because nowadays women play. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of women playing games. You guys will be surprised. The males are the ones that are more louder for opinions like us, right? We tend to comment a lot more, but there's a lot of female players nowadays. And statistics, because I see like the stats on YouTube, right? So I have like my whole screen that shows me like how many people there are. Interestingly, 50% of the audience on our channel, 60% is above the age of 25. And we actually only have 40% or less under the age of 25 on our channel. And women out of this group, I'm not going to like say the percentage, but it's a very significant portion of it. So that's why I try to like do both kind of content. I don't just like cater for male audience, but I have to be for both male and female of any tendency. And that's a tricky part about being a content creator. Because assumptions are the enemy of content creation, I think. You don't want to like bucket audiences. And that's the hard part. It took me a while to learn that. Another question by Sky Zero that I think is a pretty good question to talk about now. What kind of characters? What's my favorite type of characters in games? Like in general, my preference for characters, and I don't know whether any of you can kind of tell from my tone whenever I talk about characters or releasing upcoming videos of like new characters, I have a tendency to like characters that can do a lot. Like, okay, why do I say that is, my theory of gacha games is it's a resource management game. It's not a, you play the game, yeah, you unga bunga and stuff like that, but that's not the game itself. Because if you think about it, if you had every single character in the game, you can beat the content, no problem. What you're actually playing is a resource management game of this shit. Like this currency here, this like Stellar Jades, Primo Gems, S-Stride, whatever. This is the game that you are actually like playing, resource management. And that is why our channel like specifically talks a lot about resource management, because that's the trickier part of things to get right. There's no right or wrong answer in that. And everyone's right and everyone's wrong is slightly different. Because if I told you that, let's just say hypothetically, Acheron is like the best character in the game, super good, super meta, Jingliu is the best. Would you want to go down there if you hate her guts, you hate her design? Some people don't like Kafka at all, they hate her arrogance and stuff like that. So you really can't force a player to play meta. And I think that's what makes like resource management a lot trickier. And that's why it's tough. It's definitely tough. So my favorite type of character is a character that can do anything. Very, very versatile. And that's why I like characters like Ranmei. I talked about it a lot on the channel. So Ranmei, I like Fucc because they are very, very strong units. I love Blade a lot. Out of all of the characters in the game of DPSers, my favorite is actually Blade. If any of you didn't, you will think like, oh, EOD might prefer like female characters like Jingliu, Acheron and stuff. But I actually do like Blade the most out of all of the DPSers because I can slot him almost anywhere. That's why I think that my most important thing about a character, there's no like specific type. Of course, you can say like waifus, like Kafka and stuff are nice. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about gameplay, versatile characters are the ones I care about the most. And so far, that hasn't failed me too far yet. You might not be the meta, like 36 star, everything, no problem. But you will never be too far off. So that's one question. Okay, another fun one to answer from Tofu. I don't know whether it's I'm pronouncing that right, but Tofu. Don't know whether it's supposed to be like you know, the food, the tofu food. But he's asking, will you ever go crazy on another character like you did on Zilla? Oh, that's a tough one. I think to answer the question is like, why did I go crazy on Zilla? One, also, I think back then, I wanted to prove to myself and tell myself that I wanted to be in Honkai Star Rail for the long run. A person that doesn't put any money in the game can always like switch over to another thing very, very quickly. Like you just like change from one point to another, one game to another. And I wanted back then, like as a content creator, I wanted to show both myself, to dedicate to myself. If I spend like $2,000 on this game, I had better cover it good and put in my 100%. So spending that money is not because I wanted bigger damage, but it was actually in fact to make myself like all in, and then I'll give my 101%. So will I ever do it on like another character again? The question probably will be, do I need to do 100% and give it my 110% for everything again? So I don't know. I don't think I would do it in the near future, but it's always a possibility. I could see myself doing it if I really wanted to, like, I must do this to the best of my ability. So I don't do it because like big PP damage and stuff. If you are asking me logically right now, will I want to take back the $2,000? Yes, please, I'll take it back. You can have my E6 Zilla as useless now. It's not worth it. Not useless, but definitely not worth it. But yeah, that's my honest opinion. Now let me showcase what this guy does, because I might not even know. How the heck do I jump down from this? Will he die in one hit? Is he even geared? Okay, he's using a level 10 gauntlet. Let's like switch this up. And if any of you who have watched like content for this game already, I must declare that I'm terrible at this game. I learned nothing. I'm just doing the motion. So if any of you are trying to learn like meta from what I'm doing, take it with a pinch of salt. Just like chill, relax, because I haven't bothered theory crafting about this yet. I'm not even sure whether I want to like cover it 100% yet. It's depending on like what you guys, the audience, wants before I actually decide. But I'm more or less like going to do Zenless Zone Zero. I really like Hoyover's games. I've not played this guy much before, so I might not know what I'm doing. This is out. This is like floating in the air. That's like quite fun. There's like this cell jump. It takes a lot of energy though. Does his jump get enhanced if I... Nah, the jump is like the same, but I can fight in midair, I think. Sadly, he didn't give me a boss crystal. I don't think I'm playing him well. Probably a better way to play it. Sheesh, finally, multiplayer. So we can see some co-op going on and see how much effort the other players have put in rather than this Honkai style gamer who's slacking on Wuthering Waves. I think it's just a bad habit. I don't really put in too much effort for betas. I just like test what I have to. And then because you don't really get to keep accounts. Have you guys like participated in betas that you remember before? Is it just me, or is like most people also don't give like 100% farm the account until like 100% everything? Isn't it like such a waste if you like lose the account afterwards? So everything that you do is like wasted. A real tricky situation, right? Okay, so let's take another question. Where have I stopped at? Scrolling. Okay, then I want to ask you guys also, curious, now it's like my turn to ask one question. Would you guys ever E6 a character, or would you rather have 7 different characters to play? Like, would you write, like, let's say you had to skip 6 new characters, and then you like just double down on one character. So you have like E6, I don't know, Acheron, E6, Jingliu, E6 Imbibe Lune. Would you go that route, like max 1 character, or would you rather have like 7 different characters to play? And let's take this question with Double McSpicy. So while I'm asking a question, you guys are letting the answers roll in. Talk about something else too. So Double McSpicy is asking, can you vaguely about what you do as a job IRL? And I think I have another question on the community tab, which is very similar to this one, which I will answer both together. So I try to like answer as many as I can. Where is the other question? Let me just pull. So one from Double McSpicy and my scrolling is like so slow. Okay, so this one by Solonfe. So both what I do with my job and what I do with major. I am a finance major in university, so I took finance way back then in one of the local I don't want to give too much details, but local 3 universities in Singapore. We have 3, which is like the local ones is like NTU, NUS, National University of Singapore, Nanyang Technological University, and I think it's SMU, Singapore Management University. Those are the 3 main ones. I come from one of those. I did finance back then as my major, and I had a double major in law. So I took both finance and law, which helps a lot, especially when you have people like try to copyright strike you for no rhyme or reason and stuff. It does help when you're negotiating, stuff like that. So stuff like that does help over time. But what I do now is more closer to finance and data analytics in my day job. So a bit of different, I guess it's similar to my main major. But I like math, I like graphs, I like calculations and stuff. I guess it's growing up, I really like calculating stuff. My math was always one of my stronger subjects. So if you guys were here since the Genshin days, I think one of my proudest things that I did in the whole Genshin Impact life was actually calculating the probability of this new artifact that came out. There's this gear that basically after you hit like 4 times, you have a guaranteed attack. And back then, people were trying to like calculate how much damage that gear could do. And I basically I plotted like a probability tree that was quite extensive to estimate the average damage of those artifacts, which back then I was still closer to my graduation days, so that was pretty fine. But yeah, that's why my content is a bit mixed. You guys actually seem to like data-driven content as well, and like a bit more analytics. So I guess it's like quite fun to talk about. Hobbies. My hobbies for Double McSpicy is also asking. So other than my main job and what I studied, what I like to do other than photography is investments and all the like. So I graduated and I started my journey out as an equity analyst. So I looked at companies, I saw like what does well, and I'm not like selling anything. I didn't want to go in the industry anymore, so I actually exited from the equity side of things. In fact, I just do it on my own right now. So I do it for myself. Back then I was doing it quite tiring because every day you work very long hours and stuff. It was like 1-2 a.m. for my first few years, and there's no way I could do YouTube then. Now I prefer like a bit more balanced lifestyle, have time for games and stuff. So that's basically my whole life in general. That's why we have another channel, EOD Money, which talks about like my other hobby. I'm basically a content creator that likes talking about stuff that I like. I don't really care about like the trending thing. If not, you know all that drama that is going around the Honkai Star Rail community. Like those are really great for views, but I can't just bring it. I can't just find the energy to talk about them. I just don't feel like it. It's not me. I'm just not a drama person. I'm like super monotonous and dead. And I'm sure there's like people out there that don't really care about these stuff too. Not everyone loves that kind of thing. And that's also another like benefit of being a part-time content creator. I don't feel a need to like chase. I don't want to use the word like meaningless, but maybe not beneficial content to other than entertainment. I have no idea how to play this character. I'm sure he does a lot more than what I'm doing. Just getting some loot here. Okay, let's take another question. So I have to remember that. Let me just heart that comment on that community post before I forget as well. Oh, okay, this one is fun. It might be a tricky one to answer, but I'll try my best to answer this one. From the community post as well. This one is from It's YKTV. Who do I regret pulling on? Like, this is like the typical aggro drawing question, right? I'll give you two answers, okay? The politically correct answer and my honest answer. I think politically correct answer is every character has its purpose. As a content creator, I cannot have favorites. I think every character is equally as important. But here's the fun part, of course. Then it's like, who do I regret pulling on? I think it'll be a character that I regret going too far and wasting too many resources that in the end didn't pay off. And that would definitely be like a clear character. I don't know whether you guys want to like make a guess or who do you think I'll regret the most. But there's a very clear one that I super regret. Like going too much into. Okay, Zila is a close... Zila is like only now I regret it. But in hindsight, back then, I felt that I needed to tell myself to do 100%. Like, if I didn't do it back then, I wouldn't have... I wouldn't probably have given this much effort into everything. So, okay, Zila is like probably second right now. But the other character that I actually regret is Lota. I got him at E1, which is the dumbest thing anyone could ever do. My E1 Lota is just like stupid because if... Okay, for those of you who have no idea what E1 Lota does, it gives you a 20% attack buff when his field is up. That is like... Oh shit, this is like level 100. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get one-shotted. Let me just get out of here first. I ain't going nearby there. Yeah, because the E1 Lota is like ridiculous. It gives you like 20% attack buff when his field is up, which is ridiculously low for... Think about it, that's like $300. If I didn't spend that pool, I could have gotten like another character and saved that $300, or just slapped it on Runmei, for example. In fact, I regret Lota E1 so much that I would much rather have like Zila at E6 and not get a refund on my whole money and just get like a refund on Lota E1. So the reason why I went for Lota E1 is because I was thinking of going for E6 at one point. Like eventually, maybe every time I see his banner, maybe I'll get like 111 to get that 20% rest pen. Because I think his E6 was like a rest penetration for everyone, 20%. And back then, like rest pen was so hard to find. Then they just put it on every single character, like Runmei, everyone has it. And okay, I think Runmei is like the only character that recently has it, and maybe a character might have it as well. But yeah. So then E6 Lota went out the window. So that is my biggest regret. So to answer that question, I think my biggest regret will be E1 Lota. Not Lota, not base Lota. Lota is a very good character at E0. But yeah, E1 Lota, yeah, like what Hector is saying, opposite ends of the value spectrum. I think it's the most dumbest decision I ever made. But I had my reasons because I thought I was going in for a bigger one. And back then it was like 1.1, right? I was still, I guess, in the overhype of going for E6 Zila. So I just naturally wanted to push on for more. So yeah. If I could do it again, I would want that money back. However, can I get a refund, please? Let me take another question. Let me just find. And just out of curiosity, like, are you guys interested in Zenless Zone Zero or Wuthering Waves? Like, between the two, have you heard of them? If you have never heard of them, like both of them, also just like let me know. Just like doing a community feedback at the same time. Because at this point, I also need to know like what is worth investing effort to learn. I haven't learned anything much about this game yet. It's just like bunga here and there. Some of the main systems, but character kits, those are much better learning later on. Between the two, do you guys have like a preference? Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, both? None? Just Honkai Star Rail maybe? This one by Sly is quite fun. Sly is asking, when do you think is the time to drop or stop a game, and how to escape the sunk cost fallacy? That's a fun one. That's a fun one. So, everyone is like different, right? When you can drop a game. A person who has like spent not only money, like money is like one way to look at it, but it's also the time that you spend. And the memories and the friends that are playing. If you are like in Genshin Impact, everyone, it was like COVID time, every one of your friends were playing it. It formed like good memories, or you and your kids play it, or maybe or you play with your relatives, or I don't know. Whatever reasons you have, it always like connects with not only just the game itself, but also your stage of life. So if you exit that stage of life, for example, the reason why I spent like $2,000-3,000 on Genshin, but I was okay leaving Genshin Impact. the money is one thing, the memories are one thing, but it's also the stage of life that you're at. Sometimes you just don't have time for certain games, especially games that are much more time consuming. I think that's when I would stop or drop a game. If playing that game, pushing on, is actually detrimental to your life cycle. Like if you are skipping school, you're skipping work, or you are sleeping very late because you are doing your dailies, that's when I think it crosses the line of like too much is the word addiction, or you're letting sunk cost fallacy get too far ahead already. Like because I spend like this much time in the game, because I spend this much money, I should continue doing it. It's the same like when you invest, or let's just say like you buy something and you lose money on it. Like maybe you speculate on this Pokemon card, for example. I don't want to use stocks because not everyone cares about that. Something more related will be like Pokemon cards. You think that this Charizard is going to go up in value, you spend like $100 on it, but then your Charizard card now drops. Now it's like $50. Then you're like, oh shit, do I double down? Maybe I just invest in another Charizard card and now I have 2 for $100. But eventually, at the end of the day, you might be just holding on to worthless paper. Or it could be super valuable. Like, it could go either way. But that's what I'm thinking. What the heck is this? I unknowingly went into a puzzle. When you accidentally take a nap and enter a nightmare. That's what this is. So yeah, that's what I think. Of course, everyone has like different opinions of when it's the time to stop. But that's how I feel for myself. And the other thing, like on the other hand, is whether you stop or whether the developers stop the game. So there was a game that we were playing for a while, like way back in those days. I don't know whether you guys heard of this gacha game called Echoes of Mana. So it was a very tiny gacha game back then. I think it was around the time Genshin Impact came out. It went out of service because of like predatory mechanics and etc. So sometimes it's not even you want to stop the game. Sometimes the game just stops itself and then all your dollars are just gone suddenly. I think that's the shittiest feeling, right? Like when you like the game so much, but the game doesn't continue because it's out of service. And in case any of you who are wondering, like, oh, you see all these people like saying this game is like the top earning game and stuff like that, the highest grossing game, then you are wondering, why do players celebrate spending in a gacha game? Why do players like care whether people spend like this X amount of dollars? The reason for that is because the game is going to continue living, which means that all the time you spend, all the money that you spend is going to continue on. If the game only has like 1,000 revenue that month, chances are it's going to go out of service and it's going to just die, which also loops back into the cycle of sometimes it's not because you want to quit, sometimes the game quits on you. That's why it's always nicer to play a reputable big game sometimes. Imagine like you spend so much time in Honkai Star or Genshin Impact and then the developers are like, nope, we made enough money, man. Bye. A sucky feeling. Yeah, I think Echoes of Mana is from Square Enix, I think. I don't know whether they bought the rights, not too exactly sure. But it's I think it's an old game, an old Japanese game. I can't remember how to like pronounce the Japanese. I think it's like Sen something Densu or something. I don't know Japanese. But Square Enix I think bought the rights to make Trials of Mana, like one of the games. And then Echoes of Mana is based off that series. They went out of service already. But the IP goes longer beyond that. The game was shitty for predatory mechanics. It was really, really bad. It seems like a lot of you actually like are half between like Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero, like 50-50. I think that's like a pretty interesting mix. To be honest, I think they are very, very strong competition. Like, imagine if Genshin had that during its time of release. If it wasn't like the market dominant player, maybe we would have never had the hashtag Genshin would never, or that Genshin could never. I do think that one of the reasons why Genshin is not super generous with rewards is because there's nothing to challenge it in its space. Just way too big. Hoyoverse knows that it's not going to lose anything. Tower of Fantasy was supposed to be like the Genshin killer, so to speak. But at the end of the day, the real Genshin killer was when people went back to the office or went back to school. That's when you had less time. Not a gacha game. Okay, after this, let's do another roll. Let's see what we can get. Or maybe after we clear like a couple of runs, then we will do another roll of giveaways. I'm thinking like, what's a creative way to do a giveaway other than numbers? But I think that's just like the easiest, right? Anything else is like too tedious. Okay, let's just take another question here. I'm going to change the roster in a little bit. Same characters, too much. Not very interesting. I like to play different characters also. What better chance to play many characters than in a beta, right? That's true though. Zenless Zone Zero is a lot less time consuming than Wuthering Waves. But both are yeah. I think it's depending on lifestyle. At the end of the day, maybe it's a lifestyle decision. Art style and lifestyle, both of them are. No one can tell you whether it's good or not. Only you would like know what you like and what's good for you. Has there been ever a game like you really wanted to play, but then you didn't have the time to play it? Like this super hype game that you really love, or maybe you even bought it, but you just didn't have time to like cover it because I don't know. Maybe you lack the time, busy or something. For me, one of those games is my favorite series, Hajimari no Kiseki by Falcom, the Trial series. But I also don't play some games intentionally because to wait for the next cycle is like super long. They release games like 1 year once. So sometimes I just keep it so that I don't have to wait 1 year after playing one game. That's when you know you really like a game. What the heck is this? Wow, I was supposed to sort my roster out. Damn it. Learning more about this character every time I play him. Sheesh. I have so much of this like content I have to clear that it's just insane to get as much knowledge as I can out of this beta. That's why I have to do it here. As you can see, it's a lot. I'm just like grinding EXP so I can get to higher level. It's like Trailblaze level, because I want to know like what's at the end. Whew. Okay, next question. We have Low's question on... This is a fun one. Why did I leave Genshin? I'm curious. Okay, there are many questions. There are many factors of why I stopped playing games, but Genshin in particular is a tough one for me to leave because this channel actually started out from Genshin Impact, like way back in like 3 years ago. The first thing is definitely, as a creator, is do you have value for the content that you're creating? I think that my value as a Genshin content creator doesn't compare to a lot of the other creators out there. So that's the first thing I always... I'm a very pragmatic person. Like if I don't introduce value that other people do not give, I don't want to, like, for the sake of making content. I like to like put in value where it's different and it's new and refreshing. Secondly, it's also like I didn't exactly like drop Genshin when for example a new game came out. Like I tried a lot of other games in between, like Nikkei. I tried like even Echoes of Mana at one stage. I played Dislight, and on and off, like Higan, Uriel, and stuff like that. But it comes a point at the end of the day, as a content creator, the channel's audience is the one that dictates what game you play. It's not the other way around most of the time. So if let's say I were to post right now, I stop posting Honkai Star and let's say hypothetically I post like Genshin Impact content or Wuthering Waves or Zenless Zone Zero content only, as an audience, you will be irritated by it and you wouldn't like it and the views would show. So in that case, the feedback that I get from audience actually helps decide what am I going to do. So if let's say everyone suddenly today was like, that's why I'm asking, right? I'm looking for feedback whether you guys like Zenless Zone Zero or Wuthering Waves more. And since it's so split, if I were to put like one game out on the channel, it makes no sense. That is also why eventually you will see content creators entering or exiting games. The people who really love that game and have value to offer might do another game that they really love on another channel, because it's the whole YouTube algorithm thing, where if you like post too many contents that your audience doesn't watch, the YouTube algorithm takes it as is not good content, which might not be the case. So long story short, why did I leave? I didn't leave it because of content creation. It's more of like what my audience wants. Genshin Impact is not one of them. And also it's like very time consuming to play something that I do not have time for. As it is, Honkai Star, to be honest, is taking a lot of time because of the content creation aspect. So some of you, like 30 minutes, your dailies are done. There is not like a single moment, a single day that I don't think about Honkai Star content. I always think of like, maybe here's a bit of like a life of a content creator. You always will think, how do you make your content better? What do you want to learn? I'm always watching like YouTube education to better myself. Like, how do I make more engaging videos? How do I learn more things to make more things straight to the point? So I found out that, like, for example, you don't want to start off with a very boring opening and like beat around the bush. So I decided to like go very straight to the point. Right at the first 10 to 20 seconds, I'll give you almost exactly what you need. But what I mean by almost is I'll give you like a TLDR of what the video is about, and then I'll move on into like what the video adds value. And if you care about the content that we're talking about, you can stay on. So stuff like that is things that you learn by doing over time. And that takes a lot of time. So playing a game just for my own selfish enjoyment does not make a lot of sense if you're a content creator. That's why I also haven't touched on like my Trials of Cold Steel games and stuff like that. A lot of backlog of games that I want to play. Like I have a huge like backlog of games to clear. But yeah, tend to struggle with that aspect. I hope that was clear enough at least. If I could, if I wasn't a content creator, I probably would still be playing Genshin Impact. Sad tears. But it is what it is. But anyways, next question. I'm seeing like a lot of you guys playing games, wishing that you could play some games. Couple of Elden Ring, Witcher 3, Persona 5, Final Fantasy 7. A lot of games that are... I didn't play any of these games before either. It's on my bucket list, but just to, like same as you guys, I do not have capacity to playing the stuff. Yikes, I think I clicked a wrong button, but let's do this one by Victor. Victor again, I'm sorry, I have no idea how to pronounce your surname still. But I'm glad you understand. Is it better to try to pronounce names or don't try at all? Like try and butcher or don't try at all and not butcher? Like what do you guys think? But anyways, Victor's question, another Honkai Star Rail question. How often do you help Pom Pom? Now, I actually am horrible at doing these kind of like side missions. Like, for example, doing Pom Pom, replying messages on the chat, reading all that stuff, side quests. I'm very terrible at it. Like, the only one that I actually put in a lot more effort in is like the Panacony storyline. I super love the Panacony storyline. I went out to like find all the mysterious side bonuses and whatnot just because I was very curious on what's going on in Panacony. Which is why I hate like story spoilers. Like I prefer like the developers tell me a story and I try to figure out what's going on, then someone just like leak the story to me. So I stay away from any leaks whatsoever for story. Panacony was very well written. I think it's like super good. One of my most favorite storylines. They upped their game. To be honest, like Senzo Luofu was kinda mid. I felt they would. I mean, it was okay. Like breaking the neck of Tingyun and stuff was like a cute shocker, but I felt it was a bit draggy after some time. Like 1.0 to 1.6, I think was largely carried by the Belobog arc, but that went away like super early. I think like we all finished it in like the first 1 week. After you play 1 week, you're probably done with the Belobog arc. At most. I'm thinking like, what do I want? Do I want to do this? Maybe I'll just like farm in this domain here. Too lazy to like move around the open world. You guys think it's better to like try and butcher? That's nice. The best of course is to try and not butcher, right? To try and not butcher is the ideal. This one's a fun one from Felt. I think the question is too long, so it clips off a little bit, but the gist is here. I could only like copy a little bit because there's a limit to how much I think is on one text. But Since YouTube channel is growing, is there a chance that you'll be getting moderators and editors to help your channel stream? Definitely, I think I am looking out for that. But one of the tricky things is I don't know what I can ask for help for. I think that's the tricky one. But if any of you have any ideas, feel free to always like drop me a DM, chat me up, or even like if you have official stuff, you can drop me an email also and stuff like that. Sometimes it's like I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what I need. But if you guys have ideas, I'm definitely all ears for that. It is quite difficult like to manage everything on my own. So, but it's fun. It's fun. Definitely fun. Have any of you considered like, or are maybe doing content creation? I really like this guy. This guy is like super cool. He reminds me of a character from ZZZ. Like Lycan, if any of you watch ZZZ. I think those characters are cool. Can I headshot this guy? Headshot doesn't do anything. Okay, next question. Let's take a look. It would be fun to see me play Elden Rings. I probably would be really horrible at that. But that's definitely fun. Maybe someday when we have a bit of downtime for any of the things, then we can do like variety streams and stuff. But that's just like totally chill. No plans yet though. This question from Joel. This is a fun one. Which game have you played that takes up the most amount of effort and time theory crafting? I think that apart from Honkai Star Rail, because the game that I spend like disproportionate amount of time theory crafting for is Honkai Star Rail, like without a doubt, like it's a clear number one. Any other game in there that I think is a game that I theory craft a lot, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact aside, because those games are the one that is super that I dedicated my pretty much waking days to thinking about the game. Probably would be a game that I think I was competitive about, which was probably Dota. Back in the days, Dota 2. If I don't think it's as popular now with a lot of people just playing League instead. But back then I was quite competitive in the Dota scene. Way back when my fingers were faster. Now it's like, and when I play MLBB, it's like anything that is a slower character is better for me. like Benedetta. And roams and supports and stuff. I think I spent like 4,000 hours in Dota 2 back then. You know, the funny thing is like very different nowadays, right? Don't you guys feel that as the years gone by, like especially after COVID, playing games no longer feels like a huge like no anymore. Like globally, people have like come to accept that games is actually a very useful or even a cheaper source of entertainment than even watching the movie sometimes. Watching a movie, like I don't know, depends on what country you're from, might cost you a couple of bucks. But you can get probably the same enjoyment with, let's say, the person you want to watch a movie for, just like hop onto a game, co-op or something if you enjoy gaming. It's like pretty much the same thing, right? Entertainment is like much more affordable through games. I think a lot of people start realizing. Back then in Dota 2, like it was taking a lot of time, and it started being like, you would see it as inefficient use of time. But now in hindsight, looking at it, it was actually a much more affordable form of enjoyment. Rather than like going up every day and like buying, shopping, or visiting movies and stuff, or other stuff that you have to pay money for. And I think COVID like kind of normalized that. But still, 4,000 hours, man, of non-transferable map mechanics. I know because Steam gives that like how many hours you have played, and I don't really smurf, so it's all on the same account. I think this girl is like my favorite character in this game, because she's like Kujo Sarah, who's like one of my favorite characters in Genshin Impact. She's like Ayaka, who is ice, sword-ish. And also like Miyabi from Zenless Zone Zero, who like all the similar styles altogether. She's a 4-star, this character here, Sanhua. Okay, before we start, let's get another question. Learn something else in that 4,000 hours strategic thinking. Nah, I don't think so. I learned how not to feed like a noob. And no, I learned a lot of languages. I think playing these kind of games with because in Asia we play like a lot in the Southeast Asia region. From Dota, I learned a lot about. I met a lot of like Filipinos. I talked to a lot of them because we use mics and stuff like that and chat. Although it was mostly like scolding most of the time, but sometimes you get good games where you have actually make some friends or two back then. And you learn a lot of like other cultures and languages. Then in MLBB is like a lot of Indonesian, because like the matchmaking system seems to put like Singapore closer to Indonesia than Malaysia and thereafter. Or maybe just, I don't know the stats, maybe just a lot more the population is Indonesian. So I learned a lot on like Indonesian words. Yeah, definitely a lot of vulgarities from the different languages. That's the first thing that we all like learn. Kavi Sharma is asking, do I want to put it? Yeah, I guess I can put in this question. How old am I? Exact age, this year I'm 30. So it's a pretty, time has flown by very, very quickly. So now in my late 20s, the last time I can say this, but this year I'll be 30. Towards the end of the year though. So it's still a long time from here. But still enjoying life. I think it's really, really fun. Doing something that you like. Honkai Star Rail 2.1 broadcast update is happening tomorrow. At if you take the current time, you plus 1 day. So Saturday this time, you minus by about 3 hours thereabouts. Wow, it's pretty 3-4 hours. Time flies. Wow, it's like 11:15 here already. So it's happening tomorrow, not today. Usually they have it on Fridays. Don't you guys think it was a bit sus why they didn't like release the 4-star today or yesterday? Can that be the first time that it's not going to be a 4-star? I don't think so, you know. They have never not released a 4-star yet. Maybe it's because there's like content that they don't want people to know of. But then they could have easily just like made a character, a random character like Boot Hill that's not involved in any story yet, and they just release a random character. So why are they like keeping hush about it? Or maybe not releasing at all? I'd rather them have like a secret plan than not release a 4-star. Because new characters means more fun, more content. I hope they are just doing it like for some secretive reason because they don't want to spoil any story or anything. Let's take this question by V. What's a habit you had to learn to help you improve as a content creator? I think thinking of habits, if I'm talking about general people to be a content creator, is perseverance. Like there's many things that a content creator can learn, but no matter how good or bad you are, like I am terrible at content creation. I was even worse, and you never actually are good at content creation. You just learn as you go. The one thing that anyone can learn is perseverance. Sometimes you get no views. Sometimes your videos are trash. Even nowadays, like when I don't have a video pop off, I don't feel bad about it. I don't take it negatively. In fact, it's more of like why did it not do well and what can I improve about it. So perseverance is probably like the most important thing as a content creator. You have good and bad days. You have insane runs. Some videos are just like so good that you want to recreate it, but you can't. And you might have a viral moment. I never had a viral moment in my whole like YouTube career. None of my content like went viral or anything. But I feel that virality is actually a poison for a content creator, because what's more important is to actually like train yourself to consistently upload, to consistently make content. That's, in my opinion, like something that helped me as a content creator. It's not easy though, like to keep doing this, especially like if you have other commitments. And I'm trying like okay, we have another question here that I think I will answer this one from Abyss Knight from the community post. I'm read as much as I can. I answer as much as I can. You see, that's what I mean. Like publicly subscribe to you 10 months. Wow, Abyss Knight. Abyss Knight 1387. Day 1 player of Honkai Star Rail, or kinda. What is the story behind the profile picture? Okay, this is a fun one. So I like squirrels. Squirrels are interesting creatures. Hibernation, storing for a rainy day, all that stuff, and adorable as well. But the idea behind it was I wanted a person that looked like it was like shacked out after work. like done with work and then like going back home and just like spending some time playing some games. That was the idea of it. I just asked like a friend to help me do it, and so it stuck for a long period of time. And I just can't like bear to like change it as well, because it's been so long as well. I should like upgrade it and like see how other creators like made theirs like so amazing and whatnot. But yeah, there's a lot of things to do, and I am somewhat of a procrastinator for non-urgent things. Like, I have this logic, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But that's a bad logic to have, because when it's broken, it might be too late to fix anything. That's a fun one. Fun questions I have. Let's lump them together. So let's have we have Sky Zero, we have where's the other? Where is let me put this in. And I'm recording it all down. So that's like third time. How long I actually do see myself doing YouTube for like the rest of my life. What content I create may have more, and along the way I think there will be changes, but I like content creation. Like, the reason why I started out this YouTube journey is because not only do I, how do I say it, to do YouTube is not easy. To do any kind of content creation is not easy. I must tell you honestly that you should never aim for money for anything that you want to do. If your objective is like to get views, to get money, and like be the next Mr. Beast and stuff like that, I don't think you will find success very easily, and it will be very, very stressful, because for the longest period of time, you will be not monetized. You will have one person watching your video, and you will have like at most maybe 5 views on a video that you spend 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours putting your weekends or your time off after whatever commitments you have to put into. And if you're just thinking, oh, I want to make $10, I want to make $100, yeah, you're not going to make it very long, if I were to be really honest. So why I started content creation is, firstly, I like teaching. When I was growing up, I used to be like a student mentor kind of thing. So I like to do like leadership talks and stuff like that. I like teaching in general. I was a tuition teacher and I really love like teaching other people what I know. Not in like I know better than you. I am also a learner by nature. I always like learning from people. That's why I still go for courses and always be curious about asking questions. You're never too smart to learn anything. You're never too dumb to teach anyone. I think that's my takeaway so far. And so I like content creation. It's fun because it's YouTube. They say like YouTube as in it's your tube where you can do anything you want. But after a while, you realize is the audience controls you more than you control what content you want to make at the end of the day. So how long do I see doing it for? I don't think I'll ever get sick of sharing what I know with people. Why I say that I don't know what I'll create is really depends on how the audience change. Like, I won't lie to you and say like I will create content, Honkai Star Rail content for the rest of my life, because I don't know how long everyone is going to play Honkai Star Rail. If you guys play it for like 50 years, yeah, sure, I'll probably be here if I'm still alive then. But I do think that every game has its ups and downs. Like Pokemon, I mean, Pokemon is like here's how many years already. So maybe Honkai Star could be here for a long time. But in some form or another, I do want to like continue content creation and teaching. I think it's fun. And every stage of life is like different, right? Different stuff you can create content about. But yeah, definitely would be playing games. I think I'll be playing games like until I'm freaking 70, man. I don't know whether you guys have been recommended these like videos, but I saw recently like this super inspiring old man American ex-sniper, I think. He's like playing this kind of like massive headshot videos of like one-shotting enemies and stuff like that as like some 70, 80-year-old man. Super inspiring. And if you think about it, like why do we not have more of these kind of people in the community today? I think it's because gaming only started being popular with like okay, I don't want to say our generation because the age group is like very, very broad here. But let's just say people of the age of 40-ish right now today. These are people that probably encountered like the first Nintendo game, like Game Boy Advance, your first PlayStation, and maybe your first PC games. If you think about it, 20 years ago, like some of you maybe weren't even born yet, but those of you who are like really young, 20 years ago, like no adult kind of like played games. Like back then, like if you played games, you're wasting your time. Why aren't you like in the library or reading books or like, I don't know, playing sports or something like that? But fast forward 20 years later, nowadays like everyone is like kind of like playing games here and there. And then 20 years from now, you will see like the 60-year-olds, like myself, I'll be like 50 back in 20 years. We will still be playing games. And then 20 years from then, I'll be like 70 and I'll still be playing games. So it's a whole different like landscape then. So a lot of people think like, oh, you can only play games until you're 50, 40, you can only play games until 50, 60, but it's not really true. It's just what climate we are in. For all you know, next time we are playing AI games already. We are like in the virtual reality world, exploring like Genshin in a 3D open world. I think I'm an optimist by nature, so I like to see like how the world around me is like changing. That's the real fun part. So yeah, for a long time. Let's take this question. This one is fun. I hardly talk about content creators on the channel, but I think this one is worthwhile talking about. Which content creator do I look up to, and I guess why? I started off my YouTube journey definitely looking at a lot of finance YouTubers because I was trying to like learn from them. I didn't really feel too involved in that space. Like I wasn't like super fascinated. But one person that I really liked a lot, like as I was watching YouTube, is probably a content creator. Okay, I don't know whether is it possible for me. No, I can't tag the person here. But if I could, I guess I would. I think probably MTash is one of them. Very entertaining content creator, very funny as well. So out of all like the Genshin content creators, I felt that he was one of the content creators I really admire as well. Very charismatic. He has a down-to-earth side of him as well. So very, very nice. Other than that, I think it's like content creators that probably are a bit more strange for like slightly not in the gaming space. A lot of like other content creators. But yeah, for this space, definitely I think MTash is one of the people that inspired me for content. Yeah, it's funny. His content is like amazing. And one of the things like a lot of you are wondering is like, gaming is like very saturated content, but actually don't never be afraid to like try, cause honestly, saturation is just an excuse. No, I didn't know that he's Canadian. I thought he was always American or something. But yeah. Felt's question. Okay, I missed that one. So let's see this one here. Let me put it in. That's a fun one as well. Let me write it down. Would content creation be considered as a mainstream job nowadays? Oh, this is a tough one. Depends on where you're from. I think, okay, I don't know about the rest of the world, and it's very ignorant for me to assume that I do. Let's just talk about where I'm from. And I'm not even like saying where I'm from as in just Singapore alone. In a city state where you have very, very high rental costs and you have many, what do I say? How do I say? The expenses are not as cheap as in maybe a slightly more place that doesn't have such high rent, and your food cost of living is not as high. Like major cities around the world, like you have your New York, Switzerland, like Zurich area, you have your London areas, Tokyo areas, and every single like major city. The problem with content creation is it's hard to justify not doing traditional jobs and doing content creation because your traditional job pays you quite well. Like maybe if you are from a slightly more rural part of the environment, like maybe you don't have as much job opportunities because there's no like factory right beside your house, right? So no one is hiring, there's not much jobs available in the vicinity. Then I would say maybe content creation becomes an alternative. But when you're in a city like Singapore, like any other major cities around the world, might not be one of the not a mainstream job, I would say. But here, growing population in Singapore, I see a lot more people like becoming content creators, not because maybe I don't know, maybe it's very lucrative for them and stuff like that. But also I think it's a lot of the youngsters today. I think I'm a youngster too, myself included. We are all youngsters. We are all still young. We don't see the need for like working a 9 to 5 too much anymore. Rather, doing something that we love probably is more important. I definitely love content creation. Like even though it's tiring, after work every day doing content creation, I get adrenaline like every time I think of an idea, I put it to words, and I see whether I fail, flop, or it does well. And that's something that I really enjoy. To me, like, content creation is a different game on its own. I don't think I'm very good at it. I'm not as good as content creation as I am at some theory crafting, I guess. Not that theory crafting is very good, but just showing you that I'm just saying I'm not very good at either of them. Still a lot to learn. Doing this much grinding in this game is not putting it in a good light, but I really don't care because I have to do this grinding. But it's not normally like this much grinding. So it's just I'm just trying to like level up as much as I can. Come from a rural Poland area and sister just got a job in a game development company. Grandparents don't see it as a real job. Yeah, I think it's the era that people live in. If you tell them that your sister is now like a football, soccer kind of media company, they will probably, oh yeah, it's pretty good, because they probably grew up in an era where sports is like the entertainment. Now it's like sports and esports are like the entertainment. So it's like, I guess it's like the era of things. But if nowadays you tell people like you work in Hoyoverse for the game developers, firstly they'll ask you for leaks. But jokes aside, of course, it's still a pretty good job. Game development. It's just really like depending on I think it's a generational thing. And you can understand why also. If you have never done something before, your first instinct is always to be a bit like concerned and reserved. Defensive is a natural human reaction. So you can't blame like anyone because you can't relate to it. And if any of you like in the chat has asked a question but I haven't answered you yet, please let me know. I want to make sure that I answer as many people as I can and not like just answer the same few questions. So if you have been asking for a while and you're frustrated, like why is EOD not answering me? It's not you, it might be me, I'm blind. My spectacle degrees is like in the, I can't even remember, like 700s or something? Like freaking bad eyesight. So it's not you, it's me. Definitely. What is this flashing? Level up packs with a free 5 pool. Sheesh. Funding gacha addiction. I already have that. Oh, 3 stars. Give me a 5-star. Yeah, I take from the community post here and there. So I try like do as many as I can. But I won't answer like everything. At the end of the day, it's like we are a gacha game community, so everything has to be a bit gacha related. So everything's like random-ish. But at least like one question I want to try to answer. Especially people that attend live. I think live is takes time, right? And I appreciate your time for being here as well. So I want to try to answer as many questions from different people as I can. Hector. Okay, let me answer this one. I think this is the first question I'm answering. I'm not good at this question, but I'll try my best. How did the Taylor Swift tour affect locals in Singapore? Okay, I don't know exactly about the money and how much value it brought. So in case any of you are wondering why the question is like that, Taylor Swift held her Southeast Asia concert in Singapore. And the thing about the one thing is, of course, being sensitive to the international community, there is a lot of controversy going around about her coming to Singapore because Singapore actually like gave her a discount of funding to be exclusive like for Singapore rather than like regions in Southeast Asia. So she can't go to like Thailand, she can't go to Philippines, Indonesia, only Singapore holding her concert here within the region in exchange for some monetary benefits. So that caused like a bit of hoo-ha. So I guess it affects the locals also because yeah, drama is never a nice thing. There are groups of people saying that it's a competition at the end of the day, but that's like probably one of the biggest drama in the international scene that is going on. But is it I don't think I'm smart enough politically to comment about politics. But hey, if I guess from a selfish consumer point of view, if it's nearer to my house, I guess it's a good thing, right? But of course, that's a very myopic way of thinking things. But I know nuts about politics, so I don't even want to try. Other than that, I think it's fantastic. I personally didn't go, not a super fan of Taylor Swift myself, but she's amazing. She's like $1 billion from just concerts, right? Like just music alone. Of course, Rihanna also is like a billionaire, but she has Fendi, like her lipstick brand and stuff like that, right? So that isn't like, I wouldn't say that's comparable to Taylor Swift because that's like kind of cheating. It's like David Beckham also has his own apparel line, so purely from music, I guess Taylor Swift is the biggest. I'm not too sure. I don't follow like the music industry. I hope that answers the question. I try my best. I'm not really good with these. There's just something about these like Unga Bunga games. They just gets you into like a rhythm. It's just so fun, like beat stuff up. You know what I think I need? I need a game like I can spend like time just unga bungaing and wasting time. Like this. Like imagine if you have like just, let's say I'm on break or something. I need something to like unga bunga mindlessly. Because Honkai Star is a lot more thinking, right? I have to use a lot more like brains. I mean, probably this game also uses brains. But I want something that doesn't need brains. Like just like absolutely just unga bunga. Like even FIFA also you have to use a bit of brains, kinda. And now it's no longer called FIFA. It's called like what? EA Football or something. Cause they lost the rights, right? And for any of you who are like just hopped in, we are collating questions, and why I'm like writing it down is because we are also going to be doing a giveaway, and anything else that I don't do live, all the people who have like asked questions will be getting a lot more of it. So even though it's like you don't see anything going on, all the work will be done like offline. Because I need like some sort of spreadsheet. I'm a spreadsheet nerd. Not so good live in terms of making everything smooth. But yeah, don't worry. Tons more to give away. I know it's like also a super critical time. That's why I'm deciding to like hold it now. I was like thinking, do I want to like push it back for a week since I'm so lazy, since we just like hit 30k and stuff. But at the same time, it's like I know some of you are wanting to pull Akron, and I think Akron will be a good character, my guess. Quote unquote guess. But if I can get out some resources to people who need it, I know you'll help some people. Okay, next question. Egg is asking a question on some like meta-wise questions on Wuthering Waves. I can't comment on that, so I won't include that in the list. This game I'm just playing for pure unga bunga, pure fun reasons. So I don't really have like what is meta and what is not. I don't have an intelligent answer. Calculated one at least. Economically, it brings back business to the locals. Felt is asking, economically brings back business to the locals. People, yeah, I mean, technically, yes. I mean, I can see the benefits. And of course, it's easier like talk about the benefits. You have a lot of things like tourism. You have more people will stay in hotels. You will visit around, so you'll eat food and whatnot. But those are like selfish analysis, right? In terms of globally, does it affect Singapore in a negative light or positive light for having exclusive deals? I don't know. More countries will start pulling things. But that's a good thing, I guess. If more countries are willing to spend money to bring celebrities down, it could incentivize more celebrities coming to the Southeast Asia region as well. So if we think about it holistically as an additive thing, if what Singapore did was like the first floodgates after it has been blown out real big, everyone starts paying creators or celebrities to come down. You have every single celebrity coming to Southeast Asia because everyone's just throwing money at them. Would you say that's a win-win, or would you say it's a loss? It's better than your taxpayers' money going to like the government's pockets, right? In some like, I don't know, but maybe assuming some more corrupt countries, I'd rather have the celebrity come down than the money like not being used for societal benefit at all. Even though you could say that it's a celebrity, a lot of societal benefit. At least it's fun. So who knows, man? But yeah, if more celebrities come into to Southeast Asia, I think it's a good thing for. Slice like FIFA is trash. play eFootball. Oh man, but FIFA is like just so, it's so nostalgic, right? So many things. I support Bayern Munich, but now they're kind of trash. Ever since a lot of the, back when I was growing up at least, now it's like my favorite characters are gone. I think now my favorite character is like Kevin De Bruyne from Man City. Like his passing is like so damn good. Let's take this question by E-Spiral. This is a fun one because it's something that I have never talked about it at all on this channel, or hardly actually. And that is, do I collect trading cards in real life, like Pokemon? I guess it's because of the analogy that I used earlier on like Charizard cards and stuff like that. I do collect cards, but I invest more in... I trade and like buy and sell Pokemon cards, but I buy like Genshin Impact cards, Nikkei cards for the long run. I think those are like good value to hold for the next 10 to 20 years. Because the current generation that's growing up with Genshin Impact would want to have some nostalgia when they're working adults. So that's why I like invest in some like Genshin Impact trading cards. But it's not investment advice, it's just my own speculation. Or maybe just like justification for me buying cards that cost a lot of dumb money. So like I do all the stuff from like grading cards as well. So I send them to PSA for grading hundreds of dollars. But sometimes I sell them also. Transact the cards here and there. I have like some videos on the EOD Money channel on that. If that's why you asked the question. But that's the reason. That's the reason. So I mostly deal with like graded cards. Those are a lot easier to sell. But that's like my side thing. I don't even like talk too much about it on content on YouTube. Bayern Munich versus Arsenal on UCL. Bayern Munich is gonna lose. Isn't Arsenal like top of table now or something? Or were they top of like recently? Now Bayern's like so bad. Kevin De Bruyne, yeah, still pretty awesome. Super good. And he's quite humble, right? He's very, very humble for a very strong player. And he's very hardworking also. I remember like one character, I don't know whether you guys heard of him, like Mesut Ozil. Ozil was like super, Ozil was also an Arsenal player. He's like super good, but one thing I didn't like about him is he's super lazy. And for any of you who don't watch football or soccer, don't mind the references. Yeah, I think Mesut Ozil is just very lazy. He's a visionary, very good, but it's just like he doesn't, when the ball is behind him, he doesn't put in effort to catch the ball. And that's what I don't like in like people in general or like players, is when they think it's not their responsibility, so they like slack off. Like just be a team player, man. Doesn't mean you're like some visionary or anything. Okay, I can whine all day at footballers. They earn enough money to make up for, to take the whining anyway. That's why he's already retired. Yeah, he's quite young, right? He's quite young for a player who doesn't run much. But he's really good. When he was at his prime, I think he was really strong. Lulu, I see your question, but I'm not going to include it. I don't have comments on other content creators and what they do. I respect every single content creator out there. I know there's like a lot of drama. Some people maybe are like unhappy with everyone. And I do know that occasionally they might say a couple of things about maybe even our channel. But for me, I respect every content creator. Everyone does things because either one, is their career, and two, they have an idea and they want to try it. And I think it's better to have more ideas, even if it may be controversial. But I always respect other people's opinions and regardless of what they do. I am like super open-minded. And I generally don't think anyone is a negative content creator unless you copy people's content and you have copyright breaches. That is the only thing that I will not stand for. Other than that, is like everyone is just trying to find new ways of doing the same thing. So that's my opinion. But no personal comments on whether it's like meta or whatnot. No comment. Okay, let's take this question. This is a fun one. Let's go back some Genshin now. I think this is the second question from V, if I'm not wrong. Let me just see the history. Yeah, looks like it. What will it take to play Genshin again? Okay, for one, I need a reason to start again, and two, viewers, you guys, audience, have to watch the Genshin videos. Like if I put out a video and like try hardo and stuff like that, and no one watches, then there's no point. Like I could just use that time to like make Honkai style content that's better and people care about, and it adds more value to the world. So I think like to answer the question, what it takes is a good enough reason, and at the same time, audience interest changes. Which I tested it before. I think I released like some Genshin videos while Honkai Star Rail was still out, back when we were in the early days of Honkai Star Rail. But Honkai Star Rail viewers just don't care about Genshin. Maybe back then it's because a lot of people that didn't play Genshin might have played Honkai Star Rail. Now maybe as time goes by, like people play both, since maybe Genshin Impact is not too like Honkai Star Rail is not too time consuming. So I don't know. Honkai Star Rails hate Genshin? Nah, I don't think so. I think most people are actually okay with. No one really like goes in that drama kind of thing, right? I think it's a silent majority thing. Most of the people are like probably don't really care about the drama that's going on. It's the people who like just like trying to poke fun at something, just like cheering themselves up. Maybe then they'll complain about things. What the heck does that skill do? It doesn't ever heal me. How about this? Does this heal anything? Oh, so if I hold this, I heal my characters. I'm not bothering to like learn any of this. One of the reasons is because it's like super early days in the closed beta. So I'll just wasting brain cells if I try to like learn things now. Not that I have many brain cells left. This monkey is like super fun. Like that giant slamming monkey. Okay, let's take another. Data analysis is fascinating. Watch it even if you only play Honkai Star Rail. Super appreciate that. I think it's very fun. Like it's nice crunching numbers because I like looking at numbers. I'm a super nerd at like my YouTube data analytics, so I like read a lot into the stats, build like graphs for myself to like see and view things. But I never talk about it because YouTube analytics is not the channel's purpose. But yeah, let's see another one. Let's do a question. I think I have never commented on the niggas question yet. So let's do one for Mr. The Niggas. I only know the word niggas because of the viral clip that went around of that poor boy having to say the word multiple times on stage. But some Ethiopian king, I think, right? Or something like that. What's your favorite character design in Honkai Star Rail, and which do you think is the one that looks the coolest? Okay, I will tell you my honest thoughts, but I also want to know like which characters do you think is the coolest out of all of them. So we exchange. That's the deal. If we are talking like about between all of them, I think the one that I like the most is a male character. See, I think you could kind of tell like since CBT 2 on the channel, if any of you who have been around since that time. I like Blade. Like Blade is probably like my favorite character out of all of them. Like very cool design, HP sapping mechanics, and I don't know, it's just like super cool. Like this guy here, like cool. This kind of characters, like my vibe. Like cool. that's about it. If you're talking about like female characters, character design probably will be Kafka, but some will argue like Kafka is very plain and simple, right? But I think I like Kafka's design from a different head. Like Blade is like thinking logically what is cool, but Kafka might be a different reason altogether. But good design. Actually, I never really like thought about who has a. Senzo lawful characters tend to look very similar to each other, especially like Tingyun, Yukong. They have like Tingyun and Yukong like look exactly the same design wise, so I wouldn't say it's like super unique. Otherwise, like Tingyun is like quite unique, right? If there wasn't Yukong, like the Foxian is like decently unique. But then again, like, a lot of games have like cat girls. Shui, I think it's pretty unique. She could have been a 5-star, man. When she was first released, I thought she's going to be a 5-star. But yeah, I don't really have like a female character that I think is like super nice design. Like a shocker, right? I didn't think I would say that, but I think male character is more obvious. Like Blade, clearly. Not even Imbibitor Lune. Imbibitor Lune, I think, is like more... Like, okay, Jingyuan is very theatrical. His whole lightning lord is like very cool and stuff like that. But character design itself, Blade. Without a doubt. Some Zilla. Zilla is also not too bad. I guess Zilla is also pretty cool. But okay, Zilla, would you say that Zilla is actually like a Honkai Impact 3 character? Not like an original... I mean, I don't know, when the characters cross over, do you treat those characters as like pure Honkai style characters? Or do you consider those characters as like Honkai Impact 3 crossover characters? That's the tough part that I don't know. So it's like Raiden Shogun, Acheron, and Raiden Mei. Where do they belong? Or are they just like belonging to the whole space of like... Hoyoverse characters? I don't know. That was just a random thought. Yeah, Ye Miko, Ye Sakura, and stuff like that. Maybe that's why, like, you know, I'm just trying to just think randomly here. Maybe that's why Honkai Star Rail or Hoyoverse doesn't like to do collabs with other gacha games and other animes, because they just plan to like make many different games that target many different audience, and then they just cross over within themselves after reaching out to like different audience. So you pull the players that you reached out from the many different genres into each game. Like Honkai Star Rail targets people that like story, people that likes turn-based games and appreciate that kind of content. Genshin Impact targets people that like open world, they like elements and a bit of combat style. Zenless Zone Zero is like the QTE. Honkai Impact 3 is like more QTE. Zenless Zone is like a roguelike also and stuff like that. So they have many different verticals that they're targeting, and then they just cross over with each other by doing that collaboration style where they release one character that looks the same in all the games. So they pull across the different genres, which is quite a smart strategy actually that they have going. Maybe that's why we don't see them needing to like have collaborations with other companies. Even the Alloy one with Genshin Impact was probably because Sony had it in like one of their contracts that in order to get in the PS space, you need to help collab with Alloy. Maybe that's why she's so shit. No, not pure shit, but not the best collab character compared to how much other games tend to put in theirs. So that multiverse thing is actually quite smart, right? Honkai Genshin Impact collab with Evangelion, but I don't think they added like the characters into the game, right? Or I mean, Genshin Impact didn't collab with Evangelion, right? They might have like done a collab through maybe like the cafes, but I don't think they have anime collabs. I'm not too sure about that. I don't think they do, from my memory. Oh, I see. Honkai Impact 3 did. Maybe that was very long in the day when they didn't have Genshin Impact and when they didn't have like other verticals. So that's why they back then maybe they needed it a bit more. But now with like 3 verticals of QTE, open world, and turn-based games, they probably don't need it anymore. That's why they like keep collaborating with like your cafes, KFC. They even collab with like Kinokuniya and stuff like that, which is outside of their vertical, which means they are trying to pull people in their space. their marketing team and like the way they do their strategy for a gaming company is very unique, very different from other companies. As a business person myself, like a person who studied finance, I enjoy like seeing what Hoyoverse does. And there's actually a lot of signs of like patterns that they do that we can all learn from a little bit to see how to do like strategy. So small stuff like this, bigger other companies like Punishing Grey Raven, Wuthering Waves, like the game that we are playing here, might not be able to fight with them in this aspect because Punishing Grey Raven is a QTE game. QTE, like quick time action and stuff like that, like real time combat. These kind of like on-screen unga-bunga. Whereas Wuthering Waves is also very similar. It's like an open world but a similar action game. The people that play both of them likely come from the same vertical, which means you don't get to pull in audiences from other sides. So, my thoughts on that. Let me just see a question. Okay, I guess it's have we? I don't think I've recorded from Jonathan yet. Jonathan Tam, how deep are you planning to go for Akron? That's a very tricky question. Like, okay, how can I put it on an official video? I think it's depending on how good. See, I'm choosing my words carefully, so I have to like change pause because Hoyoverse can shoot an arrow at me and just kill me from the sky. If she's very good, let's say hypothetically, if her E2 was super meta and super good, which don't know, it might be good, it might not be good, we won't know right now. I am very tempted to go for E2. So if it was like super important. If it was like mediocre, E0 would be nice, but at this point of time, I think I am quite tempted to go for E2. Yeah, like what KopiC is also saying. Like, it's a character that you want to go as deep as you can. But one of the things is, I recently just blew a lot of resources for Runmei, which I do not regret at all. I think Runmei was a super good investment. If I were to blow like resources on Akron, there's going to be hundreds of dollars because I still have to pull for every single character. Which then I will, of course, my recommendation and what I do for myself, recommendation to general people and what I do for myself is very different because I have to pull for every character and I will have characters in the game. But that might not be the smartest thing to do, like pull every character in the game. So that's why how I do like for myself. I don't recommend anyone go for like E2, everyone like pull E2 Runmei because I know people don't have that luxury of eidoloning everything. So I just quick disclaimer in case like any of you are thinking I'm just like everyone should pull for eidolons. No, that's not the case. But I don't think I need Akron at E2. It will be a nice addition. And I think she might be a very versatile character, which I would have if I am a rich tycoon. But for me, it matters more that I have enough money to afford the next character that's coming up. So I do not think that I'll go for E2 Akron. Her light cone though, I might go for it. If I win the 50-50, I will probably go for the light cone just because I think a DPS is better with the light cone than a support with their signature light cone, especially if that DPS is going to be meta. Probably I'll go for their light cone. But that's like my initial thoughts. We have to see like what the whole thing is, official information of like what like blah blah blah, disclaimers and stuff like that. But that's my overall thing. me see if the community post has anyone that I haven't answered yet. I see a lot of questions asking me like for opinions of unreleased characters. Is all. You guys must understand. It's not it is that I'm purposely ignoring some questions like that, but it's also because I can't say characters like that. You must understand. It's not because I don't want to. I do want to, but yeah, Hoyoverse is very strict on that. Some games are more lenient, but Hoyoverse is very strict about unofficial content. Okay, another question that I think a lot of people asked also a lot recently, and that is this one here. This is from the community post. I see this question a lot, and I think I want to like make use opportunity like answer all of these questions one shot. A lot of you have seen like the Power BI data analysis slides that I've been doing and stuff like that. One of the reasons is not that I don't want to share, but in order to share the link and the click around that you guys can go in and click, I have to have the paid premium software, which requires me to, one, either pay for a subscription, or two, and not only do I have to pay, because paying money, yes, I just like suck it up for a couple of months, I can afford it, but I need a company email address to be registered under that system, which makes absolutely it very difficult for me to get that link to share. So it is possible, like maybe I could like figure it out, open a company email and whatnot and blah blah blah, but it will take a long period of time, and I don't know whether it's going to be rewarding enough. Maybe I'll do it if we have more interest over time, but that's one of the reasons why I can't just like put it. It's not like a Google sheet, you know, it's something that you can just like go in and click. Of course, there's the problem of like, is it going to get messed up, or you can have it view only and stuff like that. But for these kind of slides, Microsoft is very smart. They make it so that you need to pay for the subscription in order for you to have it clickable. So that's why if you can see my videos are not on like a browser, it's like literally on my screen, only is for self-use. So that's the unfortunate part about it. But definitely if I could like just like share it, it will be much more easier for me. So that's the question, and I just want to answer that one shot from Photo 44 TV. Tableau is greater than Power BI. Both of them have their pros and cons, but Tableau is more for larger data sources. Power BI actually allows you to customize more than Tableau. Tableau is like very, very standardized. Okay, the best analogy that I have is iPhone, iOS software versus Android software. Apple feels more comfy to use because it's more cleaner, it's more customized for data that like Tableau. But Power BI is like Android, allows you to do unique stuff with it. That's like the difference I'll use. So neither is like clearly better than the other. Tableau is of course more expensive though, to get it fully running. Yeah, the Google Sheet can be used as a view only, but my data is not on a Google Sheet. That is done by through Microsoft instead. And if any of you who are like interested in all that also, we have a guide on EOD money, which if any of you are interested in like going to data analytics field and you want to learn at least a bit of skill, you have like 10 minutes, 20 minutes of your time, check that video. I teach you exactly how to do with gaming data, so it's not super boring like one of those many finance the data IT channels out there that gives you like raw data that's boring. I use like Litecoin data to teach the charts that we're building, so that's quite interesting. Definitely worth, even if you don't use it for your day-to-day, it's nice to understand like, oh, there's something like that out there in the world and it's free to use, so anyone can use it. They don't have to pay money. You just need like a working, I don't even know whether you can do it on like mobile or tablet or anything. Not too sure about that. That part I don't know. Second, shall we do it? Shall we do our second round of pools? I think I want to give more of the remaining resources into the questions, Because if we only have like a set number, there's a lot of people who have asked very good questions along the way, which kept the chat going as well. So the second one is going to be smaller than the first one, also because we have much less viewers now than we had at the start of the stream. So I'll leave a lot more of it towards the end. In total, I think I want to give a total of, let's do it. In total, I want to give away 20. That was my plan to start. And we have like given away 5. So I'm going to probably dedicate maybe another, let's do half, okay? So we'll do 3 now. And the rest will go over to the questions that we have answered, as well as whatever is left over in the chat after the live stream is going. Maybe we'll push it out to 30, depending whether it's nice or not. I see some people just subscribing to the channel. I know that there is a time limit for how much you can comment, because I think that I put like a 5-minute cap or something in order for the first person to chat. So let me just do like another run, answer a few more questions, and then I'll put the cutoff, because from the time when I say that the giveaway is starting, I want to like give a bit of a lead time so that you guys can wait for the cooldown. The reason why there's like a cooldown is also because you are afraid of like bots and whatnot. So let me just like answer a few more questions in the meantime while we chill out for a couple more. But I'm planning to do it already. A question from Sorina. I won't key this in. Sorina is asking, Fucc or Huo is better. I think we talked about it a lot already on the channel. So for like meta questions like this, I don't count that in. Because content that we've covered more or less. Will Fucc come out tomorrow? We'll have to see. That'll be interesting, right? Fucc with Akron, especially people that didn't pull her. I thought Jingyu will come out. That was my guess. But Jingyu and Akron back to back maybe is a bit tough in hindsight now looking at it. Maybe they'll put Jingyu in 2.2 instead, which seems now to be a more muted patch with just Robin and Boot Hill. Sly can't afford Eidolons. Plumber just quoted $3,000 to replace the electric wall. Yeah, plumbing is like super. If AI takes over the world, the one job that can't be replaced is probably like one of the many jobs that can't be replaced is probably a plumber. There's just like hard skills that even the AI doesn't want to like solve it. Okay, I don't think I've answered this question. I don't think I've answered from German Pill Yen yet. Have I answered a question? Or maybe in the very early on. I don't think I have. Normally I won't take this question, but I think since it's one of the only questions that I think I saw, let's do this one. So this one is, and thanks so much, Etium Estes, for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. Really helps support the giveaway. So all these people that are subscribing as members and giving donations, it goes directly to you guys. So a huge shout out to them as well, because they fund the giveaways. Okay, I normally don't take these kind of questions. A bit distracted there. But German Pillian is asking, do you think Sparkle will be good for a while? Or is it likely she'll get power crap in the near future? It's a tricky one because we talked about it on our channel already. And at this point of time, we just found out that Robin is going to be a physical harmony. Okay. Knowing how do I put it in a politically... excuse me, let me just cough for a bit. Choking on disaster. But let's just say that Robin was a very strong character that was similar to a 5-star S-star. Hypothetically. I prefer Robin more than Sparkle. Hypothetically, of course. But that's not the case because we don't know anything right now. Anything can change, and nothing is even out yet. But I do like Esther because much more versatile. Esther can be played into a lot of team compositions. At the end of the day, a turn-based games is based on turn order manipulation. But a lot of things are not finalized. You don't know how much Esther can push. A 5-star Esther theoretically can push. But I would like a 5-star Esther a lot more than Robin. But both characters are great. I think it's the same like your Huo Huo, Luo Ca, and Wu Shen thing, right? Which character out of the three is lousy? Like all of them are freaking good. Some of them may be a bit more niche than others, but all of them are good in their own ways. My personal choice, also because I like Robin's design, I will go for Robin probably a bit more. I don't like Sparkle's personality. Horrendous. She's like your... Okay, one thing I don't understand, and I don't know whether I'll get cancelled for that, is I don't understand why people like Sparkle. Like, the community is like hyping her out so much. Like, super enthusiastic about her. But her character has no ethics at all. Like, she's a horrendous character in terms of personality. Like, even Kafka is like a good guy besides Sparkle. Like, that's ridiculous. So I don't know. That's my own like personal opinions. Like, if Adventuring was questionable, Sparkle's like the worst villain in the Penacony arc. But I don't know, maybe because you see, like, Sparkle is like Hu Tao, which is very similar of their playful nature, which is why people draw them together. But if you look at ethically between the two of them, Hu Tao is very different from a character like Sparkle. Sparkle is actually an insulting character. Like, I think she was also like uttering some like racist remarks about Adventuring, right? At some point of time. So that's not a character that I think has a most likable personality in the game. I mean, if you're talking about personality aside, in terms of meta, she is strong. She's great with like Imbibe to Lune. Skill point manipulation and adding skill points is definitely very desirable. But at the end of the day, I do care about whether I like the character or not too. Okay, one other thing that I want to say is like, people don't like Runmei because they think she's like a genius that has also no ethics. But I think Runmei is a bit different. I would say like Runmei is very similar to... Have you guys watched Oppenheimer? Like, they won like the Oscars, right? It's a story about the nuclear bomb creation, atomic bomb creation. I would say Runmei is very similar to that case. And they even showed it like in the whole storyline. So I don't think Runmei is an unlikable character. Because to me, she's like the same in terms of like the Oppenheimer storyline. It's like genius, but used for not the most pure videos. And it has always been like in the history of humankind that kings have always chased after immortality and whatnot. So I can understand based on like human desires to want to become like Aeon and stuff like that. So I don't know. Overrated movie, Sly. I don't know. Maybe because it won an Oscar, but when I saw it and the cinematography by Christopher Nolan, solid movie, Oppenheimer. Really enjoyed it. And to be honest, nowadays there's like not many movies out there, right? Yeah, there was like just really not many good movies last year. So maybe it's just out of COVID, but maybe this year, next year, we'll see much more better movies now that there's more videos coming out. Sampo is basically a goody two shoes compared to Sparkle? Yeah, definitely. People like psycho girls. I don't know, man. This psycho is just crazy. Psycho is a nice way to put crazy. Because at least it appeared in a song, right? Sweet but psycho. This is just like crazy. And just like reading some comments. Seeing whether there's any questions we can talk about. We have XXXYY. Hello EODGamer. I really like your voice. Been watching you for like a really long time. Since Kafka beta test. Thank you so much. That's like 2022. I'm glad that you stayed all the way till today. Back then it was like super fun. I remember in those days I was still playing with like Herta as meta. She was broken in CBT2. Now she was nerfed and then now she's back because of pure fiction. But those days were fun. Those days were fun. I think that's when I knew that I wanted to play Honkai Star Rail like really badly, was the beta test. Like that's when I knew like I fell in love with Honkai Star Rail. Like super good game. So you can kind of tell from like beta tests whether you will like the game or not. And that's when you know like whether you want to put a lot of effort into a particular game. Barbieheimer was the thing that helped push Oppenheimer, I think, to even greater heights. Because of the whole like hashtag Barbieheimer thing. But they are so different movies. You know, I'm really curious like what is happening to Robin and Firefly. No spoilers, guys. I know some of you might know like a lot of things behind the scene. As a person who haven't seen anything, like a plain layman, is like, why is Robin an upcoming character? Like maybe they think like because Tingyun technically cracked her neck, so like a dead character still can be playable. But I don't think it's in Hoyover's interest to actually put like Robin as a banner character if she was truly dead. So that means there's like more than meets the eye. And there's so many like question marks that I have that is unanswered. It's like, why did Firefly turn into a puddle, but Robin had this slash mark in her lying in a puddle in like in a bathtub? I have no idea, and I don't want spoilers. I'm just very curious at all these kind of things because I actually like went through all the Panacony to like reach out all the stuff just to find out more about the story. I just can't find enough information, and it's like killing me. Very good, very well written story by this Panacony arc. Is Tingyun dead? I don't know. I mean, they say that she's still alive, right? And stuff like that. Is she even real and whatnot? That we don't know. That no one knows. But I mean, there is like you have some from like Black Swan and Sparkle, that quest that they said no one dies in the dream world. It could be. But then the question will be, why would they need to have like that scene in the first place? Like, why would they need to show that people died? Like, they could have just not. Maybe it's like for drama, or Hoyover's trying to sell a character. I think it's interesting. I think it's different. Maybe everyone is still alive and it's all just like lols. But there's definitely a reason why those things happen, I think. Okay, let's take like maybe 2-3 more questions and then we will continue on with the draw. So I'm officially saying it. So if any of you who haven't subscribed, in order to like put in comments in that box so that you can participate in the live draw, you have to be subscribed for at least 5 minutes. It's a rule that I put because I don't want bots to just like spam the giveaway section. So I see some of you like just subscribing as well. 5 minutes is the cooldown. I'll answer 3 more questions and I've already given enough notice. If not, if any of you who missed like this official live one, you can either leave a comment after the video or any questions that you've asked along the way and I've recorded it down. I've recorded quite a few. Those will all be enlisted in a pool of giveaways. I will probably take some time to process all the giveaways. So pardon the administration. Might give me like at least 5 days or so. At least the weekend without that, because there's a lot of administration to settle. But let's answer 3 more questions. As I'm reading here. Some other comments that are not questions, but I also want to talk about, like, Deluxor is saying, started watching from Swamp Disaster release to watch channel. That was really fun. Like, Swamp Disaster was a real headache, right? The secret trials, oh, that's a burn. I grinded, I remember, for that day, I think like 8 to 12 hours in one go. I had a splitting headache after that because it was like, it wasn't fun, man. When you had to learn all the tricks of how the secret thing is done in the most efficient way, that was tough. That wasn't fun. To grind Swamp Disaster in one day, that was horrendous. Because you had to grind all the notes. So it's like super hard. At the hidden notes, you had to do it like 60 times or something like that. And the hunt, you only will find out all the way at the end. Politics behind Barbie was too much. I don't really follow politics. Maybe that's why I didn't like. I suck at politics, honestly. Maybe it's because I'm not one to have. I'm not a person that likes views on. I think everyone has their own views, and everyone deserves their own opinions. That's why politics is not something that I am inclined towards. Okay, this is a good question from Felt, because I can ask you guys the exact same question as well. Is the beta like a sole selling point for upcoming game, or the hype for other factors that really gets one to decide that this is the game for him or her? So that question is as much for me as it's for you guys. How much does a beta test actually influence your desire to play a game? Like, let's say you have these games that I'm showing you right here. Like, watching this, do you think it's like super interesting to play this game already? Or is there something more that you actually care about that you need to know in order to play the game? Must you try it out yourself? Wait for the official launch, see how the hype goes, everyone loves it? Or what is it? What influenced your decision making? And I'll share mine a little bit. Let me just bunga something. Sly tried the ZZZ beta and killed it for you. Killed it as in you didn't like it, or you love it so much that it's slayed? Zidstar says he needs to experience it. The nigga says waits for official launch. Don't play beta test. What if you, okay, if you don't play it and you watch a beta test, does that influence your decision making at all? Or is it like, oh, good information, good to know, man, but it doesn't like... Have you ever played a game based on closed beta or like beta information that you watched? I think that's a pretty interesting question. But before answering the question, it's a super smart idea though, this like beta testing. It does marketing, and at the same time it helps the developers test their faults, which they have to pay money for a developer to actually troubleshoot. So you can just get the player base to troubleshoot for you. Win-win, right? Cheap way of getting community support as well. I think it's always a good thing. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying it's a smart win-win situation. Sheesh. Why is this boss like so much harder to kill this time? It's because my lightning guy is like not on the team. That took way longer than it should have, or normally would have. No damage maybe. Okay, let me just stand and read some questions at the edge of this mark. So some background there. Alright. So back to that question. Sliding ZCZ is not for him. I guess when you play a game is when you actually know whether it's for you. When you watch like a game in the background, you only know like certain extent. It's like good information, nice to know. But that, yeah, like good to know like what the niggas is saying. You have to try it yourself in order to. Serena thinks that influence of content creators also does matter. True, if everyone is like saying a game is like bad, then that means there must be like red flags about the game already. Terrible to play or watch a beta for any game that has a story as a selling point. That is very true. Kiba has a very good point. If like the storyline is the selling point of a game, then they spoil the whole. To some extent, like Honkai Star was kind of like that, right? When the beta had all that like Fire MC showcase, Cocolia fight and stuff, it kind of like spoiled the whole Bellabog arc for a lot of people who watched the beta. When every single clip that you have on YouTube is like showing you Cocolia boss fight kind of thing, which is yeah, I guess is a lot of story spoilers. I hate story spoilers. Like, I wish there was a way on YouTube to have like this filter that blocks story spoilers automatically. You know, like how some videos have that censor on like, you know, on Reddit, for example, you have like spoiler content, then they put that like spoiler disclaimer that smudges out the background. Why can't like YouTube have something like that? If your content has story spoilers in the damn thumbnail, like imagine like Firefly freaking gets slaughtered in the thumbnail or something like that. Then it's like spoils you the whole damn clip, right? And I've seen a lot of it, by the way, on YouTube recommended me. Straight away, it's like right click, ignore channel forever. But yeah, story spoilers not something that I really like. Personally, at least. Some people love it. Because they can't wait to know about it sooner. But yeah, so my opinion on beta, how much can you actually tell from a beta? If I'm, okay, playing and watching a beta is very different. Playing, I think, let's speak on it from a playing point of view. You can kind of know whether you want to play a game from the beta, especially if it's like towards later development. I didn't talk much about Arknight's Enfield, because I felt that it was very early in development, and it's too early to say anything. Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero is, I would say, quite mature. They both had their second beta test, so they are both relatively developed already. More or less, what you see here is going to be the actual. Same as Honkai Star Rail CBT 2, which I tried. 3 and official launch was very close to that as well. I say you can tell a lot from playing a beta, whether you will like it or not. The problem with playing a beta, then here comes the flip side. The game gets boring very quickly when you actually download it live. Because you've already experienced the story, you already like grinded into like maybe end game. They give you a lot of resources for free. Like right now I have like 50 free energy for this game. They just recently gave because they want people to clear the content. And once that happens, like, you're doing it all over again later on with a free-to-play budget. You don't have any character in the game. It might feel worse for some people. So that is my opinion of a person playing the beta. If you're a person watching the beta, I think it's a bit trickier. The only things that you can tell is stuff that you do not like. And stuff like you like, maybe it's like character design, some flashy stuff. Like maybe, for example, now as I'm playing this, like the fighting looks cool, the design of characters look cool, but you can't actually like feel how the mouse is moving and what am I doing with my mouse. Like even if I say like doing this unga bunga jumping, it feels so fun. It's very difficult to translate that into like you guys experiencing it. Like for example, ZZZ fighting also, like that kind of QTE style is very different when you are actual player. So I think that's the limitations of beta. At the end of the day, I would still have to play the game for at least 3 days, 4 days in order to know what I think about the game. Some games, like the moment I picked it up, I knew that it was a good game. Very rare, but some of them are. And then some just falls off very quickly after, even though they started off really strong. Seven is saying using Baldur's Gate 3 as an example. Interested in beta 3 years long. Not once did I look into it, but on release, I think the outstanding response is a very huge drawing factor also. Because if like everyone is playing, it's one either maybe you missed out something, or maybe something else is like a very very key thing that the cause community is not just like herd mentality, but it's also the collective power of everyone doing a little bit and finding out that something is good. Like you get a lot from like people just saying, oh, did you see about this? Have you heard about this? Do you miss this? Do you miss that? It's like having the community also like help you figure out something that you might have missed. So I think that's why like launch day is very useful also. Because there's so many things going on in beta, and you can tell like beta testers also, they have certain interests in mind. They just want to do like certain showcases, the stuff that are flashy. Like if you realize all the beta testers is a template, let me just share you the secret template. 1, show a character showcase. 2, show the ultimate skills. 3, show like what some skills on the first day that they do. You clip that, you put it like on somewhere. If it's an open beta, if it's closed beta, you're not supposed to do it at all. You just show some flashy team composition of like different characters put together, and boom, you get liked by a lot of stuff already. That's like the every single template. So you don't really get a lot out of betas because no one is actually doing the stuff that is important, quote unquote important, I guess, because mechanics and all those are one thing, but no one really cares about that when the beta hasn't been released. So maybe that's also why like betas aren't very interesting, because we just get fed content that is easy to consume and it's not the true essence of the game. Yep, definitely can bring disappointment, Hector. Some characters may be expected to be strong but lackluster at release. That's why like it's very important to understand like moving forward. You see the bottom right here, it says the game is still in closed beta. That's like a big disclaimer. Whatever a person says, like any content creator who says anything in a beta always changes. Even if he's like a damn good analysis, he knows everything in the back of the hands. If the game developers tweak certain percentages, everything changes. So that's like a huge disclaimer that you must know. Only when things, even like pre-release content, if any of you see opinions, you must understand that everything can change and it's not just like fixed. So that's like very very huge disclaimer. Betas and unreleased content are not final, and even if they are final, some games do buffs and nerfs. However's games don't, but for example like Punishing Grey Raven and Wuthering Waves could do it. I don't know the history of the company. I don't know long enough at least. I don't really play Punishing Grey Raven. Picked it up for maybe like a week or two, but not too well versed with the company. Great game though. Punishing Grey Raven has lasted for quite a while. That's how you tell whether it's like a good game or not. Whether it has lasted for a long period of time. Okay, let's take a quick one, a quick question from, I don't think I've recorded from Nicholas yet. So let's do a question from Nicholas Ohm, if my mouse can cooperate with my clicking. I don't take these questions normally, but I don't think I've seen many other questions. This is probably your first, so I'll do this one. Let's not do 1 million subs. If I were to hit just 100,000 subs, what would be the first thing I would do? Probably the only thing that is different is okay, face reveal at 100k. That's my promise today. At 30k, I'll do a face reveal if we one day do hit 100k. Maybe 10 years down the road, who knows, man. But 100k, I guess I'll probably do a face reveal, and that's my promise on live as well. So that's probably the only thing different that I'll do. Other than that, I'll just keep like doing what I'm doing. I don't think I'm not a really like super try hard. I just want to do like normal content that I keep doing. If people appreciate the content and eventually we do get to 100k, that'll be really nice. But if we don't, I'm perfectly fine as long as I'm happy making that type of content. I don't want to like try hard and be someone that I'm not just to push to a certain amount. So yeah, that's just me. What will I do on 50k? I'm not counting that into the pool. That will be a total cheat. But I don't have anything planned. I actually don't set a subscriber milestone. I don't like expect myself to hit certain amounts. For me, it's like when it comes, you know? There's no point like sleeping about it, thinking about it. It's like exam grades and stuff like that. The thing I realized after creating YouTube for not too long, like a couple of years, is you can't control whether people like your video or not, but you can control whether you like your video or not. And as long as I like my content that I put out, I think that's like the more important thing, right? And if I like it and you guys like it, that means I guess we are more closer in terms of mentality, and maybe our wavelength is very similar. Like our views, our ideologies are maybe more aligned. If I like it and you don't like it, maybe like perhaps we our alignments in life might be slightly different. And then like maybe I only appeal to like a certain audience which doesn't get me to like 100k, for example. Then there's no point like losing sleep over that, because then you try to force yourself to change to become someone you're not. That's what I personally think, at least. Helps me sleep at night. That's the more important part, right? And I don't do this for a career, and that's why it's like also very important. I don't depend on this to eat food the next day, so I can do what I hope to do for the channel. Of course, if I'm doing a content for my daily life, which I probably hope I never become a full-time content creator, but if I am doing it for my daily life, then sometimes you have to make the decision, or content creators in general have to make the decision, do they want to push out a content that doesn't align 100% of their values, or lose that juicy virality that is going around? Like, remember when we had the drama of like certain things happening, and then like people just jump on the bandwagon, hopping on it, bashing each other up. Good views, free money, but at the end of the day, is that something that you vibe in? If you vibe in it, then yeah, it's a win-win. But it is what it is. Can't wait for my PGR gameplay. I don't play Punishing Grey Riven. I don't think I will. I don't know. I don't know whether I will play Punishing Grey Riven. If Kuro Games wants me to cover it, we'll be happy to. But I don't think I'm good at these kind of games. If any of you are wondering, I don't have the fastest hands for like QTE. I think my forte probably will be more like turn-based games. I think that's like my strength, because turn-based games, you don't have a third dimension. In turn-based games, is a certain set of characters versus another output. Here you have the 3D space. It's a 3D world. You have to not only be good at your mechanics, you have to care about boss mechanics as well. Not that simple to do. What the heck is that flashing light? Why does it happen only when I turn? Okay, maybe I'm imagining things. Thought I heard blinking. We have one more question to do, and then we will do it into our giveaway for the live giveaway, at least. We'll still have more, of course. But the fun one that we do in the random number generator. As I'm trying to find the last question, I'm also thinking whether I can do anything even more fun instead of just like splattering numbers on the screen. Silence is very cold. It's just chilling, relaxing. Reminds me, I do need water. Freaking 3-4 hours haven't drank a single sip of water. Yeah, I definitely. It's like, right, I should have drank some water. Let me try to take a question from someone who I never answered before. Unfortunately, I can't answer questions that are related to characters that are not out yet. So, I am intentionally not talking about a character that has not been released yet. Let me just scroll here. Have I done 1-7 yet? 1-7, have I answered any of your questions? Okay, this one is a pretty decent one to do as well. This one is from 1-7. I see 1-7 asking. I think you have talked of good points, but you never asked the question. So this is probably the first one. Let's do this one. As a whole, okay, and this is the last one before we going into the poll. So, any of you who someone just subscribed, if you unfortunately missed the 5 minutes mark, not to worry, we will definitely have and if you ask a question anytime, or you ask a question after the stream as well, we will have a pool of resources dedicated to give away to you guys. So don't worry if you just subscribe as well. There is a cooldown for 5 minutes. It's because of bots. I don't want like bots just flooding the thing. Then it will be kind of unfair. And it's also preventing spams. So that's the reason why there's that 5 minute cooldown thing. But anyways, 1-7 is asking, as a whole, is the gacha game is gacha detrimental to the games industry? This is a fun one. It's a tough one to answer also. I think there's two types of people that will think of this. Is gacha gambling? If you associate gacha with gambling, casino, and in some religions, I would say gacha is considered similar to gambling, but then again, it's like no monetary benefit, right? You get characters, but you don't get money. So in that line, gacha, gambling, loot boxes, blah blah blah. In that sense, I think it's bad. But if you are another thing, if you think that gacha, if you talk about it from a utility perspective, so you shift away from like the ethical thing about gacha. Think about it as how many people have the chance to play a game that's free. Look at this game that we have on screen right now. You have Wuthering Waves, you have Genshin Impact, you have Honkai Star Rail, you have other games that are coming out, Xenoblade Zone Zero, and so many other gacha games out there that is totally free. Some of you guys are much older than I am also, and you rewind 20 years, were there ever such things like free games? There's always a catch if you want to play a free game. I guess back in those days, it's like RuneScape, right? RuneScape, MapleStory were the only games in like way back 20 years ago, 25 years ago and stuff. But nowadays, free games are everywhere. And the reason for that is, with this whole resource scheme of utility, the people who spend money pay money for the people who don't spend money. And that is why, like, in a sense, you could call it like idealistic, but if you would say the people that can afford it help those that can't afford it. Not because you can't afford it as in don't have money, but maybe you're a young person, you don't even have access to a credit card or anything, you can't even access payments on your phone. It opens up these kind of opportunities for more people. Previously, like if you were a young person, you couldn't like download a free game. Your parents said, no Grand Theft Auto. You can't even play Grand Theft Auto, but you know what I mean. Like you can't play, if they said no Hogwarts Legacy or something like that, you just can't play it. But now free games, you can just like download it as long as you meet the requirements on whatever platform that you download it on, and you get to experience like a free environment. So that's like freaking good, right? So from that perspective, like thinking about it from utility perspective, if you had a, like let's say your will was iron, like pools don't fear you, gacha selling doesn't scare you, you never give in to temptation, then I would say that gacha games are actually very good for a lot of people. The only problem is because gacha is tempting and their whole business is trying to sell you characters that you want. And that's how they make money. If they were to like not sell you any characters that you like, the game won't function. But it's because, let's say like for every $1 that I spend, someone else doesn't have to spend that $1. If I pay like maybe $500 and then 500 people, each one like $1, like kind of they get to play for free. In that case, like some people are helping other people play for free. Is that a good or bad thing? I would say it's a good thing because more people actually get to enjoy. It creates a community also. Whales will for whatever reason that they are. For me, I don't consider myself a true whale because whales have no reason to spend so much at times. For me, it's my job, so I see myself as spending like a whale, but it's different. Maybe that's how I justify my spending. You see, just like telling myself it makes sense. But yeah, big spenders pay for free to play the game. So that's why I think like gacha is good for the whole industry. Some other questions there, but now let's get into the giveaway. And this is the fun one. Should we do numbers or should we do something else? What should we do? Do you guys have any ideas whether we can do? Is there a much more efficient way of doing it? Eyeballing numbers is tiring, right, at times. Or is it like the most efficient? Because we can do like a random number generator. Wheels or fall? I think wheel is like quite hard, right? If you have a freaking huge wheel. If we had like 5 people, then it would be like super easy to do a wheel. Nah, I don't think commenting on a video is an interesting idea, engagement and stuff, but it's a lot of administration, man. I am freaking lazy at administration because I'm bad at it too. Actually, this is a pretty nice view. Does Genshin Impact have something like that? I think it does. Why did I only find it out now? Wheel will be fun if it's not too troublesome. Okay, maybe I will have to learn how to do a wheel, but it's a very good idea. Thanks for sharing that. Bro just told me I put a very respectful way blade. No, I'm not saying that anyone. There are many reasons why people are free to play. I have this friend who I spoke to the other day who is the same age as I am, working for a long time, probably earns more than me by a mile. But he told me he's a free to play by choice. And I respect that. Everyone has reasons why they don't want to spend money. And not everyone has to spend money. In fact, I think free to play is much harder to play than a pay to play player. To be honest, paying money for a game like any gacha game is playing on easy mode. Free to plays have it the true harder way, and that's a reality. And I am in that. I think that's something that players who spend money might not want to admit because it doesn't feel good. Thanks, Lai. I will check that out in a bit. But okay, let's just do it for now. Let's just do it purely based on this random number generation thing. Because if I share my screen and accidentally show my own personal email address, that will be a disaster. Free-to-play is a very desirable playstyle. Because it's hard. When you complete a content free-to-play, I think it's an achievement. But then again, I can't like tell everyone, you must be free-to-play, you must be free-to-play. Do what you want, because at the end of the day, someone has to pay for the game some way. Which is why I think they should do skins. Because skins don't affect your gameplay, but it means that the people who can afford spending money contribute to the game continuously running. So I think like skins are the exception to that rule. But yeah. Okay, let's start. So I am going to put this equals, and no one comment the numbers yet. Don't put in any numbers. I want to do an interesting rule so people who are not listening will not know what is going on. So this one is only if you're listening, you have an idea what is going on. The numbers that we are looking for, let's do a fun one and a range of numbers. What number should we do? We should start off with any number from 300 to 500. And we can start now. And for the sake of fairness, people that have won like the previous 5, unfortunately, I won't want to give you another one. It's not because like, it's unfair or anything, but just want to let more people win the monthly. But you can just participate and see how good your luck is. Maybe you are like super lucky and stuff like that, that you are so good at guessing numbers. But if that's alright. But you will still be able to win the offline event, the one that we do afterwards. So only this live one, you can't win double if you won previously, but just see how your luck is if you wanted to. Random number, Google random number generator. Best shit, man. Okay, my first number is out, and that is 308. Let me find it out. Let me see. 308. Okay, I'll repull. I don't see a 308. The range is quite large, so I expect that there will be a bit of a wastage here. So I have my second number. Let me just see. And it's 333, so it goes to Noodlesaurus for 333. Congratulations, Noodlesaurus. So let me just check whether you have any other numbers first before we continue. Because everyone, I will just take your first number that you put. So any of your like second numbers and stuff like that, I won't count them. But it does seem like it's your first guess, Noodlesaurus. And you didn't win previously as well, so congratulations. 1. Let's do 2 more, and the rest, everything will be left for the questions. We are giving away a total of 20. So the lesser I do live, everything will be given away in the offline event, which means like some of you who maybe didn't have a chance to ask your questions on time, or maybe in live, like you're not that less lucky live, there's still a lot more chance. In fact, more is like given away offline than live. But the odds of winning live, of course, is a lot higher because there's lesser people in the pool. But let's do the next number here. Let me roll. Okay, I have my next number, and let's see. Do I see a number here? I'm afraid of like saying the number out first because I don't know where I stop at when the number is out. But I don't see this number on the screen here. It's very close, almost one number off. But I do not see a... I need to confirm it before I say the number out there. I reroll. I don't see a 489. No 489s here. There was a 488. There was a 498. But oh no, yes I do. Okay, I see one. This was very early on also, so it's not a comment that just came out. And that is by Jerome Ralph Mill. Congratulations. Let me just see whether you have any numbers previously, because if you had a number previously, it doesn't count. just see. Yup, I don't think you have any other, and you didn't win the first round at all. Let me see. Yep, I'll lock it in. Congratulations, Jerome Ralph Mill. And before we go on to our next one, I just want to say, if any of you have anyone approaching you that says they are me and saying that you want to give away, give me your UID, your username and whatnot, that's not me. I will never ask you for your login details. How I will do it, and I'm very transparent in this, is I'm going to use an official third party called Coder Shop. All I need is your UID and your server that you're in. Once I type those in, you are basically going to get the monthly already without any login details. So anyone that asks you for personal information is not me, is likely not going to be legit. That's a huge disclaimer as well. That's the second number. They have 316 right before it. I see. Okay, there is a second number. You guys have sharp eyes. Your eyes are better than mine. Right. Okay, you guys are right. Okay, I see the 316. Unfortunately, Jerome, the community is right. Like, we have to be fair. If not, everyone will have additional opportunity. That's why you guys come in. My eyes are not perfect, but thank you guys for saying that. I think it's a huge important thing. Please don't try to attempt to cheese the system. At the end of the day, we are trying to help people and not take away as many things as we can. So for that, I have to take it out. For fairness and equality, we are not going to give away for a person who doesn't abide by the rules, unfortunately. But congratulations, your second guess was correct. If that was your first guess, you will have gotten that. But don't feel bad. It's a small mistake. There's always a chance after the stream as well. Now, let's continue the rolling. Let me see. I have another number here. Let me find a number. And this time I'm going to be very careful. My eyes are like blurry already. Let me see. The tricky part is like figuring out whether it's like the second comment. That's the hardest one. Then finding the number is the easy part. But thankfully, like, you guys are also helping out the whole thing. I don't see this number anywhere. This is 440. Not there as well. So let me find another number here. I have my second one. There's a lot of administration, right? It's like digging into the thing and then like figuring it out. Holy. Okay, my second number is, I have it, but I'm not gonna say it yet. Let me just figure it out. Let me see. Nope. Someone was so close, one number off. I don't know whether I should actually say that. It's gonna make like the person feel even worse, right? Knowing that you're like one number off. Okay, I don't see this number here. We will definitely have quite a lot of wastage because we have like a big range. So it's not surprising. Yeah, I don't think I see it. It's the number is 318. Don't see that here. Let me roll that again. Oh, I like this number. This number is nice. Let's see whether anyone has this number. Okay, this one goes to, it's the first number here. We go by order of the person. I see this number like quite often. A few people mention it, but just below the equal sign was Bishop Palm ZM, who has the number, and the number is 369. Congratulations, Bishop. I think that's the first one. I've Control F and I only found and it's just under the equals. So that definitely has to be like the first one. Congratulations as well. 369. Did you win the previous one? Let me just see. You didn't win. Okay, so you didn't win the previous cycle. So this is your first one, and very nice. Let's do one more. Okay, now, let's make it a bit more fun. I'm going to change up the numbers. Let's do this one fair and square. Some of you might have like maybe accidentally put in like multiple numbers. Let's do it one more time and we'll give out two more, okay? just for the fun of it. So now the number range that I'm looking for, since we only have like a certain number of people on the channel, I want a number range from 800 to 900 and starting from this equal sign right here. 800 to 900. That's the range that I'm looking for. A small range of like 100. I'll give it some time to like roll in. We'll do like 2 more. So total we have given away like total will be like 9 and 11 more will be done off stream. Already won one, but your Giga Chat number is 844. Alright, let's see whether you are lucky to snipe away the next one. You can't win a double, but the Giga Chat number it is. But it's not 844. Why am I giving away exactly? We are giving away a monthly from Honkai Star Rail. I can let you guys choose whether you want it in Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail. Doesn't give me too much more administration, but you have to let me know when you reach out to me as well. I'll put like the administration and stuff in the pinned comment of this video or in official Discord. If any of you who are entering this giveaway, join our Discord, even if you don't care about it, even if you not only want to win the giveaway, at least like join us in the community. It's also quite fun to like talk to like-minded people who are interested in Honkai Star Rail and other content. Because administration is going to be very hard for me to reach out every one of you, and I don't like blasting it on like YouTube community page or putting out a dedicated video. So if you are listening to this, the best way to communicate is through Discord. If you don't have Discord, you can always reach out to me by email address, or the administration details will be in the pinned comments below of this particular video after it's done. If it's not pinned comments, it's in the video description, just to make everything like very transparent and clear of how you can reach out to me. Again, I won't find you. Please reach out to me for safety reasons for your account. I'll never ask you for your personal ID. It's very, very important for me to like, do these disclaimers and stuff, because a lot of shit happens and a lot of bad people out there in the world. Okay, I have my first number. I've given it some time for numbers to roll in. Let me see if I can find this first number. And please, guys, don't give like multiple numbers. Let's be fair, people, and just like put one. Makes it easier for everyone. More for me, actually. It makes it easier for me. I see one of these numbers now on screen. I have to confirm now whether it's like the first number I see and whether it's the person's first number as well. Maybe a Wheel of Fortune will be a much more easier way of doing this. Next time I can learn that trick and do it. My number on screen, like adding suspense. I want to like confirm it before I say anything, because like you can retract, edit and stuff like that, and that is all under table moves. Okay, I think this is the first one and it's the person's only one. The number is 893. It goes out to Hector Barbosa. Congratulations, and it's your first one. I don't see a number above that either, and no one else has said it. Congratulations. So this is the last one for the live section. Or should we do 5? Okay, let's do 5 for the live section, and then like we give half, okay? So half live and half offline, because it's not easy like staying live as well. Offline is a lot easier sometimes. Let's do it. The next one. Let's try generate another one. I have my second number here. How many people do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 people that have won. So 2 more that I'm going to give away live, and the rest will be given to questions that have been asked in the live stream. So we have... Okay, I see a number very quickly. This is quite clear. It's the first one that I see at least here. It's 846. This is by Koya 846. Congratulations. 846 is a lucky number for this round. Koya. Again, if you want, please reach out to me on Discord. I'll never ask you for your personal information. Just your UID and server if you're a winner. Okay, let me roll the next number. This is the last one for the live section, and afterwards, if any of you who like just hopped in, I will take a few more questions, and maybe we can call it evening. So at least like everyone has a chance to at least input the comments. Comments is a higher probability of winning, of course. There's only so many comments that I can answer to, and you can have multiple comments to increase your odds. This one is like purely gacha. You have to get the number right. Let me roll. I have my number. I'm looking now. Like, I realize it's quite important for me to narrate what I'm doing. If not, it's just like a lady standing in the background, absolute silence. Okay, I'm trying to find this number. Oh man, this guy is like one number off. I feel so sad for the person. It's a horrible feeling to be one number off. Okay, I don't see this number here, at least on the list. And if any of you who are just joining in, you can still enter. The number range is 800 to 900. This is the last draw that we are doing for the live section. After that, everyone is going to be on the questions that you've asked. The number that I'm looking for is 825. I don't see it anywhere on this list. And the closest number was 826, unfortunately, which so close. But let's do another one. Okay, I have my next number here, and I am looking for it and hunting for it. Good luck, any of you who are at this number. It's 800 something. Another person was one number off. So close. And so far, I don't see any... You know, my gacha luck is so bad that I pick numbers that no one gets, so I have to do more work. That's how shitty my gacha luck is. Okay, no one has this number either. That's how shitty my gacha luck is. What's the odds of me actually out of 100 numbers picking so many numbers that no one has picked? That's like ridiculous, right? The number is 852. I do not see an 852 anywhere. I saw 851, I saw 853. Unfortunately, those are not the numbers that we are looking for today. Let's go for this one here. This is my next number that I have. Another person is one number off. I could have called it a day, but for this number generation, but my luck is shit. Still nothing. Another person was like one number off in the tens range as well. Let me see whether there are any new numbers here that are similar to it. Again, no one got it. This number is like 811. I don't see an 811 here at all. This is how bad my gacha luck is, guys. Live as well. Okay, I have my next number. Let's find it out. This is like playing some kind of like math game, finding numbers. I can't believe it. No one has this number either. Maybe the odds are actually like against me because there aren't like 70 comments, right? So actually the number range is like quite big. And that's how I justify my bad luck. Maybe it's like only a 40% chance of getting the number. The number is... Okay, let me just confirm whether I don't see it. It's always better to confirm than to say things and get it wrong. But I really don't see it. I really don't see this number. This one is quite far. Like, no one is like one number away at least. So we are getting closer there. The number is 839. I don't see an 839. Someone's like 829. But that's not the number. Yeah, I don't see that. So let me roll again, yet again. Okay, I have my next number here. This one, I see it straight away. This is congratulations. This one is like the third number after the equal sign. Mr. EDI, congratulations. You are the last winner for our live segment. The number is 873. So congratulations for winning as well. This is the live segment, so we have 10 winners here. Let me just list them all out for transparency's sake. These people, please contact me. I'll probably like need you to verify whether you are indeed this person or whether you just like created an account that has the same name and stuff like that. But anyway, reach out to me on Discord. There is a way that I can check whether you are indeed the person. But yeah, these people, there's no like spacing because I'm using like notepad and stuff to like write everything down. But this is the list of the 10 winners for the live segment. There's going to be 10 more in the question and answer section. Right now, I think I have about 30 different people, 30 to 40 different people already. Or maybe around there, like roughly. So your odds of actually winning the offline segment is a lot higher. And some of you have like a ×3. Do I even have a ×4 yet? I try not to take too many. So the maximum is like ×3 now. And who do I have at multiplied by 3? So Sky Zero is like ×3. We have Sly, who's like ×3. We have Blade, who's like ×3. So your odds are like tripled. If you even though like you win in if you ask like multiple questions and they get selected, I count it as like multiple different entries. So you can have more chances in the offline segment. So that's the benefit of like asking the questions. So I will give some chance. Let's do a couple more questions and then we'll call it the evening. It's of course tiring, but hopefully these resources actually help. Are any of you guys planning to get Acheron and you need the resources as well? Felt is at 2 times. Yes, you're at 2 times. So we have, okay, let me just like list out the, like since I'm already like listing out the list here, I might as well list these are the people whose questions I have recorded so far and the multiplier on each of these particular people. So there is, oh shit, there's so many that I can't put them all in one comment. So I have to split them. I have to split the list up into 2 comments. That will be, let's divide it by here. So this is the first list of people. The multiplier will be like directly beside your name, how many questions I have recorded. And the second set of people is, I have to like copy this. And this is the it's the same list, just like split up because YouTube has a cap on the amount of people that are given. How would you know if you have won the offline giveaway? Very good question. You will know it in the pinned comment below or the video description, depending on which is available after the video goes live, the quickest way. Give me at least a week, or at most a week rather, to settle the administration, because I need to like put it in a Google Sheet, randomly generate, and then I have to administration and settle off the live giveaway winners and whatnot. And I'm also a lazy piece of crap. But in 1 week, if you don't hear from me at all, Discord is the best place to reach out to me. If you have won, although I'm pretty sure I remember most of the people that won the giveaways, especially if you ask questions, I probably already know, quite familiar with your name, especially most people who have asked questions. So it's a great way also to say hi. Join Discord. I think it's a much more efficient way for communication too. I like communicating through Discord, so that's how you will know. But yeah, let's do a couple more minutes of live question answer. Let me just try like figure out this multiplayer content here, and then we'll probably call it an evening. Let's give it like maybe half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour. That's like 20 monthlies that we plan to give out. I hope that the timing is just nice. So you have like 1 week and probably you can get the whole Acheron banner for the whole entire monthly. I would try to do it as fast as I can as well, so I can get the resources out to you guys. So you have time to like stockpile the credits and whatnot. Everyone has to reach out to me by either Discord or one way or another. Email address, Discord, comments, wherever is most comfortable for you. Reach out to me there. whether you're a winner of the live segment, offline segment, it's the same thing. If you are looking for where is the Discord, you have no idea, it's in the video description of basically any EOD video on the channel. It's somewhere around there. I just like scroll down a little bit, you probably will find join our Discord kind of thing. If I repeated your name on like both halves, I will combine it at the end. So like don't worry about that. Sometimes like I like maybe it's at the top and then later on at the bottom. So if there's a gap in between, I can't see that from my very tiny notepad here. Oh, did it not show? Did that list not show? Oh, I think it... Did it cut off? No, I think it's there. Where is that? I think it cropped off. Ah, I see. Okay, because some of the names were duplicated, so that I cut it off at different... Okay. Let me do that again. Let me paste it again, because this notepad is so freaking long. That's how many questions that we had today, guys. So this is the full list so far. Okay, so I think Sly has a ×4 since his name was repeated. Okay, let me just do some administration, alright? While I'm on the fly, I was combine some of the duplicated names now that we are at it, just for transparency. Anyway, I have to do this later off stream, so I might as well do it now. So name was repeated. Let me combine Nicholas into one set. There might be others that are duplicated. Okay, but for now, that's all I see with my midnight eyes. Okay, so let me cut it into 4. 1. And let me see the next one. Next one is let's cut until here. This is the next one. This is the next one. And this is the last one here. So these are all the names I recorded. I know the spacing is really bad. It's notepad issue because I have it like at a shift enter instead of like a spacing in between. That's why everything's like combined together. But if you see your name and you see a number beside, that's basically like the multiplier besides both of them. But yeah, so that's the list I have. I think it's like 40. Like just like quick glance, like 40 or something like that. I haven't combined if there's like multiple of your names on this list. I probably recorded it somewhere along, but I will combine it later using Excel software. Yes, if you win this monthly's giveaway, you're no longer a F2P. So you are now a pay-to-win player if you win. Nah, I'm just joking. But I think that technically you would be, right? I don't know. If you win a giveaway, are you considered free-to-play or pay-to-play? Because you technically didn't spend money, but you have resources that are outside of a free-to-play. I don't know. What do you guys think? Longest EOD live stream? Yes, it probably is one of the longer ones. I think there was a longer day, right? One of the ZZZ days was longer. But this one is a expensive live stream. But for good reason. Truly Curse has more than 179 days, so you will not be able to redeem or buy another one. Happy you did not win, so someone else deserves it more. Yeah, I think if you reach the cap, what is going to happen is you will get just 300, I think. 300 gems if you're past like the limit. 180, if I'm not wrong, is like the limit, the max out. If you, the sad part about that is if you buy another Welkin, or someone gives you a monthly, and you pass that maximum limit, free to players will never understand this because you're, what is 180 days on your monthly? Never get that. But if you max it out and someone gives you a monthly thereafter, you don't get the full like what the monthly is worth. You get the pack equivalent, which is like 300 or 400 gems for equivalent of like $5 US, which is super scam. But that's how they prevent people from like stacking the monthly, because it's the most efficient way to get gems. Of course, it trades time, but if you're playing the game for like half a year, you get the full value out of it anyway. I think the monthly is like super good value. If you are a player that have at least the monthly, you can pretty much every 2 patches pull on both. Four banners, you can pull at least 2, if I'm not wrong. The calculation, like someone did some math on that. I haven't personally calculated, but it's one of the maximum. Are you on the list or not? I have no idea right now. I have to do a check in Excel. Notepad probably is like much more tedious to do that. And if everyone starts asking me that, I think it'll be very tedious for me to figure it out. So I'll check it out in like Excel format later on. Yes, you can. So if you just buy a monthly only, you can pull 2 characters every banner cycle. Every 2 banners. 2 banners, you get 1. If you win the 50-50 or lose. I think if you have to win the 50-50, right, for both of them. Noodlesaurus is, I'm just happy I can catch an EOD stream from EU for once. Yeah, usually I think the timings that the stream is like really, really unusual timing for Europe. Because it's like Asia's evening is like Europe's in the middle of the day, right? It's like neither here nor there. So it's super tough for a full-time... Because I unfortunately have a full-time job. Fortunately or unfortunately. But recently have been a bit later in the evenings. So this is not like super late for me nowadays. Nicholas is asking, and you don't even have to count it in. Okay, I won't then. Did you win one? Okay, if you won one, I won't count it in. But if you have not won, I'll count it in for you. Okay, let's count it. You haven't won monthly from the live one yet, so I'll give you this as your second question. This is Nicholas' question, and my mouse is not allowing me to copy the whole thing. Okay, so anyway, Nicholas Ohm is asking... Yeah, my mouse is like clicking random shit now. But let me just include that in your question. Nicholas is asking... What Singaporean dish would you suggest someone to try out? And I've already counted it, so Nicholas, you're at a ×3 now. After combining the thing as well. So that's a tricky one. Do you like spicy or not spicy? Some people... don't like spicy food at all. Some people do like spicy food. If you don't like spicy food, Bishop is correct. I think chicken rice is a pretty safe pick. Some people will say it's Malaysian, some people will say it's Singaporean. I think the styles are slightly different. But let's just assume for my lack of like food knowledge, I assume that chicken rice is uniquely Singaporean. But I know some people might argue it's also Malaysian. I think chicken rice is a pretty safe pick. But if you like spicy food, I think chili crab is quite nice. Again, like Malaysia and Singapore have very similar background in terms of like ethnicity, culture and stuff. So a lot of food that you can find in both places. But generally, I think chili crab is probably quite fun and nice. Katong laksa also is like pretty good to eat. But the Katong laksa, the problem is you have to find the right places. Not everyone that calls themselves like laksa that is from Katong is the true authentic one. So some might be not as good as that. So since we're on the topic of food, you guys are hungry people and are making me hungry at the same time. Let's take this next question from Eraser Rain. We have, what do you consider spicy though? Like Korean level spicy? Okay, that's a good question. What is a good benchmark that everyone around the world knows? That's the tricky part, because there's not many foods that is universal across the globe, right? Okay, I know a product that is universal, Tabasco sauce. So Tabasco sauce to some people is very hot. To some people it's not hot at all. The spicy is like a piercing spicy, not a chili spicy kind of thing. But this is a product that probably most people around the world would know. To a Singaporean, to an Asian, probably Tabasco sauce is not very spicy. Maybe it's just like pokey, but it's considered on the mild side, I would say. Most of the dishes, in my opinion, a different kind of spice, like a sour-ish taste. But yeah, Tabasco sauce is not considered as super spicy for Singaporean, Asian, Southeast Asian context, because a lot of our dishes here are prepared with spice in it. I think it's like, I'm not sure about the food trade and stuff, but I'm pretty sure that spices are more common around certain regions, and I think it's around the equator region or something like that. I'm not exactly sure on like my geography of where spices are made, but I'm pretty sure Southeast Asia has quite a bit of obtainable spices. India is also one that has a lot of spices, so we have a lot of influence there too, and trade and stuff like that. So that's like the most general things that I can think of. So Korean level spicy, like all the cup noodles that are super spicy, yes, those are very spicy. Like all those like prepared cup noodles. I don't know whether people like in the Americas and Europe have that, like those like very spicy cup noodles. Do you guys have that in your convenience stores nowadays? Is it that global? Like those like extremely spicy cup noodles, like in that you can find in like maybe one of your Walmarts or convenience stores and stuff. Yeah, if you have those are considered like to me at least, extreme spicy. Like the kind that you eat and then you numb your taste buds. Those are like to the other end of extreme. Not all food is like that. Those are like some things that are like one end of a spectrum. But yeah, those are an example. But when I was in Europe for my exchange, I didn't really find too many spicy stuff. It was like not very common for spicy food. Maybe it's because spices are not easy to obtain, like maybe quite expensive also. So chefs generally don't include them in the dishes. I think where I had a bit more spice was in Italy. Italy region has a little bit of, I think because, I'm not sure why, but I think I remember Italy having a little bit more. My time in Switzerland, I couldn't find much spice. Yes, you can reach me through email. You can reach me through Discord, pin comments, wherever. If you win, I definitely will probably remember your name. And after being with you guys for a couple of hours now, I think I have at least some quite good memory of seeing of the names before. And don't worry, there's no like limitation of you can only claim it in like 1 week. I'm not that particular. I don't want to take away rewards. There is no expiry date for this giveaway. Of course, don't come to me like 10 years later and say, hey EOD, remember that Welkin Moon I won in 2024? Can I have it? For reasonableness at least. There's no expiry for claiming these giveaways. Like, let's just give it an arbitrary number, like 2 years, okay? 2 years, arbitrary number. Anything beyond 2 years, you can't claim it already. This is one thing that I really like about like open world games, the feeling of like freedom of like flying from one platform to another. There was a time like in COVID period that we all just wanted to like get out and go travel. And Genshin Impact actually like capitalized on that, selling us like this feeling of like freedom, exploring a new land, which is why I think like Genshin Impact popped off like super hard. Now it's like if we wanted to do this in the real world, heck, can just like get a plane ticket or like visit some place and fly on a paraglider if you're not scared of heights though. I've never been to this part before. Sheesh. Am I lost? I'll just try like I go to a different color map to see whether I can see whether there's a different landscape. But this doesn't show too much. What's this? Dragon. So I can camp here for a little while. Oh sheesh, it's right there. Let's take another question from Sorino. Hope you guys are enjoying this like chill stream so far. I'm just sorry that not everyone can win. Maybe someday everyone can win, but for now, maybe at 1,000,000 subs or like 100k, maybe everyone can win. But at the end of the day, we tried our best. What do you think the diversity that is put in gacha games, and how, in your opinion, can this be improved? Diversity that's put into gacha games. I think this is more of ethnicity diversity, ethnic diversity, rather than a diversity on meta. Is that the question? Am I getting it right? Like, is it a ethnical or like male-female kind of thing, rather than like meta or like different types of DPS and stuff? Which is the angle are you looking at? Or like both? Yes, that's the excellent question. That's the excellent way of answering it. I assume it's both, like a bit of both. Ethnical, okay, that's a lot easier to explain then. Because meta is like a lot more background that needs to be done. Ethnical diversity, I think that the biggest thing that everyone talks about is like the darker skin tone color characters are not advertised or put into games as much. Like you can see here, right, of all these like characters that I have here, they are all of fairer skin background. So that is like, of course, the biggest and easiest thing to point out. I have no idea why certain things is not done that way. I'm not a very, very wise person on diversity and racial harmony background and what and all that, because in Singapore we generally like see everyone of different races. We have a temple, a mosque, a Buddhist temple, a mosque, and a church right beside each other in Singapore. So one of the rare places in the world you have that. So for us, like racial harmony is a very, very ingrained thing in our society. But for ethnical diversity, I don't know, some people justify by saying that one, maybe it doesn't sell as well. Maybe because the wider population that pays money, the people that spend, come from countries that maybe generally tend to like fairer skin more. Maybe around the world, it has been already popularized that fairer means better. You can see it also in like a lot of the media around the world. Hardly you see Asian characters. Hardly you see like that many darker skin characters compared to more fairer skin people around the world. And then it can be a whole like loop, and that's just my own like personal one aspect of things. It could also be that maybe it's a lot easier to design, because how dark is dark skin and how light is light skin, is this considered fair or is this considered tan? I don't know, because then this guy is like much fairer than he is. Then it's just becoming like a whole loop. So it's not an easy question to answer, a very tricky one to answer as well. But for my opinion, I think that we could have more diversity everywhere. Firstly, of course, too many female characters, right? In most games, gacha games, then it could also be like demand thing. Why do we have so many female characters? Like in this screen alone, you can see I have 1, 2, if I even call this a female, it's like FBI will knock my door. So this is a child, okay? 1 female, 2 female, a child, 3 female, 4, like, you choose this one, so I won't count that in. 5 female, 6 female, a male young adult, and a male. So the ratio is extremely skewed. My gacha luck may be shittier than other people, so maybe you have gotten more male characters. But gender diversity definitely is something that is to be said. I think even Honkai Star Rail is like 60 to 40, or like 70 to 30. Number 6 looks cool. Yeah, Yuanwu looks pretty good. He looks pretty fun. He's also very fun to play. So gender diversity is one of them, but I can understand why gender diversity is like that, because the audience is the proportion is more or less the same. So let's say you have like 80% people who like these kind of things, then maybe you sell you like female characters. Maybe it's like revenue split also, because maybe they see from Punishing Grey Raven, 80% of their revenue comes from their female characters, 20% of their revenue comes from male characters, or male characters just undersell by a lot unless they are super meta. Because if you think about it, let's say you don't you don't think he's cool, he's just like another, what's the lack of available, like some cocker that is in the game, not cool, not meta, you don't care about him at all, you probably won't pull for him. Whereas if you have a female character that is not meta, absolutely dog shit at her skills, does absolutely nothing, but is super waifu, and you like waifus, you probably will pull for them. And the people that pull for waifus like that might be a lot more than the people who pull for husbandos that have no meta whatsoever. So maybe that's why there's an imbalance in the ethnical diversity things. No real one pinpoint. A tough question to answer, but that's my... I hope I answered that question as much as I can. I come from an ignorant world like Singapore where we are super racial harmony-ish. What is even the word for that? So to me, I don't see a difference in anything. Quite open-minded. Right, I think that's the right word. Homogeneous. I haven't taken a question from Alistair yet, so let me do this one. But I think I answered this question a little bit already. But maybe I can. Oh, no, that's what I mean by my mouse is like giving me problems. It's not like copying properly. Maybe it's like taking a nap or something. So this is the one. It's like the dragging is like a little bit weird. So I answered this a little bit earlier on, but maybe just joining in from the stream. Try to like talk more about this. What is my background, degree, and professionally? You are pretty good with statistics and data. Thank you so much. Appreciate that you guys like it a lot as well. Yes, 4 hours ago you answered it. But first question, so, and some people might just be joining in, so let's just try to talk about it again. I'll give very brief and let's add on like other stuff that I haven't mentioned before. Very quickly, I am from a finance background. I studied in one of the local universities in Singapore. And I did law as well as my second major. So I have a bit of finance and law background. Professionally, I am in finance and a bit of data analysis. So a bit of both of it currently. That is where I think my interest lies, in that field professionally. Why am I so good with, or why am I putting so much data analysis in content? Is because I do learn it like for my career. That's why I guess it's more interesting, and I like it too. Number crunching is fun to me. I'm weird like that, but I like high level stuff, and data analysis actually you can tell a lot from the data, which people don't really like digging into because it's tedious. Some people like just like listening to the end product, and the end product is actually very informative if you can dig the numbers, but people don't like digging numbers. So yeah, that is my background. But back when I was growing up, like here's where the fun additional side. I never wanted to like do finance all the way until like in my early 20s. Previously, like growing up, I've always wanted to be like in the medical profession. Like, but in Singapore it's not easy to get in, and I realized halfway that I'm scared of blood. Like bleeding, like the actual blood when you have like a wound cut open. So I probably would at most be like one of those doctors that sit in the office and prescribing you medicines and recommending you a specialist and stuff like that. So that was growing up what I wanted to do. But nowadays it's like I actually don't mind doing content creation a little bit more. And in fact I don't mind like taking a slightly more chill main job so that I can have a bit of a balance of what I like to do and what is like stable to do. So yeah. What AAA game do you play? Have you played the GTA series? Okay, this is from Nicholas Ohm. Okay, I want to do a, like at this point, let me just put in this one here. Since I am pretty much done for my Wuthering Waves, I want to change to my favorite games of all time. Of course, I have no affiliation with them whatsoever. Not even a content creator for them, but it's my personal favorite game, which is Trials of Cold Steel here, and I have here Hajimari no Kiseki. Let me just see whether I can load it up real quick. Do I have it still installed? The Legend of Heroes. Any of you have played this game before or heard of this game? Where the heck? have it here. Where is my... Getting mad with this one. Is it on Steam? Goodness. Where is my freaking... Is it on Steam? Yeah, I think it's on. Gosh. Let me just log into Steam. Let me see, and feel free to ask questions, guys. If you guys have any questions, let me just log into damn Steam. I think it's on. I think I downloaded it on Steam. Very hard to hear my voice. It's so low. Okay, let me just turn down the background music. Is it better now? Is the voice better now? Let me find... So I'll keep that question for a little bit. What AAA game do I play? And I'll show you a little bit of my favorite game ever of all time. This is a game that I'm not afraid to say that I like more than Honkai Star Rail, and I probably will for the rest of my life. It's what got me involved in the whole Genshin Impact reason I got in, because I was waiting for them to release a new game. It's not a gacha game, it's an RPG game. The Genshin developers also have admitted that it's one of the things that inspired Honkai Star Rail as well. Trials into Reverie. Trials into Zero is one of the earlier arcs. Let me see if I can get it to load without any of my personal data, because I'm using my personal Steam. I don't know. I like privacy. That's why I don't want to showcase. Frick, this is like 2 bits. Why is the graphics so shit? Can you hear the background, or is it like super soft? Why is it like lagging? Okay, I think the Steam is like shitty, but let me see if I can switch it. Let me switch my screen into Trials, into Reverie. Where the heck is... It's not capturing on the freaking... Let me try again. Why doesn't it not capture here? And that's what happens when you are an IT idiot trying to figure out at 2 a.m. in the middle of the morning how to add in a game into the screen. Let me see if I can open it into another window. Yes, let me load it up into a different screen. Manage properties. I am using, what am I using? I'm using Streamlabs. Streamlabs. Yeah, somehow it doesn't Streamlabs doesn't capture this game. I don't know why it doesn't capture the Steam game. Maybe it's not compatible. How do I put it in? 1 second. It might be time to upgrade. Yeah, probably should, right? Okay, what happens if I click this? I don't think it shows anything. It just shows me like a black screen here. This sucks, man. Is it because it's not in a windowed format? Maybe it's because it's in full screen. What if I like minimize it into like a... Okay, let's try like shift it into not a full screen. Not full screen, not full screen, not full screen. Monitor, not full screen. Borderless, windowed, borderless sounds good. Apply. No, that sucks. Okay, let's windowed. Okay, does it pop up now? This freaking game. Okay, maybe if I close Wuthering Waves first. What if I close? Then they have no choice but to sense the only game that is available. This is like perfect shitty oh yes, okay, now it pops up. For some sorcery. Does it pop up now or is it still a damn black screen? Is it a black screen or does it show now? Okay, what if I do this? Have I solved the unsolvable equation? Let me off the background music. Freaking forever, man. I think it took me like 10 years to get it on. Have you guys seen this game before? But this is Trials into Reverie. This is like the fifth in this arc. It's like the combination of the previous arcs all together. I love this game. This is like super good game. But backstory. This is like a game for people who like storyline and stuff. I think it's like super good. Monitor revealed. Yeah, it shows you the modern that I'm using. But whatever. So here I am actually. I played like 0. I played most of them actually, and this is just like the backstory. This is like a combination of all of them. I don't think there's too much for any of you who haven't played before. I'm just trying to think whether there's any like story spoiler or anything. I don't think so. Let me start a new game. To show you a bit of the opening clip. Just a quick disclaimer, I'm just sharing this with you from the bottom of my heart. This is my favorite game. I have no affiliation to them whatsoever. If there's spoilers or anything, I don't think there is, from what I remember. No, selecting no was return new, yes. Load no. Yes, this is an RPG. This is an RPG game. It's what inspired Honkai Star Rail as well. I think there's one of the instances where the Honkai developer actually visited their developer and asked for a collaboration in the future. So I am super hyped. I hope they do collaborate with these guys. This is like super good. The story in this game is subliminal. It's the best I've ever played in my entire life. It's a bit slow. It takes a while to get into, but if you're a person who like really likes story games, it's super good. It's not the best graphics, like not the highest of all, but people respect this game's developer a lot. They have been around making like RPGs for years and years. Yeah, I think if I did mention it back then,
the time has come for us to rise.
Love this game. There's not much spoilers
rise
because it's
and
like
reclaim our imperial pride.
I just want to see whether they show the main characters.
Victory was within our grasp, and yet the foolish cowards who govern us chose to abandon it. But though they may turn a blind eye to the threat of the East, you know as well as we do that it remains ever present. The Imperial Army turned tail and fled.
That's
but
really
we can still take up arms and...
Okay, let me just reduce that a bit. Every time I alternate tab, it like
Together,
lowers the
we
volume.
can defeat Calvert and all who resist us, and reign supreme over the continent.
Okay. Let me just lower this a little bit more. It's a bit loud. Yeah, it's in English. So this, I always wait for like the English dub in order to play it, because I don't know Japanese. So blah 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 blah. I think I can skip all this. No one cares about that. Just like some random story. Let me just I'm just looking for characters, man. But if you like these kind of like story kind of RPGs, very the olden Japanese game style.
Rebellion, then, have you?
Hold up. Isn't that the... Yeah, it totally is. It's them, Cop.
This has no like story spoilers, but it's
Hello, one and
I think it's a
all.
dancing clip or
We
something.
are Arkansas. We are here to share the completed version of our preview performance. One born from sweat, tears, and love for our craft.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. This marks our official return to the stage, and we hope we've made it worth the wait.
May your heart sing, Crossbell, as you bear witness to the greatest performance Zemuria has to offer. The star, the moon, and the sun's radiance bid you welcome to the dream of a million nights.
So this is like the other stuff that's going on. It's very similar to Honkai Star in terms of the combat and whatnot. Not really like the whole thing, but quite similar, as in it's like a turn-based game with RPG mechanics. Very similar to Honkai Star Rail. Just no gacha. Every character you can get. The problem with this game, it comes out once a damn year. So the rest of the year I had nothing to do before I started Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. No, the costumes of these ones are slightly more relief only for these set of characters, because they are like the dance crew and stuff. The rest of them are like normal-ish. Okay, I'll skip those. Skip all these. Skip all these. Okay, I'm skipping all this because there's not much point in all this. Just some of the background cutscenes. This clip here is a combination. Very loud. It's a combination of the previous games into one. But this front part I think is okay to show. I'm very concerned with story spoilers, but I don't think there's too much here. Because it's really a lot of the same stuff that you will probably get. So this is like the Crossbell cast, one of the previous arcs that you have. Will you understand the story if you don't play the previous ones? You probably will only understand if you start from the first entry point, that, which is what the Negus is saying. And I'll take those questions in as well. But I can't alternate tab into my notepad right now, so I have to freaking write it down manually. This is like freaking caveman days, man. Where technology is the Japanese era. Thankfully, I have a pen and paper right beside me. Yeah, it's like the PS2 kind of vibes. They are very backward in the engine that they have, maybe because they don't have the funds of a gacha game. But they have the quality of a RPG that you remember and maybe a bit nostalgic. They have so much potential. But the engine sucks balls, man.
Lloyd Bannings! That's right. We're here to arrest you on suspicion of occupying this city and imprisoning its civilians. Come on, let's get to work.
Right.
So like here's like some combat demonstration. But before we get into that, 2 questions I've recorded now from Nicholas and the Niggers. Entry point of series that I would recommend, and will you understand the previous stories? So this is like the previous arcs all coming together before it goes into the next one that's coming out this year in July, the upcoming Calvert arc, which is one of the new ones. So if you don't care about anything before this, you want the latest engine, starting out with the one that's upcoming in June, July, which is the Calvert arc, that one is the ideal starting point. But if you wanted a good storyline to start like any of these right like now, or like maybe a couple of days later, maybe you're bored in some near future, start from the first of the series. So which is like Trials of Cold Steel 1, Trials to 0, Trials, it's all on Steam or something like that. And I think that's the first one. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's the very first arc. It's on the top of my head, I just can't remember it. The engines are very dated if you go back earlier, which means it's like, imagine those like Game Boy kind of era kind of games. Super dated because this is a very Trials of the Sky, you're right. Arc 3 is correct. Trials Sky is the first one. That's super dated engine. It's like those very pixelated kind of traditional JRPGs. Like, isn't there like one Octopus Traveler? Something similar to that kind of art style already. But super, super old. So as you can see, it's a very turn-based game like Honkai Star, at least for this engine. This is already very new versus like the previous one they are using. Shocking, right? The new engine. The new one in Calvert is going to be a bit better, but it's still like, compared to Honkai Star and other gacha games, it's all very, very old. Yeah, like 2004 is the oldest one from the series. They have been around for decades. They are one of the pioneers in RPG games, so you have to give them a bit of a leniency. These are like combat, which, let me just...
Right there! Raging Hammer!
I won't even explain too much. I was just going to like show you a bit of the Unga Bunga. It's so dated that I'm using my WASD keys to click and use. Like those are like skill attacks. These are like magic attacks.
Here I go!
Let me just put it this way. The battle is not what I play this game for.
Tummy Gunner, activate. Absolute 0.
This isn't... This isn't...
Sorry, but we need to press on.
This is the crossbell arc, the second one. So like Trials to 0, Trials into Azure. These are the main cast for that.
That was rough.
This is a great starting point also in the series. Let me pick out some questions at the same time. We are still counting questions, don't worry, even though I don't have my notepad with me. Because every time I alternate tab, the sound goes totally mute and it's like super awkward. So I have to write it down manually right now.
I never doubted we would for a second.
Old school graphics, you like it a lot more? Definitely is a pretty nostalgic.
I don't know. Any more pressure and my heart would have come bursting out of my chest.
Oh, we got through! You guys okay?
After like, if you're a Trials player, you will see a lot of similarities in Honkai Star Rail of what they tried to do that took the best out of this game and put it into a gacha game. I think Felt had one statement earlier. If they were to have a gacha game for Trials of Cold Steel, I would 100% be covering it. like in Trials of series, if they had a gacha game that wasn't just in Japanese, because they have one that's like purely in Japanese. I was thinking of learning Japanese just to like play these games, but it's a lot of work for someone as untalented as I am. So that is pretty cool. It's a pure story game, more of like a story plus a bit of combat and character design that's like anime style-ish.
Right. Let's go knock some heads.
Japanese
Make some
developer.
sense into these defense force goons.
Yeah, so many are putting everything on the line for us. We can't waste this chance.
I think there's Japanese voice
Not a
acting
second.
also.
We won't let them down. Not Yuna, not Kia, not anyone.
But I mainly like listen in English. I like
Here's the
to
last
understand what I'm
between
listening
us
to.
And Crossbell's liberation. So let's see us get over it. Then we can take back our home.
Yeah, I like this game. Like Eraser Rain is like purely for story. Like I think it's top class. It takes a while to get in. Like the first 5 hours of gameplay is like slow, but once you've past like the 5-hour mark, you will understand why. So the community of this game is like super passionate. I have never heard a person who has played 2 games at least that isn't a super fan of this game. If you have played at least 2 games, you are definitely hooked into this series. Sorry for getting you guys hooked, but you will understand what I mean.
All right.
About time I got this started. Eat steel! Berserker! I'd just give up if I were you. Battle's wrapped up. Hope you guys are doing good.
I think one of the things that I really like about this game is that every single character has a huge backstory. Yeah, this game is wonderful on like Nintendo Switch, Stream Deck, and stuff like that. They don't only come in Steam, but you can also get it in like other forms. Like super fun to play. I won't like go into it, but too much is also getting a bit late. But let me just show you. Can I show you the characters? How do I see my character screen? Where is my character screen? Obviously, I haven't played this in a while. My main menu, R-click. Right. There's items. How about... How do I obviously haven't played this game in a while. Where's my buttons? Okay, menu. Where is my freaking button to show you my roster? Party. Input. What the frick is? Man, I'm horrible at this bullshit. Notice how I'm not even using my left click. It's all controlled by keys. So it's totally made for like PS4 and stuff. Configure bindings. Freak, you guys are geniuses, man. Like, you are more gamer than... I played this game for so long and I still haven't gotten used to it. It's also because I keep switching from PS and computer. So I always get messed up. Let me see, where is my... What the heck is this button here? Auto-equip toggle totals. High speed mode. Menu up, menu left. Okay, let's try that. Where the heck is this button? What's LS? That's closer, right? Okay, you know what? I am going into my load data. I think because this is like the tutorial start, so they don't allow you like see the whole thing. I think this one has more.
Pumped up.
So this is in another group. It's the same problem here. I think there's like a costume. This obviously is not scripted because I have no idea how to press this. Middle one back. Configure bindings button. Okay, let me check that out again. Maybe you guys are way better than I am at solving this. Configure bindings. Nope, here. Nah, it doesn't seem like like it though. Menu up, menu right, menu down. Previous, next. Auto equip toggle totals is like R. I remember there was like a way to like put in costumes and stuff. Feel. Open party menu H. Maybe it's like H. How many members is 4? Same like Honkai Star Rail, 4 in a team. Where is my... There are no like purchasable things in this game, if you guys are wondering. I think it's only on Steam Cosmetics. If you buy like the PS version, it all comes with it and stuff. The Switch. It's only the Steam monetization that is with most Steam games. You think it's H? Let's try H. Yeah, I guess this is good enough, right? Let's see whether I can go in here. How do I... Okay. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to show them off in this damn screen here because figuring out will take me 10 years. And by the time I'm done with that, it'll probably be 10 years later. So we have one character here.
It's my turn.
So this is like the second arc, the Cold Steel arc of characters that are being played.
Yes. Pumped up.
I shall go.
Basically, like it's a older version of Honkai Star Rail. But the nice part about this game is almost every single NPC that you can talk to has a backstory. And after playing the game for a while, you will kind of know the backstory. Each character has a super in-depth backstory. So like, think of Honkai Star Rail characters and the backstory that each of them have. None of them have as much depth as an NPC in this game. That is like ridiculous how much backstory a lot of them have. And you can really tell like the quality in the game when, for example, let's just like go in here. Okay, okay, so like even this person is already has like enough backstory that is already more than March 7. And this is like just one of the parents of one of the main characters in the game. So it's like a ridiculous amount of quality that is put into a game. Stuff that didn't need to be done, they have it in the game, which is very, very nice. You guys can like just read reviews. It's not just me. I think most people in the game would think it's like super good. Let me just see whether I can see anything else. This is one of my favorite characters. This is Altina, and it's Pella basically. Let me just...
I'm up.
It's my turn.
Switch that
It's
in.
my turn.
Pella.
I shall go.
Frick, accidentally clicked it. Maybe it's the map that I'm in. I'm pretty sure I clicked an F by accident. But yeah, let's see whether this can work. So it shows every character, but now they also have this. So okay, it's not exactly a full showcase, but they have like a mini icon here. So each of them have like certain weapons they can equip and stuff. The main point of this game probably is not just for this combat system. It's nice, it's a nice side note. But exploring around, like getting to know the characters, digging into their backstory is probably what is the more attractive thing about a RPG game. So if you like Honkai Star Rail for story and you don't care about as much meta and all that, this is a great game to like dig into. If you don't like gacha also, you can play anyone. Like if I like this character right now, I can just like swap her into the party. If I like him, I think he's pretty cool. Swap him in. Him also, I can just put him in. All of them have like a lot of backstory to them. And by a lot, I mean none of Honkai Star Rail characters are as in-depth as a single one of these characters out of these 7 on the screen alone. And there are so many. There are like 40, 50 playable characters in the game, which you can just like hundreds and hundreds of hours of getting used to the whole world. Really, really fantastic. This is the Cold Steel arc of the game for these characters. So the one that I was like showing at the very beginning, those characters are from the Crossbell arc, which is the second one, like Trials into Zero and Trials into Azure. Yeah, it's a lot of characters. They are like 40 plus. Across the span of like many, many years. How do I interact with this? Left click. So it's like many, many small things you can do in the game. Like for example, interaction. This is like one of the mini like cutscenes you have. There's so many, and everything like slowly builds lore in the game. I don't know whether it's going to be a cutscene or whether it's just like them sitting here for like some respawn point. Okay, no story here, but it's just healing. So that's like one example. Let me see if I can get some interaction of what I mean. If I go there, I'll spoil a bit of the story, so I don't want to get into the exclamation mark. Let me see whether there's any other like mini point here where I can show you a bit more. Steamy foot bath. Eyes wide open. So it's like stuff like, it's like small stuff like this where you can talk to the random people here, and then you have lore building from your NPCs as well. And they have like dialogue that they customize for an NPC. Although there's no voiceover. But this game has tons and tons of reading. Like lots of lore to dig in. From a random NPC. Sometimes you can also find like lore around, like books and stuff. So if you're one of those people who really like digging into lore, you can't finish the lore in this game. I guarantee you that. If you can finish it, it'll take you 200 and 300 hours at least. Healing foot bath. That in this game it is. For this place. They have a full body buff event also, I think. I can't exactly remember which one is it. I think it's this one. Is it this one here? I think it's this one. Okay, so I think because previously I already used the hot buff for the event. Let me just go into like this. I don't even know whether this is like a... I don't think it's a major spoiler. It's just some fighting with Claire. I think it should be okay. This is like my game that I'm playing. I'm supposed to like progress in this game, but I haven't found the time to like clear it, and I don't want to clear it too fast too. This is Trials into Reverie. Trials into Cold Steel Arc, basically. This is my favorite game on Steam. So it's not a gacha game. All characters are playable. But just sharing with you guys my favorite game of all time by a mile. I'll be really honest and tell you it's not Honkai Star Rail, but this one is really good. It's really, really top quality. It's a Japanese quality kind of level of stuff. Confident enough to say that any of these characters have more lore than any character in Honkai Star Rail. Even an NPC might have equivalent or more story.
These monsters are no pushovers, yeah, but what gives, Major?
I think
Just
a collaboration.
stay alert and keep your eyes forward.
I think a collaboration will come.
Take it down a notch, girl. No need to be so on edge.
The Kondo-san from this game already says that he's interested in working with Honkai Star Rail. So I think it's a matter of time that they'll collaborate. I'm trying to avoid fights because this game actually isn't about the combat. Like, combat is nice, it gives a break from the story. But the main thing that I really like is the story. So I guess this is an unescapable fight. So the Cold Steel arc is like taking place like a teacher and students, and he started off as a student like this guy in the white coat. So you actually like follow him through his life as well as you are playing the game. So you get to see the character development in the whole game. It's similar to the Tales of series, something like that, but it is a Trials of, in Japanese like Kiseki, or something like that. So it's like Trials of Cold Steel, Trials to Azure, Trials to Zero, Trials of the Sky, and stuff like that. On Steam, you can find it very easily. Just like search a little bit, and anywhere you can probably find. It's most of the games are overwhelmingly positive, if not very positive recently. But a very, very highly rated game. Do any of you play it? Any of you am I actually showing an unknown game to the world, or have you guys actually like seen it before or played it also, heard of it? Okay, I shouldn't like no need the text here, but can I not fight this monster? Okay, just one fight, I guess.
Powerful enemy.
There's no break in this
Exercise
game.
Caution.
2 use to breaking the enemy. So I'm more familiar with this group of characters because this bunch are what pulled it in for me. The Cold Steel arc. It was around the time like Cold Steel 4 was released in English, Cold Steel 3, 4. Hooked out straight. I started from 1. Each game is not cheap. I think it's like $50 one game. There is discount on Steam if you buy it on Steam. The older ones tend to have discount very, very easily. But once you start, you're stuck. Why can I not cast anything? Why am I? Oh, okay. They want to use this.
For one, and one for all!
We can end this right here.
There's a new mechanic for this.
All for one, and one for all!
Let's send them packing.
Here I go. Can't escape. Fire!
I shall go. Activate. Ragnarok.
Destroy!
Let's go.
Suppressing targets. Mirror devices in place. Orbital laser. Fire! Mission complete. May you rest in peace.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
How did this turn into a trial stream? My favorite game of all time. Definitely.
It's my turn.
Divide to conquer. Transform. Sync complete. Initiating brave mode. Accelerate. Strike. Solaris. Bringer.
You must understand the budget that they're working with is a lot smaller than Honkai Star Rail's budget, so there is definitely a difference that you can feel for the voice acting and whatnot. But still pretty good for a not much smaller budget.
Fire! Not done yet. Onward! Valiant charge!
Nah, I think they will collab. I think they will. The question is like which characters are coming in. I have a feeling it's probably going to be Lloyd.
I'm up.
I think Lloyd is going to be the one. If not, it's Rin. The one that is like most unique. If not, it's like Estelle.
It's down. Let's go, Major.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
This game is the exact game is Charles into Reverie, but the whole arc is like the Charles series.
Sorry, everyone.
So it's like Charles into Cold Steel, Charles of Cold Steel, Charles of the Sky, Charles of Zero, Azure. It's like the whole arc, just like Google Trials of series. Trials of pronunciations are horrendous. Freaking monkey destroyed my character.
It's my turn.
Maybe I'll switch character so we can see another out.
You got this.
Leave it to me. My sword and soul are as one. Light. Purge my foes. Gemini. Judgment.
Charles, Trials, Trails, whatever.
I shall go. Switching out. Gladly.
Places, my dears. The curtain is drawn. Let the show begin. And now, the grand finale.
I guess that's another question for niggas, I guess. What will it take for you to start putting out Trails content? Again, is of course audience.
Oh, did we win?
Some games are like, if no one wants to like view them, it's better like just like play. This is a game I totally will just play on my own without making content on it. It's like a game that I would dedicate time. The only reason why I'm like not clearing this game is because once I cleared it, I have to wait like way long just to get like another game out. So the next game is like coming out in July, so I will likely clear this one and that one together in the July period. So if I'm taking a break, that's why I'm taking a break, to cover both of these games. During my, I'll take like time off work, time off Honkai Star Rail just to play these games. This is probably like the only game I'll do that. Favorite part of watching content creators is finding out how they're somehow in the Trails franchise. This is, I mean, this is a fantastic franchise to be involved in. One of the
past the halfway point.
One of the
we
highest
still haven't seen anything of note.
quality games.
All the more reason
I'm
not
ready
to
to
let
go
our guard down.
anytime.
We don't know who's lying up ahead or what they have planned for us.
Oh, I can think of a few who's and whats.
Stream parts of it. You know, I'm actually not sure whether I can actually stream Japanese games. I don't know whether there's like laws for that. So I might have to see whether there's a clipping required for this live stream. That's the thing that I don't know of. So I have to read up the more bylaws. But just a quick snippet for
I apologize for the wait.
advertising for them free
You're
of charge.
exactly on time. Just turned midday.
You can stream anything on Twitch? I see.
Father?
There's no like spoilers here. I don't even know this guy.
So he's...
I do lah, but
He is both House Vander and its School of Swordsmanship's head.
just the fight.
What's going on?
Okay, and that will probably be enough content for today. And anything else is probably too much information, if you know what I mean. So let me just skip this.
I will show you no mercy.
But yeah, let me end off the stream here before anything else is shown on screen. But it's great seeing you guys on stream for our 30,000 subscriber milestone. Yes, I am playing for the upcoming Kuro game, and thank you guys so much too for joining in. Again, for the giveaway details, everything is going to be a pinned comment description or on Discord, so make sure you join us as well. And I have a list of stuff. I even have 2 notepads now that I've saved. I'll definitely be doing the collation, and good luck for all of you. And otherwise, have a good evening, good morning, and good night for wherever you're from in the world. And see you in the next video. After the live stream, we'll definitely be having tons of content. It's going to be super busy, and I really had fun for this live stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Have a great day, have a great weekend, and let's get some good anniversary news and some good 2.12. See you guys, and cheers.